Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everyone doing on YouTube? We are just starting up the stream here on TikTok right now. We're going to get the debates going here in a second. If you are new here, make sure to hit that thumbs up here on TikTok and on YouTube. Everyone, what's good, everyone joining in the stream? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. We're starting a bit later today. Let me let the Instagram know that I'm going live right now and set up everything for the stream. We're going to get the debates going here in a few minutes. Let me make sure I have everything set up here real quick on YouTube. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Alrighty. Let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria that I have listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone joining in? I was going to start live directly after Dean's, but I since my power went out, my microphone wasn't working, and I fixed it real quick. So we're good now. We're good now, but we had to start a little bit later. What's good, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. We're going to start the debates here within a few minutes once we get people up here in for debates. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? Hopefully we can get some debates here tonight, everyone. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
How are you?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
June 2007.
What month? You said June?
June.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He's anti-LGBTQ and he's pro-life too.
Why do you want to be against the LGBTQ plus community?
Because they go against my religion.
Okay. So how does existing as a person, a part of the LGBTQ plus community, how does that harm you? How does that go against your religion?
Well, because in the Bible it says it's wrong.
Okay. Where in the Bible does it say it's wrong to be gay in of itself?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 10.
Yeah. So if you're going to say Paul particularly prescribes that certain types of gay intercourse is considered wrong, do you also think it's wrong to engage in relationships, as Paul literally described that he wanted people to be celibate essentially until Jesus comes back?
Yeah, where did Paul say that?
I'd have to pull it up. Would you like me to though?
Yes, please.
I got you. But if that's true that he said that, would you accept it? And this is in 1 Corinthians 7.
1 Corinthians 7. Wait, let me read through. Do you know specifically what verse he said that in?
I think it's the 7th. Hold up, give me one second.
1 Corinthians 7:7.
No, that's not quite. It's just in 1 Corinthians 7. It's gonna take me a second to find it. Would you like to
I can look it up.
engage with that, or engage that if it was true, would you accept it?
I can also refer back to Romans 1:26 to 27.
Okay. And what is that supposed to tell us?
Yeah, that's just going to be unnatural. And I'm also going to hold the natural law theory. And we can also look at early church fathers discrediting it too.
Okay, well, there's a few things. One, that's based upon your particular interpretation, right? Many others don't say that this is applicable to typical relationships today, right? And even if that is the case, that you would specifically just want to accept your interpretation, why wouldn't you decide to accept the other when it's just as sound?
Yeah, what's that other interpretation? I haven't heard such.
Yeah, we're telling you that it's about explicit, specific exploitative relationships, not specifically just gay intercourse in of itself. That
Yeah,
interpretation
can you prove
is
that?
completely consistent with the Christian text.
Yeah, can you prove that?
What do you mean prove that? Where it's a different
Well,
interpretation.
I've never heard
that.
of-
Wait,
I've never
could you
heard
prove
of
your
such thing.
interpretation?
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, I can actually.
Okay, so
Early
what's your
church
proof?
fathers.
Wait, saying early
Yeah,
church fathers held this interpretation is not proof of the interpretation.
It would prove of early church fathers.
So
You know.
it would prove
Yeah.
early church fathers. What do you mean? That doesn't mean that that's the correct interpretation. I'm asking you, what proves the correct interpretation from your perspective? Billy, I think of the whale diving.
Wait, what do you mean?
What proves there being a correct interpretation? Is it just based upon however you view the text? Or are you
It would
saying
be how
that
really.
there's a certain set of contextual framework that you're going to use, right, in
In my
conjunction to be
denomination,
able to address which one is preferable?
right? So in my denomination, I'm a Catholic, right? We look at how early church fathers interpreted the text to
Wait, I
make
have a
our
question.
interpretation.
If you do that based on early church fathers, I have a question for you. You said you're Catholic. Do you think have you
Yeah,
ever done communion?
I have.
Do you think that when you're eating the bread and wine, do you think that it turns into the body and blood of Christ, literally?
Yeah, it's the Eucharist.
So you think it literally turns into human blood and human body, right? And human flesh.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're a cannibal from your under your own definition.
I don't understand how. What's the relevancy of
Wait, you
this?
just said that you consume
Wait, what? So
human
what's the
blood and
relevancy of this?
flesh.
I'm
You just said that
confused.
you're a cannibal under your own
Yeah,
definition.
what's the relevancy of this?
Wait, I'm just
I'm
asking, like,
not.
how
Yeah,
are you to
what's the
judge other
relevancy?
people
Can
when
you?
you're a cannibal?
What do you? How is this relevant at all?
You just said that you're a cannibal
Yeah,
under your
and
own
how is that
definition.
relevant? How is that relevant?
How is that relevant? You're sitting here trying to say that like it's wrong to be a part of the LGBTQ plus community because you think it's quote
I'm
unquote
just gonna
sinful, but then
say,
you're literally eating human body or I mean blood and flesh. You're consuming that
hmm
under your own view.
yeah, and how is
I
that
mean, I
relevant
don't
to
think
this
you're
conversation?
literally doing that, but under your own view, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, and how is this relevant, Parker?
I just explained.
Yeah,
You
no,
just
that's
you
not
want to go
relevant to
based
the
on early
conversation
church
at all.
fathers. Do you not think that's
Yes,
absurd?
I
Just to
don't
think
think
that it's
so. No,
literally human
Jesus
blood
Christ
and flesh?
Himself, Jesus Christ Himself said that this is my
Wait, why can't you just
body and
take
this is my
wait, stop,
blood.
stop, stop. Why can't you just take the interpretation that it's not literally, right, those things, but it's symbolic? I'm sorry. Why can't you do that? Why can't you just say that? Why do you have to say that it's literally human blood and literally human flesh that you're consuming? That's absurd. Just
Wait,
because of
what's
the
the issue with
particular interpretation
cannibalism?
of
What's the
people what
foundation for
fucking
the issue?
literally almost like 2,000 years ago? Come on, that's ridiculous. You don't have to believe that just because people thousands of years ago believed it.
Yeah, so what's gonna be like the issue with cannibalism? What's your foundation for it?
What's the issue with? Did you just ask me? What's the issue with cannibalism, bro?
In
What?
this
That is a
sense,
crazy
in this
question.
sense,
That is
Parker.
a crazy question, bro. What do you
Parker,
mean?
in
What is
this
wrong with
sense,
cannibalism? What are you talking about? Now, again,
Parker.
if you're asking like a meta ethical question of whether my morality is subjective or objective, that is not a good way to ask me that question. That's a crazy thing
Wait,
to say.
what do you mean? I'm not asking that at all. What?
Wait. Are you disputing that because morality is subjective, that I can have the view that cannibalism is wrong?
No, I'm actually saying the opposite. What? I believe in
So
objective
then,
morality.
why'd you ask me such a ridiculous question?
I don't believe it's ridiculous in this
That was an
sense.
absurd question. You just asked me why I think cannibalism is wrong. Do you think
But once again,
cannibalism
I
is
feel like we're
wrong?
straying away from the
Wait, I
actual
have a
point,
question. Do
right,
you think that
Parker?
real question? Do you think cannibalism is wrong?
In any other sense besides like
What?
in
No,
the
wait, no,
Eucharist,
not
yeah,
wait. So you think in some contexts it's okay to engage in cannibalism?
yeah, because Jesus Christ Himself said it.
Dude, come on, no, don't concede to that, man. Come
I'm not
on.
conceding. What do you
No,
mean?
no,
Wait,
stop,
can you
bro.
define consent?
Please,
Wait, can
no,
you define
please,
conceding?
please, don't concede to
Can you
that.
define conceding?
Don't say don't. Well, you agreed with the position. Not with me. I think this is a crazy position. You think that cannibalism is okay in some contexts. That's ridiculous. I think in no context is
Yeah,
cannibalism good.
how?
Within the real
Wait,
life, no context is cannibalism
what's
good.
gonna be your foundation for cannibalism is bad?
What, are you asking like why do I think that? Well, it's a description of my psychological preferences. I think that that's wrong.
Why?
What do you mean why? What are you asking?
Yeah,
What
can
type
you
of, are you asking a
substantiate
meta
that?
ethical question or what type of question are you asking?
I guess it would just be that. Well, I mean, it would be either way. Like, why do you think it's wrong? I'm very curious, Parker.
I gave you an explanation. I'm confused. What type of question are you asking? Because I've already clarified, and you didn't think that that was an explanation.
Wait, Parker. Now I need to ask you a question. What moral framework do you hold to? And we can get back on topic. I'm just confused.
In what context? Like, in terms of meta ethics, or what type of ethical framework are you
Yeah,
referencing?
yeah,
Hmm?
yeah. In terms of, like metaphysics,
I believe morality is subjective.
do you hold to like a specific view?
Like, I'm a particularist.
Okay.
You're not gonna
Okay.
like
Yeah.
arguing with me if we want to talk about those types of particular beliefs.
Huh?
You're not gonna like arguing with me on those. We can talk about those, but that's irrelevant to the point I was just making. Why did you ask me such a question? You didn't get anything from that. That
Well,
was
I
a
was just
crazy.
wondering, Parker.
It's a
That's my
crazy thing to
bad.
concede to. The point that I'm making is that you don't just have to accept the interpretation of those that existed historically speaking. Just because they had a certain
But if they
interpretation
interpret such
thousands of
text,
years
right?
ago, that doesn't mean that interpretation is accurate. You can look at this
But
from
like,
any perspective. By the way, I think Christianity is false. So I don't think that any of these
yeah,
interpretations would you accept in the first place. I'm not Christian. But if you're going to look
yeah.
from within the purview of Christianity, there's no reason to accept the interpretation that you're holding over the interpretation that I just listed, that there's nothing specifically that inherently says that it's wrong to engage in gay
Excuse me.
intercourse in the context of the Bible, and that you can take an interpretation that it's talking about explicit exploitative practices, not the context of modern relationships that exist today. And like long-term
Wait.
committed relationships where people engage in
Wait,
gay
hold on.
intercourse. Like that's not the case that it's referencing.
Yeah. Wait, what was your refutation to First Corinthians 6, 9 through 10 again?
I'm saying that you can hold a different interpretation. And there are plenty of
Okay.
things that Paul believed that you probably don't hold to what Jesus thought at the time. Right? Like
Well,
Paul is different from Jesus.
I'm reading through First Corinthians 7 right now. I don't see anywhere where he says that like we shouldn't marry, excuse me, until Jesus comes back. It's mostly talking about like divorce and how he doesn't
It's First
really,
Corinthians 7. It's a
Yeah, I'm
prescription.
reading
It's a
that.
prescription from Paul. He's
Yes,
not
yes, yes. I'm.
necessarily saying it's morally wrong to do otherwise. He's just saying that you should be celibate until Jesus gets back. It's First Corinthians 7. You were looking on the wrong side.
You said First Corinthians 7? Yeah, I'm reading
Yeah.
through that.
Okay. Well, you can keep reading into it, but that's where
Yeah.
it mentions that. Now, do you
It's
want
really
to
he's really just talking
do you want
about
to
how
engage with the
like
point that I
the
made? Just because like you hold that interpretation doesn't mean that that's the correct interpretation. You can hold any other interpretation. What justifies one interpretation over the other? You seemingly didn't have a basis for that, so you can take either interpretation from your perspective. What holds you back from taking the interpretation that I mentioned?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Parker.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry, Parker. It's all good. Just some smoke.
Oh, okay. Is everything okay?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we're cooking something.
Okay. Or is
Yeah.
that you getting cooked in the conversation?
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Don't make me laugh. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, I'm just once again like, even if I do concede to like the cannibalism thing, like I don't understand how that's relevant.
Dude, come on, it's an absurd thing to concede to. I'm just saying,
How?
all it's trying to demonstrate is that you don't have to hold those interpretations. That'd be absurd, right? Like, come on, like that's a really easy example. And by the way, this isn't applicable to most denominations. You could just hold a different interpretation, right? It's really not a difficult thing. Even I genuinely don't know why you'd ever concede to that. I think
Okay,
that's
wait.
really
So,
ridiculous. Like, it's obviously
wait.
absurd. Anyone hearing that would just be like, why would you say that? That's absurd. Like, genuinely, like you don't even realize how absurd what you're saying is when you are saying it.
Okay, wait. So if I'm like a Protestant, right? This doesn't hold still because
Yeah,
I
you
believe
can
it's
hold a different
symbolic.
interpretation. Exactly. So, like, what says your interpretation is right over someone else's interpretation within the context of your own religion? So, not only could I say you don't have justification for your religion in the first place, but I can also say within the context of your religion, you also don't even have justification, even if we were to assume your religion is true.
So wait, if I say I'm like Eastern Orthodox, right? But I don't believe in like necessarily like Eucharistic like practices. I'm still gonna uphold that early church fathers proceed over the church.
Okay. So you're saying
So
if you
I'm just
held a
gonna
different
follow early
interpretation,
church.
you could hold a different interpretation, but why would you hold that interpretation over, say, a progressive view, when probably the progressive view is going to agree with your intuitions more? Do you think that sex before marriage is wrong?
Yeah,
You do?
yeah,
Okay. Even in long-term committed relationships?
yeah.
Okay. So the only difference between it being right or wrong is whether or not there's a piece of paper?
It wouldn't necessarily be a piece of paper.
What would it be?
It would be like a spiritual combining.
Okay, so if I
That's how we
so
view
if
it
I
as.
engaged in marriage, but I didn't do that because I'm not Christian, would you actually think that my marriage is valid?
I guess in your worldview it would be, but not necessarily. Wait, what do you mean?
No, no, no. Like if like because I'm an atheist. My girlfriend's an
Yeah.
atheist as well. If we were to get married, we wouldn't do so in the church or under God. So then,
Yeah.
under your view, you probably wouldn't see my marriage to be valid, and therefore you would still consider, right, the intercourse that we would engage in to be wrong, right, in the context of marriage, even given that, because you just didn't consider it marriage.
I would consider it marriage.
You would consider that marriage, but it's not under God. So then, what is marriage? Is marriage so it's a paper? It's a piece of paper.
Can you define paper?
Define paper? What?
Yeah.
I don't think I needed to define paper to you. Like, that's absurd. That's
How
the
is
most
that
ridiculous
axiomatic?
question I've ever asked. Like, that gives you no, like, no actual intellectual basis for the conversation to respond to any of my particular views. Why
I
would
feel
you
like it
ask
does
me how
though.
to define? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard to asked. What do you mean define paper? Like, it had no relevance to the moral
Yes, it
prescriptions.
does. Wait, what do you mean by paper
Paper
though?
is
In
just
a
a
sense.
description of, like, it's on documentation, things that are written down. Are you
Huh?
really asking me to define paper, dude?
Yeah.
That is like Jordan Peterson level crazy, asking me to define belief. Bro, are you kidding?
Huh?
What do you mean by belief? What do you mean by belief?
What do you?
Come on, dude,
Wait,
don't be
what?
Jordan Peterson. What do you mean define paper, bro? What are you talking
Jordan
about?
Peterson's low tier.
What'd you say?
I said Jordan Peterson's a low tier.
I think Jordan Peterson's argument makes way more sense than yours. I'm serious. Like, genuinely, define paper,
What?
you've got to be trolling. You've actually got to be trolling.
Wait, why do you, wait,
Define
what, really?
what relevance did that have to the conversation? Can you please just admit you're trolling?
I'm not trolling.
Then what do you mean?
Like,
What do
do
you
you
mean?
mean paper?
Why'd you ask me that question?
Literal sense.
What?
Do you mean paper in like a literal sense? Or like
Yes.
yeah, oh, so like an actual piece of paper that says you're married.
Yeah, like legal documents.
Oh, why are we appealing to legality, Parker?
Because that's what you were saying was the basis for my marriage, because I didn't do it under God.
How?
Okay, so then what is the basis for my marriage outside of that, because we didn't do it under God?
I would still deem it a spiritual combining.
What? How so? Like, at what point did we spiritually combine?
Uh, Whenever you got married.
Okay, but we didn't do so under God. So when we kiss, or at what point?
What do
And
you
by the
mean
way,
under
chat. By the
God?
way, chat. I'm not married. This is a hypothetical scenario because he doesn't consider like an atheistic marriage to be justified. So just want to clarify. I'm not married yet.
Wait, if you get married, you're still married under God.
No, wait, no, that's not true. Right? Because I
How?
don't believe in God. My girlfriend doesn't believe in God. If we were to get married in the future, that wouldn't mean that it's under God. Right? If we didn't do so with a pastor or anything. So are you saying under your view that like the marriage happened at the point in which we kissed? So prior to that, right, intercourse would be wrong, but after the kiss, intercourse would be okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So one kiss changes whether or not intercourse is morally
It would
okay?
also be because I would still think that you would still spiritually combine whenever you get married.
So the kiss spiritually combined us. We weren't spiritually combined before, but we were after.
Yeah. Well, no, it would be still like who does your wedding? Like if you were to get married, who?
Well, let's say it was an atheist who did the wedding.
Oh, um, I don't know. That's a good question, Parker. Good question. Hmm. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Let me ask Grok.
What do you mean ask Grok? That is the craziest shit I've ever heard. Why would you ask that? Dude, Grok
What
is
do you
actually
mean?
insane. Have you seen all of the things of people bringing up the fact that it literally like will pick Elon Musk over anything? Like it
Wait,
will
really?
literally it has an Elon Musk bias like crazy. Has anyone else seen that? You got to be
Wait.
trolling at
So
this point.
if
Like
I
why
were
would
to
you ever
ask,
use Grok, dude? That's ridiculous.
if I were to ask Grok right now, who was better, like a better philosopher, Aristotle or Elon Musk?
Or
He would
yeah,
say
it would
Elon
literally
Musk.
say Elon Musk. I'm not trolling. I'm serious. It
I
would
want to test
literally
that
say
right
Elon Musk.
now.
People have
Hold
been
on,
testing it
Parker.
out, right? Already, you can just watch the videos of people testing it out, where literally they ask, all right, Grok, all these different questions, right, about like for example, who's a better athlete? But actually, at this point, Elon's fixed it apparently. But before that's what would happen.
Oh, okay.
They've
I
tested this
see.
many times.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can agree to disagree on the LGBTQ part. But
Okay,
I want to move
but
on to
why? What?
abortion.
You never justified one, the interpretation from within the religion, and from an outside perspective, from outside of the religion, right? Again, why would you accept this religion over a different religion, right? Alongside the fact that I could literally, off of basis of an argument, give you reason to not accept Christianity. But like again, even from within your religion, you can take a progressive interpretation that I think is cool, right? Even though I disagree with it from a descriptive sense.
Okay. Hmm. You made some good points, Parker. I've never heard of them. I've been debating on Roblox for some time now. Um,
Okay, you've got to be trolling, bro. What are you
what do you
talking about?
mean? I'm not
You debate
trolling.
on Roblox?
Yeah,
Is that actually a thing?
podiums.
I I
Yeah,
I
podiums
haven't.
VC.
I don't think I've played like actually played Roblox like since I was a child. Um,
Hmm.
but I've heard
I
people play
made
it
some
when they're
good
older.
debating
There's a bunch of
friends.
different
It's
games,
good.
but
Yeah. Okay.
there's a debating thing on Roblox. That's like me when I was a
Yeah.
kid going on like Omegle and debating people, which
I
was
met some high
atrocious.
tiers on there. Okay.
Some
I
high
think I
tiers?
concede.
What does that mean?
Yeah, like really good at debating.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like Curry Cell. Okay. Anyways, we can move on
Okay.
to
Okay. I'm going to the next person.
Wait, why? No, Parker. I want to debate. I want to debate on abortion.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go on to the next person at this point. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. We've just started the live, everyone. We're gonna be on live for a while tonight. It's nighttime live, everyone. If you do support Donald Trump, make sure to send a guest request. We're gonna start getting some debates up here once we get a debate up here. But first, everyone, make sure to define paper. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My name is Julian. I'm 18 years old.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And can you define paper?
Define paper. You write on it. You write on
That was a not serious question. Okay. I have a few people to thank real quick. Give me a second. What was your birth year, by the way?
2007, September 19th.
Okay, September 19th, 2007. All right. Okay. I'm gonna say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we'll go on to our conversation. Do just give me 1 second
Uh,
real quick. A few people to thank. Brandy, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Brandy. Samurai, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Amy Lee, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I typically don't add people up from the gifts, but I do really appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Valerie, thank you for the $10. Caitlin, thank you for the $3. Shay, thank you for the 5. Cheryl, thank you for the 5 as well. Juliana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Juliana. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mary with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Juliana, by the way, said define this donation. I don't think I can. Divide money, please. Define the paper money that you just sent. I need you to define that. I need to define the definition of that definition. Barbara, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kate, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, happy early birthday! Happy early birthday, Kate. I hope you have a fantastic day. Brittany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Let me go check out on YouTube real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And also, free way to do so is liking the stream, tab the screen on TikTok, and if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think you have to close to the chat to be able to hit that thumbs up. A few people to think on YouTube real quick, and then we'll move on to the conversation. Claire, thank you for the Galaxy, thank you. Luke, thank you for the $5, I really appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, it's actually crazy. I think I've heard about that. Samurai, thank you so much, really appreciate the $10, I really appreciate it, thank you. Tim with the $100. Thank you so much, Tim. Can we get some W's for Tim in the comment section? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tim. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy.
Parker,
Thank you so much, Tim. I
Parker, so
appreciate
what,
it.
Parker,
I
so what do
can't
you
sing.
support?
I'm horrible at singing. Heather, thank you for the $5. Michelle, thank you for the 2. Rayon, thank you for the $1. Johnny, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, I
Parker,
am
so what do
fully
you
caught up. So,
so
why
what
do you support Donald Trump?
I think, well, back in his presidency a couple years ago, gas prices were at an all-time low for what they've been in a while. Here in Oregon, they were only $2.50, and now they're like almost $4. I also think that he's done a good job. I think he's done a good job with his immigration policies. He's taken a lot of illegal immigrants out of the country.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna take my intuition. If I'm wrong, I really apologize, but I do think that they're probably a kid. If I'm wrong, I really do apologize. I really apologize, but I always try to stay safe rather than be sorry, and a lot of people lied to me about their ages, so I do apologize if I'm wrong, but I gotta be safe. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely not.
Okay, based. Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are, again, just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How much earwax are in those fucking earbuds?
How old are you? Was that the best
What?
insult you had? That was... How
No,
old
no,
are
it's
you?
a question. No,
tell me how old are you? How old are you? Answer the question. I have to kick you if you want to tell me how old you are. Okay.
What?
Okay, I have to go on to the next person. That was really the best insult they had. That was kind of funny, honestly, how embarrassing that was. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, and what month?
May.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Well, it was my first time voted, so I voted for Trump.
And would you still vote for Donald Trump with the information that you have right now?
To be honest, probably not.
Okay, well, Cole, I really appreciate you very much. I'm glad that you've changed your mind. That's the point of this stream. I appreciate you very much. Good to see that you've changed your mind. Karen, thank you for the $5. Lauren at the $5 as well. And Karen, thank you so much for the $12.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you. And Amy Lee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Yeah, we bring them up in the context of the debates all the time. There's a few arguments, actually, like an argument that people typically use is if they're like, or actually it depends on feminism. I would say there's a lot of good content on YouTube, but I don't know where to specifically direct you other than like Dean's made specific videos that you could watch that like are debates where he's engaged in debates on feminism. I think they're pretty good. If you'd like to look for specific content. For debating people. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Of his mainly in favor of his pro-life policies.
Here, 1 second. Yo, Badger, just hop back in the guest box. I'll bring you up next. Okay. You said it's pro-life policies, or what'd you say?
Yes, his pro-life policies as an Eastern Orthodox.
Pro-life policies. Okay. Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yes and no.
What do you mean? It's either a yes or a no.
I would say mainly no, because we still have to uphold those fundamentals of our Constitution.
Okay, so you're saying we have to uphold the Constitution. So if Donald Trump ever called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you support him?
No.
Okay, so
I
he
do
has.
lean-
I can show you a tweet from Truth Social where he specifically advocated to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
May I clarify something? Whenever it comes to whether I,
I have a
feel
question.
more...
What's your birth year?
1993.
93?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you're how old?
31.
Didn't you say like 40 earlier?
No, I said 31.
I'm pretty sure you said 40 earlier.
No, I did not. I said I was 31.
Okay. Okay. And if I play back the audio of the stream, I'm not gonna hear you say 40, right?
Refer back
Yes,
to
if you go back to the clip of the stream, you
I'm
will
pretty
not
sure
hear
you
me
said-
say 40. May I?
What do you mean? It's either a yes or a no. It's pro-life policies. Okay. So, Yosef, how old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump? You did say 31. Or 41?
Nope, 31.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yosef, how old are you? Pro-life policies. Okay. Whoa, why did it just like skip like that? Okay, I'm just gonna believe you. I apologize. I might have been thinking about the last guest. My memory is pretty bad. What were you saying?
I favor some of Trump's policies because of pro-life, how that links to my beliefs about Christianity and God's existence, which is one of the main reasons, Parker, I wanted to come up here and debate you, if you're willing to.
Yeah, but I think we've already gone over the fact that just because you have a particular religious prescription doesn't mean that that should influence the way that you view on politics, right?
I believe that Trump's policies favored a lot of what the Bible goes by.
Here, can you give me 1 second? What was your birth year again?
1993,
1993, and what month?
December.
Okay. All right, that is accurate. All right. Okay. Go back and sorry, what were you saying again? Sorry, there's just a lot of comments going both ways, and I'm not quite sure.
It's alright. So, I specifically wanted to debate you about God's existence, which kind of links to politics, I would say, in many, many ways. Like, a very good example would be abortion. I don't know if you're strictly looking for, like, just a general political debate, but can we narrow this down to specifically one subject?
Yeah, I think I did, right? Like I talked about, like, you don't think that just because you have a religious view on something that means that the law should reflect that particular religious view, because then you would say things like adultery should be illegal and Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery on multiple occasions.
Yes, indeed.
So Trump should be in prison.
I do believe he should be in prison.
Okay.
I
Do you think
mean-
he also should be president?
Well, if you're a felon, you can't vote. I don't believe he should be president, but I would say I favor some of his policies, which is kind of what I
So,
wanted to
like,
talk
if you
about
could go
with
back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
None of them.
So you wouldn't vote for either? Okay, I mean, so you
I
wouldn't
don't-
vote for Donald Trump at least. That's still like, okay, she just advocated for Trump to go to prison. Okay, you know what, Trump for prison, I'll take it. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What was the other person I brought up? I brought them up and I told them to hop back in the guest box. Does anyone remember what their name was? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
2006? You said you're 19?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and, or actually what month were you born? Sorry. I don't see Badger, by the way, in the
November.
comment, in the guest box, but Badger, I'll be looking for you.
What?
Oh, wait, no, I see him.
What are you saying?
Hold up. Yo, Badger, how old are you?
55.
And do you support Trump?
Completely.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And so America First, you support Trump as well, right? Okay. Looks
Do you
like they're
need a
not
popsicle?
responding. Okay. I'm just gonna, I guess, kick them because they were just doing that. Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he closed the border. Because he doesn't think men should swim against women. Because people have been arrested 72 times, you think should go to jail? Can you hear me?
Is that it? Yeah, no, I'm just asking. Are you gonna keep
Well, I
mentioning
go
things?
all
Or?
night, but I think that's enough. Why don't you respond?
Okay. So then here's a few things. Uh, you don't want men and women spaces, right?
You're leading me with that, but I don't want men swimming against women. I don't want men playing volleyball against women. I don't want men in women's locker rooms.
So, would you ever vote for a candidate that, say, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
Yep, and I probably
You
wouldn't
you
vote
would
for one.
you would vote for them?
This is a leading question. Did Bill Clinton get a Hummer from an intern in the White House and tell the nation
And possibly even Trump.
Possibly.
So what's your point here? I'm asking you I'm not asking about Bill Clinton. I'm asking you about Trump.
I'm asking you about everybody. If everyone that has been president for the last 20 years, 30 years, 40 years did something wrong, they wouldn't be president. You have to deal with it.
Did Kamala Harris engage in any actions that you think are?
She slipped her way to the top, for Christ's sake. She was 25 years old and had sex with a mayor or governor that was 58, 59 years old.
Okay, who did she sleep with that brought her to the quote-unquote top? And then
pay
also,
attention.
apparently Trump sucked his way to the top, according to some of the emails that were just released. So if you just want to run around with all of these different theories, I wonder why you don't do that with Donald Trump in terms of the emails with Bubba. I mean, is Bubba the horse or is Bubba Bill Clinton? Which one is it?
So you wouldn't vote for Clinton?
No, I'm not voting for Bill Clinton.
You wouldn't?
Nope.
If you could go back 20 years, who would you vote for?
Like back then?
Yeah, when he was getting his Hummers, who would you vote for? That's your boy, right?
I'm sorry. Are you comparing engaging in adultery to literally Donald Trump, like sexually exploiting people? And also Donald Trump being held liable for sexually abusing a woman, forcibly penetrating her against her will, having 26 different women accuse Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, right? You think all of them are lying, apparently.
25 years later. Don't give me that shit. You know it's 25 years later. You know what? People that didn't say shit forever, and all of a sudden he's trying to get in office. Then they bring it up.
Okay,
so give me a break.
So you say they didn't bring it up until after the point he ran for office. Well, you understand that if someone has been assaulted and they see their abuser got into a position of power, that's probably a reason for them to come out and tell people that this happened to them, so that they specifically can't utilize that position of power to harm people such as them. And you understand that the people that you're blaming for not coming out earlier are the same people that you're choosing not to believe. And it is also common.
Stop talking over me. Stop talking.
You were the one talking over me. It's also common for victims to take decades to come out because people do not believe them, and there's a lot of societal stigma and social pressures that essentially force people into circumstances in which they don't feel like they have the ability to come out because of people like you that deny them, and there are people that harass them as well, right? And that's why a lot of victims don't come out, because they don't want to have to deal with harassment from people that support the people who are very, very powerful. So again, people in these positions of power can exploit them, like Donald Trump, in these clear circumstances. And you apparently are going to support him, which reinforces the culture in which they don't come out right away. And then you're blaming the victims for not coming out right away for the culture that is perpetuated by yourself.
You're making that up. That's not what I said. Hey, let me ask you a question. Can a man have a baby?
Are you saying that someone can a man specifically have a uterus? Is that your
If you were born with a penis, if you were born with a penis, can you have a baby?
And what type of pivot is this? If you were born with a or unless you're intersex and have the capacity, I don't know why you're asking this question.
So you're saying 1 in 100 billion people? But other than that,
100 billion? I mean, do you know how many people exist on the planet? There are intersex people on the planet.
That's the people you vote for. That's the people you vote for. That's the people you vote for.
What do you mean? I was just describing facts of reality. I'm confused. What do you mean? What do I vote for that's so bad?
You vote for people that would actually stand in front of Congress and say that a man can get pregnant. That's
Okay.
ludicrous. You know it.
Okay.
And 25 years ago,
I mean, how are you
every
using the term
Democrat
man?
would've said it's
I have a question. How are you using the term man?
born with a penis.
Okay, so I don't think anyone's using that particular definition of the term man if they're claiming
It's
this.
the only definition.
No, it's not. There's other definitions of the term. But also, by the
Bullshit.
way, like, why did
tell
you
me if you're
pivot?
born without one, you're a man?
Why instead of responding to any of my arguments, did you have to say, "Oh, trans people! I don't understand their identities"? Like, really, you just like again, you didn't actually give an
No,
argument
I
for
did respond to it.
acknowledging the
I-
sexual exploitation that Donald Trump engaged in. He bragged about himself, and the fact that you sit there and still support him, even though he literally bragged about engaging in sexual exploitation. When there was an 18-year-old that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in, right? And you sit there and defend that. You're totally okay with that, right?
None. I am, because I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
All
Even
made
though
up.
Donald Trump bragged about it himself, I can play the audio of Donald Trump bragging about it. You don't believe Donald Trump when he says things?
Yeah, play it.
Okay, I will play the audio for you. Would
Play
you
it
like to hear it?
right now? You got to have it right away. I'm sure it's right on your right
Sorry,
there. for
hold
you.
up. I just accidentally pulled the clip of him calling his daughter voluptuous. My bad. Let me go to the other one, which means curvy or
Oh,
sexually
did he
attractive, by the
shower
way.
his daughter? Did he shower his daughter?
No, he just continually sexualized his daughter specifically. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said his daughter's always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. And said he had sex
is.
in common with his daughter. So he's constantly sexualized his daughter and referred to his daughter as a literal sex object. So
to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to
right.
make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And wait, are you going to defend this one too? You're going to defend explicitly him admitting to engaging in sexual exploitation?
That he thought there were attractive women in a.
Oh, wait, no, he would barge
Did he
into
get
these
that?
changing rooms and look at them naked and perv on
That's what he
them
said.
without their
That's
consent.
not what that said.
That's exactly what he said. Do you want me to play the
That's not
audio
what he
again?
said.
He said he would barge in and he'd get away with being able to look at them naked without clothes on.
Was the word naked in that discussion?
Well, I'm sorry, wait, when you have no clothes on, are you naked?
I
Real
didn't hear
question.
that part.
When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
And regardless,
Wait,
I
answer
don't
the
think
question.
that's what it's- I
Answer the
don't think that's
question.
what it said,
If
dear
you
boy.
have no clothes on, are you naked?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So when he was referring to
Play it
the fact
again.
that he would,
Play it again. That's not what it
Okay.
said.
it is exactly what he said.
And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to
right.
make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Where was the word naked?
He said no
they're
clothes
getting-
on.
No, he said they're getting dressed.
Wait, so they're getting dressed with no clothes. He's obviously saying no clothes on. Okay. And also, by the way,
No.
the same thing has been literally
No.
confirmed by those that were at these pageants, not only in Miss USA, but also Miss Teen USA, where victims have come out and said that there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. So if
Play-
you want to
play
sit
it,
there
play
and
that.
defend that, wait,
Play
no,
that.
those are victims
Play
that
it.
specifically have come out and talked about the
Fine,
fact
you-
that that's happened. I already played the clip for you. Do you need me to play it again for you a third time?
Yep. Yeah, because it's
Apparently,
if that clip-
chat, we
if-
need to play it for him a
dude,
third time. Okay.
dude,
Okay, apparently.
If that clip, if that
Well,
clip,
you could also
if
say
that
as the
clip was
owner
so-
of the pageant.
if that
Oh.
clip was so damaging and true, he wouldn't be president.
Oh,
It's no-
you mean if you guys had actually had morals? If you guys actually cared about people? Oh my god, it's almost like you understand that this is a reason to not support him, yet you still decide to support him. You want to know
What do you
why
do
he's
for-
president? Because people will defend him with a cult-like mentality exactly like you, and reinforce it
No.
exactly like you, and then it becomes
No.
normalized to a point where you're like, there's no possible way he would have even gotten to the position of president if these things were actually true about him.
Hey,
Well, no, you're just
let me ask you this.
reinforcing the culture that has allowed for him to get away with it.
Would you shut up for 30 seconds? Let me talk. What if that's the worst thing he's done and he shuts the border and he stops crime, and yet your guy gets a Hummer in the office, right? Showers with his daughter, opens the border, allows crime to happen? Who do you vote for?
So the last candidate was Kamala Harris, right? We're not going all the way back to Bill Clinton, right? So hold up. Okay, again, you had no evidence for that. What was your evidence? Who did she sleep with? Tell me. Who did she sleep? Wait, tell me. Answer the question. Who did she sleep with?
I don't know his name. He's insignificant.
She slept her way to the top, but apparently you don't even know who she slept with, but you know who she is. That's ridiculous for you to say. That's absurd. You don't even know who you're referencing. You don't even know who you're referencing. What do you mean she slept her way to the top? What are you talking about? It's not Trump and Bubba. You're just engaging in misogyny. You have no basis in evidence at all. You have a literal trust me, bro, for saying she quote unquote slept her way to the top. You're literally just saying that because she's a woman. But if it were true specifically in the case of literally a man, you would never say that about the man. This is never a claim when it comes to men at all. It's only a claim that misogynistic pieces of shit will use targeted towards women to demean them getting into positions of power. And even if this were true, this does not mean that you should blame the woman in this scenario. Why wouldn't you blame the men in the positions of power that exploit the positions of power to literally abuse women to be able, to abuse women to be able to then, right, force them specifically to, in order to be able to get into that position, engage in a particular type of behavior? Right? So why wouldn't you blame the men who set up the system in that way rather than blaming the woman who specifically, in order to be able to get into a position of power, in order to help other women, had to do that in order to get into a position of power like that? So not only do you not have evidence for it, but you look like a complete, total, utter POS when you sit there and you try to engage in the misogynistic conspiracy theory that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, slept her way to the top. You have no basis in evidence for. Push the galaxy. Would you like to give us a response to that one? If you could possibly. Is there any response? You have the ability to unmute. I'm currently not. I've sent you an invite to unmute. Amy Lee, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Karen, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Apparently, it looks like he's got no argument in response. No argument. Seriously, it's just utter BS. It's utter BS that they sit here and they literally try to engage in the belligerent, absolutely insane lie that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, slept her way to the top, right? It's absolutely absurd and ridiculous. It's straight up just misogynistic conspiracy theories that they come up with in their own heads in order to act like she's, quote unquote, not qualified to get into these particular positions when she's objectively more qualified than Donald Trump. It's not even close. It's not even close. It's actually embarrassing that they have to stoop to such a position. Oh, I just accidentally muted you again because I was trying to unmute you. I sent you an invite to unmute, man. You gotta click the microphone in the bottom right. You're purposefully not muting, or not unmuting at this point. Come on.
No, you muted me nonstop, so you.
I didn't. Yes. I sent you an invite multiple times.
I'm 55 years old and I'm not tech savvy like you, but Willie
you don't
Brown,
need to be tech savvy to click a microphone in the bottom right of your screen, bro.
Why would I know this?
You just need basic critical thinking skills.
Dude, shut up and let me talk. She fucked Willie Brown.
Okay, so you just found this in the chat. And again, there's no basis in evidence to say that because she was in a relationship with Willie Brown, that's the reason why she got into the positions of power that she was in. You don't think that just because people are in relationships with others, that necessarily means that just because they're in those relationships, that is the only reason they got into positions of power. That is not the reason why she specifically...
Don't be a fucking idiot. What are you, 23 years old with no job? All you do is sit...
This is a job.
And you're on what?
I have no job? Wait, what is a job?
Your job is this.
Okay, so you admitted it's a job.
Okay, yes.
Okay, it is a job, yeah.
It will not. You will not last. You better save your money.
It won't last? Okay, what do you mean? I've been doing this
for
almost 5 years.
You think you're going to be doing this in 5 years, Sunshine?
Well, I've been doing this for 5 years.
Yeah, you think you're going to be doing it in 5 years from now? There's no fucking way.
Yes, I actually do think I'll be doing this.
You will not last.
Wait,
I actually will not last.
Keep saying that. What do you mean I won't last? There's 8.8 thousand people in the stream. 8.9 actually. I know you're jealous and you're mad, but it's absolutely lasting. I'm going to be doing this in 5 years. Absolutely.
No.
Yeah, I will.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. No, I'm totally serious. I will absolutely be doing this in 5 years.
Like 6 people watching you.
What do you mean 6 people watching me? Again, there's like literally like almost 9,000 people in the stream.
That's not that much.
That's 9,000 people concurrently watching the stream is not that much?
No.
What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me?
By the way, everyone, it's 6,000 here on TikTok and then 3,100 people on YouTube. You think that's not a lot of people? Have you ever been on a stage in front of 9,000 people before?
Once.
Once. When?
And I wasn't paid for. I wasn't paid for it.
When?
At a concert, I could go up on stage. It had nothing to do with me.
And did you think that was a lot of people?
In front of me, yes.
Okay, so then 9,000 people is a lot.
Did I think that a year later I'd be talking to all of them? No. And this is one person. This is one of them that won't be talking to you again.
Okay, well, I just think that you're obviously jealous. You have to acknowledge that 9,000 people is a lot. 9,000 is absurd, okay? I still can't even fathom 9,000 people listening to the stream. I think that's absurd.
My daughter posted a TikTok and got like 25,000 likes.
Who? 25,000 likes is not 9,000 people concurrently watching the stream.
And people that laugh at you.
What do you mean laughing at me? Most people, what are you talking about? Most people are not laughing at me in the stream. They're laughing at you.
No, I don't think so.
What are you talking about? If you were laughing at the guest and not at... Wait, hold up. If you're laughing at the guest and not at me, type laughing emojis in the comment section. What's that?
You're okay with open borders?
I don't think that that's open borders, and no, I don't advocate for open borders. But I think that anyone undocumented in the country...
Did you like what was going on under Biden those 4 years?
That wasn't open borders. Can you define open borders?
Not checking people that come in, or if you do check them, saying, don't worry about it, come back later, and never come back, wink, wink.
Okay, so we had restrictions on the border under the Biden-Harris administration. It's absurd for you to say that there were no restrictions on the border under the Biden-Harris administration. And the idea that you would say that there was an open border is literally a manufactured propagandistic lie that only people literally without basic critical thinking skills will believe, because you have to do a basic level of critical thought process in order to understand that there absolutely were restrictions, which would mean that there's not an open border. Secondly, you understand that Democrats want to deport those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? People who have committed violent offenses like Donald Trump, right? Violent sex offenses. Right, we don't want them into the country, but apparently you want them in the Oval Office.
No, you want them in the country, and you want to let them go 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 times. A guy just lit someone on fire in Chicago.
No, we don't think... No. We did...
I disagree. How many times was the guy in Chicago arrested?
Listen.
How many times?
I think any person...
How many times?
Listen.
Answer it.
Here's my way of
answer
addressing
me.
Listen,
I'll hang up on you if you don't answer me.
I don't know. I don't even know the specific case you're referencing. I don't know.
2 days ago, he lit a person on fire on the train. How many times had he been arrested?
I don't know.
72.
Okay, this is under the Trump administration, right?
Yeah, he was arrested 72 times.
Okay, so then why are you blaming me? Why are you blaming me when it happened under the Trump administration? What are you talking about?
I was being sarcastic. You think he was arrested 72 times in the last 6 months?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know the case you're referencing.
It was in fucking Chicago. Where do you think he was arrested, and who do you think was in charge?
Okay.
Look it up.
If you're talking about immigration enforcement, that's federal.
That's one of
immigration. Wait, listen.
Look it up,
listen.
Sunshine.
Listen.
Figure it out. I'm out.
Hey, genius. Oh, you're gonna run away because you're scared. Aw. You're gonna run away because you're scared. You're a triggered little snowflake, and you have to run away to your safe space. Aw. Aw, let him run away to his little safe space because he can't engage in critical thinking skills. Aw. Look at him run away. Look at him run away. Susan, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you. Amanda with the $5. Thank you. Lily with the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John with the $5. It looks like you can't even figure out how to leave the stream. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Alyssa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Alyssa in the comment section right now. Joe, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kelsey with the 10. Steph, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 5. Gerald, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, dude, you're still here. You want to have that conversation? Because you're literally just such a crybaby. You had to literally try to run away, but you're not tech savvy enough in order to actually run away from the stream, that you're still literally in the stream, and I can see it. Ron and Adam, thank you for the 10 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Come on, stop rage quitting, bro. Come back. Have the conversation. Stop being scared of critical thought, of basic reasoning, of engaging in a mutual debate where you use actual intellectual thoughts. Jen, thank you for the $2. Luke, thank you for the $5. Owen, thank you for the €6. I really appreciate it. Ron with the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Ron in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Debbie with the 10. Mary, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Felonious, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 5. Oh, you're back. Hey, dude. Are you there? Hello? I hear you. I can hear the TV, dude. Oh, he left. He finally figured out how to leave. How did it take him that long to figure out how to leave, dude? That's so embarrassing, dude. That's embarrassing. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up, Rob? How old are you? Oh, he left. Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates.
Oh,
Yo,
shit.
How old are you? A fetus? Okay. That name is crazy for it being a fetus, by the way. That name was crazy for it being a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
His stance on abortion, his stance on immigration, taxes, a few other things. Where you want to start?
Let's start with taxes.
So
what do you like about his taxes?
I got a 7% tax break, and I'm grateful for that.
Okay. So do you make over $400,000 a year?
I do.
Okay. So you're saying because you get a small tax cut, right, under the Trump administration, you're willing to cut hundreds of thousands of children off of free school lunch and breakfast, over 420,000 children cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big, beautiful bill. Over 10 million people cut off their health insurance. And over 2.5 million people on average every month cut off the context of their food stamps. So it sounds like you care more about the slight extra money that you're going to get over $400,000 in income comparative to literally people getting their basic needs met.
Yeah, my tax break didn't have anything to do with people losing what they lost.
Yeah, it did, because it was through the big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill not only gave you your tax break, but also cuts children off of free school lunch and breakfast, right? Cuts people off their access to health insurance and people off their access to food stamps in general to the degree of millions of people, right? And it still adds trillions of dollars to the debt to give massive tax breaks to you and other millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, no, I got my tax break long before the big, beautiful bill.
Okay, if referencing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, is that what you're trying to reference? That was put into the big, beautiful bill. That's an aspect of the big, beautiful bill. Now, if you're referencing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, are you saying that you disagreed with the level of taxation under the Biden-Harris administration?
I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Do you disagree with the level of taxation that existed under the Biden-Harris administration?
No, I did good under their administration too.
Okay, so then what's your problem?
I don't have a problem. I don't know. I'm not sure why you think
No, what's your problem with Democrats? Like, why do you support Trump over Democrats? Because Donald Trump has literally advocated to execute Democrats in Congress who specifically just advocated for people who are in the government to not follow unlawful orders.
Mm-hmm.
He advocated for their execution, said that they've been engaging in seditious behavior, retweeted people saying, HANG them, George Washington would, with people who said that, who had neo-Nazi profile pictures. So do you still support Donald Trump after doing all of that? Straight up going full-on fascist?
Parker, we were talking about taxes.
Yeah, I understand. And we're having a conversation. I'm saying, does this little bit of extra income that you're getting from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, in terms of the little bit of tax cut that you're going to get, worth, right, literally him threatening to murder his political opponents? Okay, I'm sorry, genuinely. How could you look at that and be like, you know what, that totally makes sense to me, that I care a little bit more about a few $1,000s extra that I'm going to get on my tax bill than literally the country not having a democratic process, literally not having the ability to disagree with the person who's in the position of presidency.
How did we go from taxes to murder?
I explained if you listened. Did you hear what I said?
No. The first thing you did was said...
Can you go closer to your microphone? It's kind of hard to hear you.
Yeah, I sure can. Okay. First thing,
I didn't say anything about income. I said taxes. Okay. So you're referring to the few $1,000s that I got in income, and it's substantially more than that. If you do roughly 8% of 400,000, yeah, let's just do 650, and
No, it depends on how much you
you'll
make
see it's
above
more than a few
400,000.
$1,000s. And also, we're talking about the tax break that I received, not the income, and nothing about murder. So if you don't mind, let's stay focused.
I explained it to you if you listened. Did you listen at all? Because I tried to explain it again, but it sounds like you couldn't actually track what I was saying.
No, I couldn't because you went everywhere instead of I said I got a tax break.
Yeah. And I said, is a tax break worth all of these horrible things that are happening within our society? Does that make sense?
My tax break didn't come with the big beautiful bill. My tax
I
break
understand. The
came
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
before the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, you're referencing
And
the Tax Cuts and
also,
Jobs Act, which also added
I
$2 trillion to the debt while giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires disproportionately.
yeah, and that sounds good.
That does
And
not sound good.
unfortunately, I did not get any income out of it because it allowed me to bless the employees that I have in order for them to have a better life.
You could do that either way. It's a tax deductible.
No, you can't do that on payroll.
What? Yes, you can. When you
No, sir.
when you pay employees a wage, that is a tax deductible in terms
Yeah.
of their
At
wage,
what
right?
point? At what point is it not tax deductible? Since you know so much, I can tell you.
You tell me. Go ahead. I think that would depend. Go ahead.
Are we talking state or federal?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It depends on state or
Mhm.
federal. If you want to reference federal,
Mhm.
go for it.
And then it allows me to compensate them for health care, and it also allows them to have more in their Social Security that they pay into. So when they retire, they have a greater Social Security check.
None of these are enlisted in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Tell me what provision allows for that.
No. It's not. But the simple fact is, when you get a payroll check and you pay more in, you get more back at the end of the day. And also, so if you work 20, 25 years and you decide to retire, your Social Security check will be more. And also, it freed up a few dollars for me to be able to compensate my employees.
What provision?
So that way they have.
What provision under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did you like? Because what you're talking about, right? It doesn't seem like it's tax policy that'd be any different under either administration.
Well, it changed my bottom line. And when my bottom line
What?
went up, I was able to take that extra
What
income
specifically?
through the business.
What provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to this?
Well, you'd have to talk to an accountant about that.
No, you don't. I'm talking to a Trump supporter that is claiming that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is what's allowing for him to benefit in terms of a tax cut for something that
I
doesn't
never
even
s-
seem like it's applicable only through the Tax Cuts
Okay.
and Jobs Act, and something that seems like that's applicable under either administration's tax policy.
All right. So first off, I never mentioned the tax cut. It, none of that's been coming out of my mouth. The bottom line is, when I make more, my people are blessed. So therefore, I was able to
Well,
take.
not
and
everyone's
provide-
Jesus like you, and they have a profit incentive. They specifically only are going to give it down to their employees if they profit from it. So I would prefer a system that builds up the consumer base and everyone to have a base standard of living that everyone lives in terms of dignity. I think that would be good.
That's real anecdotal, and
Anecdotal?
that's-
How is that anecdotal?
Well, if you chose to do that, then that makes it anecdotal. That's a you thing. That's
How
not
is
a,
it? No, an
that's
anecdote would
not
be like
me
a
thing.
personal experience. I didn't give you an explanation of a personal experience.
No, you didn't. But you said you, so you're being personal about it.
That doesn't mean it's an anecdote, genius.
Let's get back. Let's get back to the reality here. The fact of the matter is that I got a tax break, and my 8 employees benefited from it. So there you go.
Okay,
for those
but like
that don't
you're not really
inform,
saying what specific policy that Trump passed led to that. You're just saying, oh, it happened. Under what years did you get the tax cut?
Oh wow, 17, 18 ish.
Okay. Okay, so
So,
you got it in 17, 18,
I mean,
but not
I
any
don't-
other time.
Well, since then, I mean, it's been pretty steady for what, 8 years
Okay.
ish.
So isn't that an anecdote, by the way?
Well, it may be, but if you say it's me, it's anecdotal. But if you look at 8 other employees plus myself, that makes it 9. So therefore, it's not anecdotal.
No. It's a description of your anecdotal experience of what's happened in your life, right?
Well, then it is. It is what it is.
Okay.
So then I can say it's my experience, and
So you're using an anecdote of your experience and getting a tax cut to then justify supporting Donald Trump, who gives a tax increase to a lot of Americans because of the implementation of tariffs.
Well, and also, and this is anecdotal, but because I was able to make more, I was able to give more, I was able to tithe more, and therefore there's
Jesus,
a lot of
Jesus, and Jesus also did that too. So what's your point there? Because we understand from an economic perspective, we can't just literally view it from, oh, what would the most the nicest capitalist do in this circumstance? No, we have to look at what's typically going to happen in the markets, and then we have to respond, right, from a governmental perspective in terms of what's going to be or lead to the best outcomes for people who are in the context of the market, right, on average.
I'm not the only one doing it, and I'm not the only one not doing it. So
okay, you might not be the only one doing it, but proportionally it's unlikely because they're going to do what's profit maximizing, and that's not always the case that it's profit maximizing.
Well, I mean, I get that, but at the same time, there are other people out there that owns businesses that are not.
But I just want to let you know, all the tax cuts that you got for income under $400,000 a year will stay the same. Okay, all of that will stay the same. But Kamala Harris just wanted to increase your taxes on the income over $400,000. So not income up to $400K, income over $400K.
You do understand if I have to pay more taxes, then there's going to be people that I have to let go, right?
No,
there's going to be people that
you're
are
going to be
unemployed.
fine. You're going to be fine.
I will be, but they won't.
No, you're not going to increase the amount of jobs you have just because you got a slight increased tax bill on your personal income that you're taking out on income over 400,000 by a few percentage points. Get a grip, dude.
Why would
you're just this is greed. This is greed.
It's
your personal income over 400,000. Why don't you eat it rather than making your employees eat it? If you care so much, if you're so noble, if you're so good to your employees, why don't you eat it? If it is the case that your income is already over $400,000 a year.
Let me tell you, I have eaten it, and during COVID.
Okay, well then you can eat it all the way up to your 400K, right? You can make 400K in a year, and you can eat it up all to that point. And then if you eat it up all to that point, well then you don't even have an increase in your tax. Did you know that? No increase in your taxes if you make $400,000 in a year. No increase. Actually, if anything, you'd have a decrease because you don't have tariffs implemented. So what about all the tariffs? Don't tariffs impact your business?
Unfortunately, I don't. The cusp isn't 400,000, so it's hard for me to
It is 400,000. Kamala Harris said that she would keep all the tax cuts for income. Kamala Harris said she would keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year.
Calm down. Calm down.
I'm completely
Relax.
calm. I'm completely calm.
Calm down. Okay. It's hard for me to
you
hide
have to tell me that
$250,000.
you have to tell me to calm down in order to distract away from the argument that I just provided to you that clearly demonstrates that you're wrong and being ridiculous.
Okay. When you start making 650, you get back with me. How about
Okay, so then you can eat 250, right? And you're going to be no tax increase under Kamala Harris, and right, your employees aren't going to have to lose a job. So eat 250. That's multiple employees' salaries, right? You're such a noble and good employer, right? You're going to give you the extra income that you're going to get from tax cuts. You're going to give it to your employees, right? Oh, but now you're not going to say that. Now you're going to say you're going to pass it to the employees so that they lose their jobs so that you can continue to keep your profits at $650,000 in income over a year. Because you don't want to pay the little bit of extra taxes on the $250,000 of income that you made over $400,000 in a year. A few extra percentage points.
It would cost me about $125,000, which is 2 employees. I could pay 2 employees an extra $62,500 a year, and I would have 10 employees,
And then you would have no tax increase. You'd still make $400K in a year. You'd have no tax increase.
No. I would. Personally, I would.
No? Because if you make $400,000 in a year, Kamala Harris's plan would lead to you paying no more in taxes, if anything less, because the tariffs would not be implemented.
There's tariffs doesn't have anything to do with this. You're
Yes,
all
they
over the
do.
map.
Tariffs are a tax, and they affect businesses. So if we're comparing the different
Tariffs-
administrations'
okay.
taxes, we have to talk about
Tariffs don't
tariffs
affect-
because the Trump administration has implemented it, and they don't impact your company at all.
No, sir.
You get none of your products from other countries.
I have American-made goods.
Everything's 100% American. Even the producers produce everything. All the materials come from the United States.
I have American-made goods with American-made labor.
And American materials.
American-made goods with American-made labor.
What about material?
Goods.
Yeah, so you assemble the goods in America. Does that mean that the materials came from
100%.
America?
100% American-made.
So materials come from America.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on.
100% America. Okay, great for you, man.
100% and-
100%
yeah, I mean, it's-
America.
it's a good
Great
thing.
for you.
It's a good thing.
That's incredible, man. I wonder how you do it. But the point that the point
the
that I would make
blessings
then.
of, I'm blessed, bro. I'm blessed.
You're blessed. You're blessed. You think God blessed you?
100%, 200%.
Why did God bless you but not me?
Do you tithe?
Do I? No, I don't.
Yeah. Do you know about 30, 60, and 100 folds?
No, I have no clue.
Okay. So when you tithe, you give the first 10% to the church.
So you give
Okay.
10% of your income to the church.
Absolutely. No,
Okay.
no, I'm lying.
And you're saying,
I'm lying. I'm lying. I lied. I lied. I give over 10%.
So you just sinned?
But the first 10% is the tithe. Okay. There's 4 types of giving. There's alms.
But that's not required, right? And also, are you really saying that you're blessed because you pay money to the church, and I'm not blessed because I don't pay money to the church?
No. I'm not blessed because I pay.
So why are you blessed and I'm not?
I'm blessed because of my beliefs, and I read scripture and I understand that the concept of 30, 60, and 100 fold. So the foundation is that I believe Jesus Christ died for my sins.
Okay, so because
therefore,
okay.
it's not paying. I feel like it is a honor to give.
So you're blessed. So you're blessed
saying I'm
because you
paying,
believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, right? So then
it's an
why
honor.
are there Christians that are not blessed?
It's an honor. I don't know any that aren't.
So you think every Christian is blessed?
Absolutely.
So even Christians that starve to death? Like you understand that many Christians,
Yes.
millions of people starve to
Yes.
death every single year. You're saying Christians
Yes.
who have starved to death, you're telling me that they're blessed?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That doesn't make any sense to me. How does that mean that
I'm
they're
sorry.
blessed?
Are they walking with Jesus?
What? What do you mean?
Well, if you're a Christian, you walk with Jesus.
Hey,
And
wait,
you understand.
if
Okay,
God
let
is
me
blessing
explain
them, why
something
didn't he
to you.
bless them with food? Why didn't he provide food, manna from the sky, like he did in the Bible?
When you walk with Jesus, you understand that you're exactly where you need to be, and if that means that you're poor, and let me tell you, I come from poverty, and I walk with Jesus. Then I've been hungry, I've starved, I've been without. I've slept
And
on the
again,
streets.
if you believe in this all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God, starvation's gone. Literally, God could make our biology in such a way in which we do not require food to survive. Okay? God could make starvation go away with a snap of a finger like Thanos. Okay?
He does.
Why does God not do that?
He does.
He does, so then there's no starvation in our world.
You live in the world, and that's just it. When we
So there
fail,
is starvation in this world. Millions of people starve to death every single year. There is world hunger. We should end it. There should be no world hunger. But the point I'm making is that God could, and it's gone. And there's still free will. It doesn't get rid of your free will. So why doesn't God snap away starvation? He could easily do it. God's all-knowing. God's all-powerful. God's all good. Why doesn't God do that?
He does.
He does. So then, again, under your view, there's no starvation. Appreciate Kitty thinking the galaxy. What?
We were in the Garden of Eden. When sin entered the world that you live in, therefore you're no longer in fortunate enough to be in his presence. When you pass and you are in his presence, you are no longer starved, you are rich. There's streets of gold, pearly gates. So therefore, this short breath that we live passes.
Why can't God just send us directly to heaven without going to earth in the first place?
It's called sin.
Okay, so but before sin even existed, wait, but before you existed, did you sin? Did your soul sin? No. So God should have just sent you directly to heaven in the same way that aborted fetuses go to heaven, under your view, right? He could have sent you directly to heaven without sending you to earth in the first place. If heaven is better than earth, why didn't God do that? If he's all good, all knowing, all powerful, he knows that it's better. He has the power to send you there. He has the knowledge and the capacity to send you there. Why doesn't he do it?
I was in an earthly body that sinned.
Again, before you were in the earthly body, your soul. God knew you before you were in your earthly body, correct? Why didn't God send your soul directly to heaven?
Because he gave me the opportunity to come and bless people.
Okay, so again, you wouldn't need to bless people if every listen. You wouldn't need to bless anyone. Listen. You wouldn't listen. Listen. By the way, you are not blessing us in this conversation. One, two. You wouldn't need to bless. You wouldn't need to bless people. Listen. You wouldn't need to bless people if God sent every soul directly to heaven. Okay, there would be no blessings needed because everything would be perfect.
He gave us the opportunity to come here and accept Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior.
We would have already done that if he sent us directly to heaven, right? Because again, that's what you think is morally correct, and that would have happened in heaven, as you think there are no imperfections in heaven.
Where is your opportunity to do that if you're not here in the sinful world?
Huh?
Where is your opportunity to do that if you're not here in this sinful world?
Okay, so do aborted fetuses that go directly to heaven, do they specifically get that? Do they get that choice?
I like to believe that, but I can't answer that question. I wholeheartedly believe that is 100% how it is, and rightfully so, because they weren't afforded the opportunity
I have
for
a question.
choice. Hold on. They weren't afforded the opportunity for choice, so the choice was made for them. That's my belief. Can I prove it? No. But yeah, so, and you use the word fetus. Unfortunately, the word is human being, according to studies and the pediatric clinic and scientists everywhere. And, maybe you should address it as humans. So once you get the ability to make the decision for right and wrong and understand sin, you also should understand that there's someone that died for your sins and paid the price for you in order for you to enter the gates of heaven or hell.
Okay, so you think I'm going to go to hell?
Good question, Parker. I hope not, and I pray for you. And
but no, if I believe what I believe right now, if I were to die right now, would I go to hell?
I don't know what you believe.
I'm an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. It means I don't know what is the cause of the universe, and I don't believe it's a God. Would I go to hell under your view?
I mean, man, do I think that? Look, man, I hate to even touch that, bro.
Do you think hell is eternal fire?
Yes.
Okay, so then here's my question. If I were to die right now, do you think I should burn for all of eternity?
I'm just not gonna touch it, bro. I'm
asking the question. Do you think I should burn? If I were to die right now, should I burn for all of eternity just because I don't believe a God exists?
I'm not here for your eternal
Well, I just want to ask you the question. If that's
I will
true,
say
if
this.
I were to die right now without
I
believing
don't
in
know.
Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in a God, right? Should I burn for the rest of eternity under your view?
Here is, I'll give you the best answer I can. According to Scripture, which is God breathed, yes, you will.
Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next person. By the way, his view is that I should literally. He's not like super wanting to say it, but his view literally comes down to the idea that Parker, just because he's an atheist, and by the way, every person of every other religion on the planet, if they were to die right now, that they would burn alive for the rest of eternity. That's an absurd standpoint. And his view is not just that that would happen. His view is that that should happen because it's God ordained under his view. That's absurd. He literally believes in the torturing eternity of atheists just because they're atheists. That's absurd. I just want everyone to know that. Right, you do not have to be Christian and believe in that. You can be Christian without believing in eternal fucking burning alive. Okay? That's an absurd standpoint that I would say most Christians I've met in my life do not believe. Okay? Unless you're going to find someone like debating on the stream or something like that. Like, most Christians I've met in real life definitely do not hold that interpretation. That's an absurd interpretation. At least, I mean, but okay, you know what? It's where I live. I grew up non-denominational, so that's probably also what it is. But for many of their denominations, they might have different perspectives. But let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Hey, I can't wait to burn with all of you, everyone. Can't wait to burn with all of you. I love y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Gina Lees, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you, Gina Lees. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christina, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Corey, thank you for the $2. I'll make sure to look for that. That's crazy. What the fuck? John, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Mark, thank you for the 10. All right, let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yo, I accidentally requested my bad.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Anna, thank you for the $10 fraud. Nobody else I'd rather burn with than the Barker Cole. I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello? 19.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What was that?
Fetus. That was Fetus Parker, everyone. That was Fetus Parker. I was about to say, is it Evil Parker? But no, it was Fetus Parker. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, what's your birth year?
1998.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
100% Donald Trump.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, there are some things I'm splitting with Donald Trump on, but holistically,
I would hope so.
I do. Sure, right? I'm not like rank and file, though I do support Donald Trump with his policy on immigration, his policy on how he's treating narco terrorists or T groups, sending narcotics and all the other things to the United States.
I don't know if you can say that on the live. I think I have to go into the next person. If you have another account, you should hop in the guest box. I just want to be safe. I do feel like I'm gonna get the live taken down, or not taken down, but restricted in terms of push if I kept them up. So Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, let's get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think we should easily be able to. Mill, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Vampire with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Vampire. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know, right?
Hello?
Yo, it's about you.
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
November.
What day?
Sorry?
What day?
6.
Okay. All right, let me say thank you to someone real quick, and then we can go into our conversation. Madden, thank you so much. Or Maiden, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ron, I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Groups of W's for Ron in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Probably just because it was the only option, I feel like, in that election.
Kamala Harris was another option. Why didn't you pick Kamala Harris?
I just don't feel like it'd be a viable option. I feel like it would just be like a continuation of Biden's policy more than something different.
Okay, what's bad with Biden's policy that you disagree with so much that you're willing to support Donald Trump?
Probably like the amount that they funded Israel's genocide in Palestine.
Okay, so you know that Trump does that to a greater extent, and then also
Trump's,
Netanyahu himself said that Trump is Israel's greatest ally they've ever had in the position of presidency. So if you believe that's true, well then you must agree specifically that Donald Trump is worse for that.
Well, obviously, I don't support either of their positions on that, but at least, Trump got a ceasefire in Palestine compared to
Donald
Biden.
Trump was originally advocating for quote unquote finishing the job when she was advocating for a ceasefire. So if you wanted a ceasefire earlier, then you would have supported the Democrats' plan, not the Republicans.
Well, the Democrats had 4 years to get a ceasefire, and they didn't.
4 years?
It
What are you
actually got
talking
worse.
about? What are you talking about? 4 years?
From
4 years for
2020 to
what?
2024.
No, 2021 to 2025, and then also that's not the entire the you're referencing the conflict between Israel and Hamas, right? Right, where they were
No,
in the genocide of the Palestinian people, funded by the United States. Yeah, that was you're referencing after October 7th, right?
No.
No. Okay, so you're referencing prior to that?
Well, when I said Trump caused a ceasefire, yes, I was referencing after October 7th, but when I said the Democrats in that situation, then I was referencing before.
Okay, so just like the typical funding that was being given to Israel, that also Trump engaged in.
Yeah, but I'm
Okay,
saying
so then
Trump at least got a ceasefire.
Again, this isn't irrelevant. Again, Trump advocated for a ceasefire after the Democrats planned to get a ceasefire. Democrats were advocating for a ceasefire
But was
quicker.
it was
there is no
whose
ceasefire
administration
currently.
was it executed over?
It's currently being executed under Trump. So
Under-
Trump's allowed for Israel to engage in mass starvation of the Palestinian people to a degree that didn't exist under the Biden-Harris administration. Not to say that the Biden-Harris administration did something to prevent it to the degree that I advocate for, but I would specifically say that Donald Trump has done so to a greater extent, and I think that's very true. And Netanyahu himself says that.
Well, can I ask you, do you agree with Biden and Kamala Harris's
Kamala.
stance on Israel?
No.
Oh, sorry? Kamala? Is it Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala. I don't agree with
Kamala.
their stance.
And do you think Israel's committing a genocide?
Yes.
So how do you support politicians who support a genocide?
Well, I think that I would vote for the harm reduction in the scenario, which would be the Democrats.
Well, what have the Democrats done in the past to make the situation better?
We've already mentioned this. It was Donald Trump saying, quote unquote, finish the job. Kamala Harris saying ceasefire, alongside many other domestic
I mean, you can
policies and
say
foreign policy
anything.
issues. I'm sorry,
You didn't
Donald
say
Trump's
anything
also
about.
called for the execution of Democrats. Some Democrats for literally just saying don't follow unlawful orders. Donald
Well,
Trump has
that's
murdered multiple, over 60 people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress, right? And even if they did have DRUGS, they specifically should have been detained once they get to U.S. waters. Donald Trump's also been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He's bragged about walking in the changing rooms
can
of
I
naked
go?
women while they're changing without their consent. All of these things are not true about Democrats, like Kamala
Well,
Harris.
or that's a if I personally believe that that's a deflection because we're talking about a certain topic. We're not talking about South America or
We're
any of
talking
those
about it.
issues.
You asked me how do I support specifically the Democrats over the
Hmm.
Republicans, and I'm giving you an explanation for that. We weren't just talking about one
I didn't say
specific
I didn't
topic
say
when you asked that
I don't
question.
think I
We were
mentioned the word
talking about an
Republicans
overall. Let me
this
please
whole
finish. We were
time.
talking about an overall
Sorry.
analysis of both candidates to say why I supported one candidate over the other one, considering a specific thing like that we were referencing, which I did, and I showed you. Not only is Donald Trump worse, particularly on the issue that you brought up, but he's also worse across the board, which gives you reason to support Democrats over
Hmm.
Republicans. So would you like to actually engage with the argument that I provided, or do you just want to keep repeating the same talking point?
Can you summarize? Well, can I ask you a question? If you think this is a repetition, then we'll go back to what you were saying. Okay, is that cool? That
Yeah.
cool. Do you think the actions that, or the actions that have been done by Trump versus Biden and Harris is it favoring the Republicans or the Democrats? Just straight actions, not words, in Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, I think that Trump is doing worse in terms of action. Yes.
How come?
How come? What the unprecedented level of starvation that happened under the Trump administration compared to the Biden-Harris administration, right? The
And
and also, by the way, you can't just like not take into account the words that they're saying because they're talking about their positions that they support, right?
that's true. Dude,
Also, you have to talk about the amount of people, right, and the amount of buildings that were completely destroyed to a significantly greater extent. Now, again, not to say that I agree with the Democrats on this, but I have to acknowledge the reality that the Democrats on this issue are not as bad as the Republicans.
well, do you think it would be better? Like what's going on right now would be better if Harris was elected?
Yes.
Did the Biden administration make any real progress in that area under their administration?
They had a ceasefire in place before Trump got in office that they were about to get through.
Well, when was that?
Right before they left.
Okay, but you still think that it's, all right, you want to go back to what you were talking about then?
Yeah, the point I'm saying is that you're willing to overlook all these atrocious and horrible things about Donald Trump, that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, that he undermines our democracy, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's a fascist. We can give you all these different examples of things that are absolutely atrocious about Donald Trump that you're not even willing to engage with.
No, I think definitely that what he did in office, that's not okay. Like abuse, of course, his relations with Epstein, but I'm just not justifying him being a worse president, not as a person, but as a president towards the country than say Biden or Harris. I mean, I feel like economically, the corporate tax cuts, the unemployment rate went down, I think 3.7%, if I'm right.
No, it was
And
3.5%. It was 3.4 two separate
3.7.
months under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, since Trump's got in office, we've seen an increase in unemployment, and we've seen multiple months where there's been a decreasing amount of jobs, right? New jobs for that month. So if you actually want to reference the jobs numbers, the employment and jobs numbers are worse off right now since Trump got in office because of his destructive economic policy.
And what's that policy?
Yeah, tariffs and massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
Hmm.
Also, his mass
All right.
deportation policy.
Yeah. Well, do you think personally that illegal immigration is bad or good for the country?
I think that we should give undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country because immigration is positive for the economy. And I think that
Yeah, I
undocumented
think
immigration is negative for the undocumented immigrants themselves, and that's why we should give them a pathway to citizenship. I don't want them to be exploited because under current law they're able to be exploited because they don't have legal citizenship or even legal status.
yeah, I think immigration definitely like legal should be expanded, but can I ask you, do you think entering the country unlawfully is good for the country or bad for the country?
I don't even think it's bad for the country if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime under our current immigration law, because our current immigration law takes so long to get into the country through the legal process.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Well, I mean, when illegal immigrants, or sorry, well, I don't know how else to phrase it, but when people come to this country illegally and they have children, those children cost annually billions of dollars.
Wait, those children are
for
U.S. citizens.
yes, I know.
What's
But
wrong
I
with
mean,
that?
personally, I believe like besides Canada, every single developed country in the world has a law where you have to have at least one parent be legal in the country for their child to
Do
count
you
as a
agree
citizen.
or disagree with the Constitution?
I mean, do I think the Constitution is perfect? I mean, it was written by
No, I'm asking
like
you. Do you agree?
racist slave owners.
No,
No,
I'm asking you. Do you agree or disagree with the Constitution in this sense? Right, in terms of
in what sense?
in terms of people who are born in the country, right, specifically are granted citizenship.
Well, I don't agree with every
Do you
single
believe in
aspect of it. No.
birthright citizenship?
Not well, yes, but not the way it is in our country right now.
Not the way it is in our country.
So,
What do you
like
mean?
I said earlier, that almost like literally
And
every
also,
single
by the way,
developed country
if you
has
don't
been
want to
acting.
support that because of the fact that the founding fathers were racist slave owners, why are you okay with the Trump administration actively undermining that idea that the facts of evidence indicate that's true? And he says that we should stop, quote unquote, obsessing on the past, right?
Okay, can I finish the point I was gonna make?
Okay. Go ahead.
So I was gonna say that every single developed country in the world besides Canada and the US have a system where at least one of the parents have to be citizens of that country for the child to be a citizen on birthright. And because we don't have that here, because of healthcare and education costs, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars annually from those children.
Well, I have no issue with paying for like legal citizens access to schooling if they're children.
Well, do you care about something that stems from sorry, do the means justify the ends?
What? I just said that again.
Like,
A legal
coming here
citizen who's
illegally.
a child should get education. Are you saying we shouldn't give them access to education?
No, I think that it shouldn't even be a problem because you should have at least one parent has to be U.S. citizen. Because we're losing. I mean,
They
people are
are.
committing
So you're
crimes.
saying they shouldn't be citizens? They should be deported? Those children?
No, I feel like for the
Okay,
people.
those
Well,
children
if I
shouldn't
had
be
to make.
deported.
No, listen. If I was say I was president, I would forgive the people that came in illegally because we're changing constitution, we're making an amendment, and we help them become citizens. But starting from now on, this wouldn't be allowed. That's the only thing that
Wait,
makes sense.
wait, dude. I mean, wait. So then you hold a view to the left of the Democratic Party. Okay, you want to give a pathway to
I'm not
citizenship for
completely.
undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Now, if you want to enforce laws in the future, given that
Sure.
there's a quick legal immigration process, then yeah, I'd love
Sure,
to hear
yeah.
it.
Oh, you'd like me to give me say that again? Sorry.
Say it again.
Yeah.
I can't hear you. Hello?
Oh, can you ask your question again?
I think what was it about? I think it was about the Constitution. I read something and
It was
forgot.
about forgiving undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, do you think that undocumented immigrants should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime?
Yes. If I were in charge or something, not before we change
Yeah,
making a
that's
new
the
amendment
left
to
of the
the
Democratic
Constitution.
Party.
Yeah, I'm not completely right leaning. Like I don't agree with every single thing that Republicans do. I don't think anybody agrees with anything a complete party does.
So there's it's if you're to the left of the Democratic Party on immigration, why would you say you agree with Donald Trump because of immigration? Aaron, thank you. You're
Because I
amazing.
think that the money that's costing U.S. citizens, that illegal immigrants are causing, the money that we're losing should not be allowed. And I think deportation and stricter immigration laws would help solve that.
So again, if you're talking about birthright citizenship, this is a legal immigration process. So actually, stricter immigration laws would not, unless you
Well,
had some type of different interpretation in
well,
terms of the
listen,
Constitution, or if you had a different, specifically like a different law passed through Congress or something that would uphold.
well, illegal immigration causes these children to be born, which causes money. So the whole
Or
problem
not that. You'd have to
stems
have an
from illegal
amendment.
immigration.
You'd have to amend the Constitution on it.
Yes, you would. I said yeah. But illegal immigration causes this birthright, the child to be birthed, which causes us to lose billions of dollars annually.
Again, you keep saying this, right? Again, you understand that overall, kids in their lifetime will end up paying more into the tax system than they took out specifically in terms of education. Otherwise,
Well,
you'd be
that's
saying
true.
that you don't support immigration in which people bring over children, because then that's that we're gonna have to pay for their children to get access to education.
Well, legal immigration actually brings, you're right, it brings a great boost to the economy, but illegal immigration, I don't see any proof that it
But you
brings.
just said that they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. So
Yes,
then
under
they should
this,
be
under
considered legal immigrants. So then you do think that they should be given access to this because you do think that they should be legal immigrants. So what's your point
if
here?
I had to, if I had to choose here, everyone who came in illegally now, and they haven't, like you said, committed illegal, violent crime, whatever, they could stay, and we'd help them on their path to citizenship. But and we tighten the border process and make it easier for legal immigration to occur, not illegal immigration, because as you know,
Wait,
um,
you don't. Okay,
sorry, can
again,
I
I
finish just
understand.
one point? Just one point. Just one point.
I
Sorry.
understand your
Sorry.
position.
Sorry.
I
Sorry.
don't see how you're. Go ahead.
With this border system that illegal immigration is occurring, it's not just only the problem that legal immigration is occurring. You know, thousands of tons of illegal drugs, that enough to kill the entire U.S. population, is coming through the country. Well, I think it's 20% of women that come through illegally are to get sexually assaulted. So we need to make legal immigration easier and illegal immigration harder to benefit the country and people trying to come to this country.
Okay, a few things here. Most DRUGS that are brought across the border are brought by U.S. citizens, over 90%. Okay, I just want to clarify that. If you want to reference undocumented immigrants, you care about the undocumented immigrants, you don't want them to be exploited or assaulted, then the way to reduce that is not by voting in a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. The way to do that is by providing a pathway to citizenship in which they can stay in the country, because that would incentivize them to get access to legal status, where they don't have to leave the country and they can quickly get access to that, so it would reduce the likelihood of that happening. But again, if you cared about that, you wouldn't vote for a guy who's a predator, who's admitted himself to sexual exploitation and literally been held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Yeah, like I said, I don't support like 90% of, or more than 90% of the person who thinks Trump is done, but
No, it's not
his
about. No, you can't just
policy.
overlook that. You can't just say that you are use that as an
No, I agree.
argument and then just overlook this in terms of the
Okay.
debate.
Let me just get one point in. If I can have a president who is a creep, why can you support a president who funds a genocide in Palestine?
No, what I'm saying is that you're referencing a relevant distinction, right? Kamala Harris has not been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Donald Trump has. Okay. I would definitely like to shift the position in terms of the Democratic Party, specifically on Israel. But what you're not understanding is that both sides have that position. If anything, Donald Trump's position on that is worse. So what you brought up is something that's not a relevant distinction. What I've brought up are relevant distinction after relevant distinction after relevant distinction after relevant distinction after relevant distinction. Okay?
Okay, can you support a president who's, sorry, what would you classify Trump as in your own words?
Again, what do you mean? I just told you a million different things.
Let's name one that's like one of the worst ones.
He was held civilly liable. He's a rapist.
All right, let's say that. So you support? Well, I mean, was he held legally liable for rape?
He was held liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Okay, so obviously that's horrible. I personally, I did not know that, so I would not support a president who did something like that.
Okay, wait. So then you don't support Trump?
Well, can I get one point in, because you're dodging the Palestine thing?
No, I'm not. I've talked about this a million times.
Can I just get one point? Just one point, please.
No, because you admit. I want you to admit this. Do you not support Donald Trump then? Would you not vote for him?
I support him as a president.
So you do support him. So you would support someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Would you support someone who funds a genocide in Palestine? Yes, you would. Because you support
given that it exists on both sides, I would say that it's not a relevant distinction. So I can't actually engage in harm reduction.
It's a question of morals.
So
it's a question of morals.
It is a question of morals. Yeah, and the morals here to indicate harm reduction, what would be better for harm reduction would be Democrats over Republicans. Not saying I agree with Democrats, but saying that they're better than Republicans. You're not even willing to engage with this point. You have to bring up something that's a relevant distinction. You can't bring up something that's true on both sides.
Himself the only Zionist president in the history of America when he said
that's not what he said. And even if he did say that, he'd be wrong.
He said you don't have to be Jewish to be Zionist.
That's true. He did say that.
And he said,
what's your point?
And he's taking billions of dollars from AIPAC.
Yeah, I don't dispute that.
Okay, so you don't.
Again, so is Trump.
So you're willing to. So you're not able to support someone who did something, obviously terrible, like you mentioned before, but you're able to support someone who's funding a genocide. Is that what you're saying?
this is true on both sides. Trump does that to a greater extent.
Yes.
And I'm
Okay.
giving you
But
something
are
that's
you?
listen, I'm giving you something that's relevantly different. I'm engaging in the harm reduction perspective, right? Democrats or Republicans are going to be the ones in office. It's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. In what scenario do you think Donald Trump would be the preferable option to Kamala Harris? And if you can't mention the particular scenario, then you're going to sit there and you're going to virtue signal to
In
me,
what case?
saying that you're doing the thing that's morally correct when I'm actively advocating for the thing that will lead to less harm targeted towards people. It will lead to people being significantly better off. You're not even taking into account all of the different genocides that are happening in the world that Donald Trump has perpetuated, specifically in engagements with Saudi Arabia, specifically in their genocide of the Yemenis people.
Yeah, in Yemen.
Right?
Yeah.
We can also reference specifically how Donald Trump has actively murdered people off the coast of Venezuela, right? Specifically, indiscriminately, with absolutely no evidence given to Congress, specifically that they've done so, or that they've committed any of these particular types of crimes. We can actively point towards the things that Donald Trump's engaged in on a world stage. Not only just that, but also would be applicable here in the United States in terms of the lack of healthcare policy and childcare policy and access to food in this country because of Republican policy, where it's going to be millions and millions of people that are affected in terms of healthcare access, in terms of food security, in terms of their access to basic things, right? Children, even to the degree of 420,000 children on average every single month, and you're willing to overlook all of that. You're willing to overlook all the victims that have been assaulted by Donald Trump, right? Because you're willing to say that you just want to feel morally better, right? In your own fucking view. And I'm telling you, what is the harm reduction in this scenario? Is it voting for Kamala Harris or is it voting for Donald Trump? Because at the end of the day, you sit there and you let it happen. Nothing, you don't vote for anyone in that scenario. What happens? Donald Trump gets into the position of power. What happened? What has happened under the Trump administration?
Every single president has bad policies that have affected people. I bet you didn't care.
It's not just bad policies. We're showing you how it's. I actively showed you how it was worse. I didn't just say it was bad policy. I showed you how it was worse.
Okay, but if you're talking about Trump's, bad healthcare policy, etc., what about Obama increasing the bombing in the Middle East by 1,000% in drone strikes, killing 90% of civilians in the Middle East?
And Trump increased those drone strikes by 400%. To comparing to Obama's levels.
If we're talking about Obama, can you support that?
Well, I think it's better than the Republicans because I think the Republicans would have done it to a significantly greater extent. Now, is it something that I think is good? Absolutely not. I absolutely disagree with that. I am vehemently anti-war, anti-drone striking countries around the world, anti-interventionist in most scenarios, right? But the fact of the matter is that if we're comparing Obama to Trump, Obama's clearly preferable. If we're comparing Biden to Trump, Biden's clearly preferable. Comparing Kamala Harris to Trump, Kamala Harris is significantly more preferable comparative to Donald Trump. And if you can't sit there and acknowledge that, then you're going to sit there and say that Donald Trump, the guy who's admitted to sexual exploitation, been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, calls for the murder of Democrats, specifically who literally just said do not follow unlawful orders and uphold the Constitution, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, disproportionately causes an increase in taxes for working class Americans, cuts people off their access to food stamps, right, health insurance, right, access to education, right, and plenty of different things that are relevant to their quality of life here in this country and for people around the entire world. And you're willing to overlook all of that. Why?
Okay, I'm saying my point is that you can overlook bad things presidents done. How can I overlook bad things presidents done?
I don't overlook it. I'm looking at an all things considered analysis.
Okay, but if it's not a Democrat, let's say for example, in the Obama administration, drone strikes increased by 1,000%. Do you think that would happen to Republicans, or is it just Obama being a war criminal?
Trump increased drone strikes by 400% compared to Obama. And I don't even know where you got this 1,000% number.
You can check it yourself.
Tell me, what's the source?
Well, it's a statistic. Well, can you tell me the source for the other one? Because it's off my mind. I don't have the exact thing pulled up in front of me. But can you pull up the Trump drone strike statistic, please?
I'm pretty sure it's Chicago Sun-Times, if you'd like to look that up. Would you like to... Are you going to look that up right now or later?
I thought you were going to check it for me. Sorry.
I just told you.
Oh, is it? Can you read just the part where it says that on the article? Where it says what did you say, 400%?
I'm telling you the article. If you want to look it up, go for it. I'm not going to read the article to you.
Oh, what's the name of the article?
Yeah.
Sorry? You got the name of the article?
I told you. It's from the Chicago Sun-Times.
Yeah, but if I just search up Chicago Sun-Times, the article.
Yeah, 400% more drone strikes. You'll find it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to say thank you for like having me. I just want to say I don't support Trump. I just want to see your issue on your perspective on Palestine. I apologize for
Well, I
breaking
just
the
want to let
rules,
you know.
but
I just want to let you know something. You just wasted how
Mhm.
long of my time? You just wasted
No,
how long
because
of the
you
stream time?
support
So
genocide
20.
in
So
Palestine. You support
no,
Biden who
no, I
supports
don't.
genocide in
No, I
Palestine.
don't. I vehemently
Yes, you do.
disagree with it. But you're going to be a dishonest fuck and try to portray me that way?
You
Wait. So
can't
what? And that's. I
support
have a
a
question. I have a
Democratic
question.
president
Would
who
you? Would
supports
you?
genocide.
Would you? Would you vote for Harris? Did you vote for Harris?
Would I vote for Harris? No, because she supports a
You
genocide.
didn't. Okay. So then you wouldn't vote. So what happens? Trump gets into office. What's happened since Trump got in office? So you feel morally
It's
superior. What's happened though? Marginalized communities
either
are
way, it would
negatively
be bad.
impacted. People have a lack of access to
Bro,
healthcare. He's actively advocated to execute Democrats. Okay, and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna act like that doesn't matter. You're gonna act like that didn't
well,
affect
I
people.
didn't vote
You're gonna
for
act like
Trump,
you're gonna
bro.
act. You feel like morally superior. Do you feel morally superior for sitting out an election where literally Donald Trump gets into a position of power, a literal rapist who undermines our democracy, undermines our constitution, undermines people's constitutionally protected rights, and literally marginalized communities
And
are
you're
negatively
supporting
impacted
a
to a significantly
president
greater
who's
extent?
best friends with a dictator in Israel, Netanyahu.
You didn't
Biden is
listen. You
best
didn't
friends with
listen.
Netanyahu.
You didn't
I
listen. You
did
didn't
listen. I
listen at
heard what you
all.
said.
Which one's
And no,
significantly worse?
they were both equally as bad. This is a false
Okay, let me
dichotomy.
ask you this
You can
question.
choose not
Can
to
I
vote for
can I
either,
give you a
or
trolley
you can vote
example?
independent. You
I have a
can vote
question.
independent.
I have a question. I have a question. All right,
It's a false dichotomy.
The Joker kidnaps you. Okay, right, and he says
Mhm.
he's going to either murder one person or he's going to murder 100,000 people. Right, in that scenario, which would you rather do?
That's a faulty comparison, but I'll go with one.
You said with one. Okay, so
hmm
wait. So you know, murdering one person's bad though, right?
Okay, would you rather
But you think
someone?
it's preferable that one person is murdered to 100,000 people being murdered. And if you believe that to be true,
hmm
and if you would do that in that particular scenario, well then please explain to me why you can't acknowledge it in this scenario that if there's a harm reduction that's very clear to the degree of tens of
There's
thousands,
no
millions
harm
of people,
reduction.
there's
Biden
no
had
harm reduction?
5
You
years.
absolute
Biden had
liar.
5.
You absolute liar. You said there's no harm reduction? So you're saying that there's no difference between the Harris administration and the Trump administration in terms of food access, healthcare access, education access? You're saying there's no difference on a foreign policy standpoint around the entire world in terms of our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law? You're saying that there's no distinction, Noah? Are you going to deny reality? Are you going to sit here and deny reality right now?
I'm saying Biden had 4 years to stop
Answer
Israel. He
the
didn't do
question.
anything.
Answer the question. Was there a distinction?
What's
Yes
the
or no?
question? Between?
Yeah, is there a distinction between Harris and Trump?
Yes.
Yes? You just contradicted yourself. Get the fuck off my stream. You're a dishonest piece of shit for coming up on the live stream and sitting here and saying that about me because you want to feel morally superior sitting out when people are going to be harmed to the degree of tens of millions of people in this country. Tens of millions of people in this country negatively impacted because of that. It is diabolical that, one, you wasted 25 minutes of my time where I had to focus specifically on an argument from particularly someone on the left who realizes the harm that Trump engages in instead of being able to actually fight against the right, specifically against people who are sitting here justifying sexual exploitation, are justifying all these different horrible things, right? And you're going to sit there and say that there's no distinction between them. By the way, you saying there's no distinction between Harris and between Trump is the exact same fucking dumb shit that Trump supporters come up on the live and justify the sexual exploitation. When they say it doesn't matter, when they say it doesn't mean anything, you're doing the exact same thing when you say that Harris is equivalent to Trump. The exact same thing. You're saying it doesn't mean anything. And that is dishonest bullshit that I'm not willing to accept from anyone on the left nor the right. It is absolutely atrocious. Push the galaxy. And it is literally denying sexual exploitation. It's denying all of those things that he did. To sit up there and say that they are equivalent. And it's dishonest as fuck. And it leads to millions of people being harmed in this country. But yet they want to sit up there on their high horse, feeling fucking good about themselves, saying that everyone else is bad and evil, right? For doing the thing that is going to lead to less people being harmed. To a degree of millions of people. Push the galaxy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Ellie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Out of the options, yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. For sure. I have a few people to thank. Liz, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Mary with the $10. I really appreciate it. Lion of God, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lovey, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you. Thank you. Jenny, thank you for the $6.66. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Haley with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mark, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Isabella, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Laura with the $15. I really appreciate it. Allison with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Liz with the $20. Thank you so much, Liz. I really appreciate it. Briley, thank you for the $1. Chloe with the $5. Amanda with the 10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Madison, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Caitlin, thank you for the 2. I really appreciate it. Anna, thank you for the 10. Thank you so much. Gina Elise, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you. Let me check on YouTube real quick as well. Give me 1 second. I need to catch up on YouTube as well. Give me 1 second, then we're going to go to the next conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Ron, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Felonius, thank you for the 10. Sleeping, thank you for the 10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ray with the 5. Mill, thank you for the 2. As well, thank you so much. Alrighty. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, in 2016 I didn't. 2020 I was on the fence. In 2024 I was pretty clear, kind of after how the 2020 time went and the open borders and a lot of the other really bad things, in my opinion. So I really wasn't a Trump supporter at all until basically I just looked at 2020 hindsight of how the 8 years went.
Okay, so like, could you name like a Democratic policy that you disagree with?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the open border policy. I think is, horrible for child sex trafficking. I don't like the kind of the liberalness of laws. I do think people should go to jail as they are assigned. I don't think we should be letting people out. I don't think that we should be housing people in New York City, immigrants that aren't legal citizens. I think we should deport people that they did do that. I think they should deport people that don't do it the legal way, just like I think any other country should do that. I think if I went to Mexico, they should deport me if I don't go the legal process. So a lot of those things have added up to make me go, seems like a better solution.
So Elon didn't go through the legal process into the United States. He violated immigration law. Should he be deported because he did originally violate immigration law?
Yeah.
Okay. Deport Elon, I guess. Secondly, Democrats don't support open borders. We still want restrictions on the border. We want people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to be not allowed into our country or deported. And like if someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, we wouldn't let them enter the country nor enter the Oval Office. And then you said that you shouldn't be letting people out. So how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers? And he called them patriots as well.
I'm not familiar with it, but are you talking about October 7th? Is that what it was?
No, I'm talking about January 6th.
Oh, January 6th. Okay. Yeah, not great.
Okay, yeah, he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. Like, for example, DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, which led to that police officer having a heart attack. Right? So, I mean, do you think that that person should have been pardoned? They were released onto the streets with absolutely no charges because Donald Trump pardoned them.
Well, I think what you're asking is very detailed questions. If I'm going to look at the broad scheme of who do I think did better in the 4-year period, I don't know how anybody would say that Biden did better, which now seem like the same option to me or a very similar option with Kamala Harris.
Oh, Biden absolutely
in fact,
did
Kamala
better.
Harris ran in 2020, and nobody actually cared to vote for her because she's simply not impressive.
So I just want to she had 7 to 15% of the primary vote, right? And she dropped
That's
out to be
terrible,
the vice
isn't it?
president. When Donald Trump ran in 2000, how much support of how much percent of the vote did he get in 2000 when he first ran?
In 2000?
Yeah, Trump ran in 2000. What percent of the vote did he get then when he first ran?
That's a great question. I don't know that it's relevant to.
Oh wait,
the
why is that
comparison
not
between-
relevant? But the first time Kamala Harris ran for vice presidency, that does matter. Explain to me why one does matter, but the other one doesn't. Because she got a higher percentage of the vote, right, in terms of the primary, than Donald Trump even got fucking close to in 2000.
Sure, but I was saying that I think she would follow suit from what Biden was doing. So that was the problem, not that she didn't get votes.
Okay, but your claim was that no one wanted to support her. That's actually verbatim what you said. Okay.
It seemed like she wasn't supported over Biden. So if she's going to apply the same
That doesn't
policies,
just because she didn't have a higher percentage of the vote comparative to Biden doesn't mean that she was like not wanted. That's ridiculous.
It is what it means.
Okay, would you say that about Bernie? Was Bernie not wanted at all by the Democratic Party?
He was wanted a heck of a lot more than Kamala. Yeah.
Okay, Kamala, and you compare that based upon the percentage of vote they got. So Kamala Harris was more wanted than Donald Trump when he first ran, right?
In 2000?
Yeah. When she first ran in 2020, right, she was more wanted than Donald Trump when he first ran in 2000.
You're focused on the point that wasn't really the point. The point was she was implementing the same policies that Biden was going to implement, which I don't think went
name
very
one of the
well.
policies that you disagree with. Name one Biden policy
I named
that's
all
bad.
of them right when we started.
Name one. Be specific.
Very leniency on open borders. Again,
No,
you
like
can
name the
say
specific
that
policy that they passed that you disagree with.
Okay, I guess I'm just looking at the worldview as actually what happened, and what happened was there was complete leniency of the border, and we all know that. It's
Okay,
a fact.
what
We know the
policy did
millions
they
that
pass
crossed
called the
border.
Open Border? What was the Open Border Act? When did they pass that?
You're going to know all this more than me because you do this 10 hours a day. I just lived life and saw the actual facts and the numbers that stated how many people went through the borders, which should bother you if child sex trafficking bothers you. Are we
Yeah,
going to
no,
talk about
it
that?
does. It does. And that's why Donald Trump literally calling the Epstein files a hoax should be concerning to you.
Yeah, but you're pivoting.
I'm not pivoting. You just said that in a
You are
pivot, and I
pivoting.
literally I said that in response to the pivot you brought up. That was your pivot, genius.
I know. Then you're pivoting to files.
I'm pivoting. I'm pivoting. You pivoted, and I brought up the same topic you pivoted to, and now I'm the one pivoting under your view. Wow.
Yes, because this is obviously a much broader
So
thing that
dishonest.
happens to. Not really. It's actually very honest to say this is a bigger thing than some island where people's actual kids in America are getting shipped to other countries and they're getting raped. I think we should care about that more
I do care about that.
Okay.
And I don't think you
Okay,
care about
so
that
that's a
because you
big
voted
thing.
for a rapist yourself. You don't give a shit about that. You voted for a rapist. You voted for a guy held
Nope.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Had 26 different people that have come out accusing him of sexual misconduct, where he's literally acknowledged himself and admitted and boasted about literally sexually exploiting women and girls. Right? Walking into the changing rooms.
You're not you're not going to get a debate that I think is the God's gift of character. I think what you will get a debate on is who did a better job from 2016 to 2020.
Well,
and
that
then
wasn't even
2020
the
to
years that they were in
2024.
office, by the way. Secondly, if you want to reference this, yes,
That
we are going to
is,
reference
I'm talking
character
about
because
Trump.
character can be so bad insofar as that you shouldn't support him. But not only is Donald Trump worse on character, but he's worse on policy. You couldn't even mention a single policy you disagreed with in specific in terms of Democrats. All you could say was open border, buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. There's no idea of an open border that you could even define that would properly fit the way that Democrats address the immigration. Okay, you can't even give me a single definition of open border that it would actually apply.
I think I'm confused by what you're asking me. You're asking me what are the problems that, or what are the, I guess, the policies or problems that I would have with the Democratic view, and I'm giving them to you. I don't know what else you're looking for. You asked, it's your whole thing is why do you support Trump? And I'm giving you reasons why I would support Trump. Is that the premise of the conversation, or is it not?
Okay, yeah, but you're not really giving me reasons why you support Trump, and you're not really even responding to my argument.
I've given you 4 or 5. I can give you like 20
No,
more
again,
if you would
what-
like. But
can
I
you
don't
define
know.
open borders? What is that?
The leniency. It's not necessarily the term open is just a common term. The leniency to let people in. Are you going to debate that we let millions of
So
people
it's
go
based
through?
upon the level of border crossings, correct?
The amount of people?
The level of border crossings, correct?
The amount of people that get
Yeah.
by, yes. That's obviously what I
Okay.
mean by leniency.
Okay, so did you know at the end of the first term for Trump, actually there was a higher level of daily crossings than the end of Biden's administration? So are you saying that Biden inherited an open border and then gave a more secure border over to Trump?
Do you think it became more secure solely towards the end because people knew Trump might get elected and they didn't want to lose their family?
No,
Do
because
you think
Biden
that's a
passed.
possibility?
No, because Biden passed an executive order, which he thought was going to be temporary because he wanted to have long-term legislation passed through Congress to get it through, so that it can't be overturned by the Supreme Court.
Okay, but what happened the previous 3 years and 6 months? How many people did we let in? And again, it's not
Because
that I
wait, so
have
economic insecurity that existed under the pandemic because of the fact that people had a global inflation to deal with, right, led to more people coming to our country. That would have happened regardless of the administration because
That's
economic
not true.
insecurity was the
Stop, man.
cause.
Come on.
It is true.
Come on. Really? Because we're still dealing with an economic crisis as we speak, or most of the world is. And
They don't
guess
have
what?
global
People aren't
inflation like we
coming
did.
in.
That's just not true. We do not have global inflation like we did. That's not true.
Not to the extent, but we still do have it. Let's look at the rest of the world.
Wait,
We're
what is
still
global
dealing with
inflation
the.
rate?
If you look at the rest of the world, we're not exactly killing it. Most countries are not having great GDP. Correct? Can you look that up?
I can pull that up in a second, but if you want to look at hold up. I need to see overall. Okay, you can keep making your point.
Yeah, I just, again, I think that if I'm just being, you seem like a cool guy. I think it's a total cop-out to say it has anything to do with COVID. I think if anything, you would be stricter because you don't know their vaccine policies and those things coming from different countries. So I would think you would secure the border even more. They secured
Now
restaurants.
you guys care
We
about
can't
vaccine policies. Okay, one, you care about vaccine policies now. Two, yeah, we could totally have vaccine
Why do you think I don't care
policies
about
through the
vaccine
context
policies?
of because
Are you assuming I don't because I vote? Okay.
Republicans, yeah,
That's quite the assumption you're making there.
yeah, it is quite the assumption. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I have no
Do you want to
problem with
mandate
vaccines.
vaccines?
No, of course I don't.
But you want to mandate them for like undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants coming to our country?
No, who said that I did?
Okay. So then you don't want to mandate them. So then what's your point here about vaccine checks?
I didn't say vaccine checks. I said it's interesting that during a pandemic that we wouldn't have considered borders to even be. I mean, we couldn't get into restaurants without making sure everything was secure. So I don't. It seems like that would have
Which
been
was
a time that you had
bipartisan
made
policy, right?
Sorry, one more time.
Which was bipartisan, right?
What do you mean?
There were shutdowns in Republican and Democratic-run states.
Yes, I believe so. I mean, I only lived in 2 different states during the pandemic, but it just
those
seems
shutdowns
obvious.
happened
If you
under
have a
Trump's
worldwide
administration,
pandemic
right?
that is new to everybody, it seems like the logical thing would be you wouldn't have open borders too. But for some reason, that was fine. I was thrown out of restaurants, or not me specifically, because I would wear a mask. With people thrown out of restaurants for
Wait,
not
what
wearing a
years?
mask. They
Wait,
let
tell me,
people-
what years was the border open? Between what years?
I would assume, again, open's not the right word. We were just lenient. It's not that they were open.
Yes.
We didn't.
Okay, so
we
then
clearly
you
didn't
used the
care.
wrong word. At what years was it quote unquote lenient to a degree that you disagree with it?
I would assume 22 and part of 23, but I don't have it in front of me. I know that the numbers skyrocketed probably in the middle of his term.
So just 22 and 23, you were okay in 24?
Again, I think people were preparing, and if I'm just thinking logically, if I had a family, which I do, and I was crossing a border and I thought there's a chance that this person might kick me out, then I would probably be cautious of wanting to cross the border. I think that seems logical. I don't think anybody is worried about Biden. And
there was
so
deportations that
think
existed under
makes sense.
Biden. Like Trump supporters
One more
love to
time?
make that point. Trump supporters love to make the point that there were a lot of deportations that existed under Biden when referencing the amount of deportations that existed under Trump in comparison to Democrats. But they don't want to address the level of deportations that existed under Biden when talking about whether or not they think that there's a quote unquote lenient or open border. The idea that there was no deportations under Biden is ridiculous. This same level of immigration would have happened if Trump were in office. Why? Because it was related to economic insecurity due to global inflation. 22 and 23, those were the highest levels of inflation. Okay? So you have to acknowledge that is related to global economic insecurity, and that's why Kamala Harris raised private funds in Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here because of economic insecurity. Because people realized that economic insecurity, many times caused by the United States, by the way, around the world, leads to people immigrating to the United States.
Did that happen in 2007, 2008?
It happened. Wait, it happened across the board. It's been happening. People immigrate to the United
Okay, I'm
States
just
to
curious.
flee
You know, you just
economic
brought up the point.
insecurity
I'm just
caused by
curious
the United
if that
States.
would be
In the context
if
of
that would be
inflation,
consistent.
it wasn't caused by the United States, but we are acknowledging the reality that in typical that people will come to the context of the United States. Why? Because of economic insecurity, and that's a fact that we've known for a while.
Yeah, okay. What is that? I'm just out of curiosity. It says, why do you support Trump? That's the question. That's the
Yeah.
overall question, right?
Yeah. So you want to hold criminals accountable? They should go to jail, right?
Depending on what they do, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Isn't
Now
that
it's
how
depending
all
on what they
society
do.
should be structured?
So if someone hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, should they be deported?
If somebody hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, they should be deported if they haven't gone through the process. Do you not agree with that statement?
So if they violated the law should be enforced. Is that your view?
My view is what I just said. Do you not think they should be deported if they didn't go
Can I have
through the
an
proper
answer?
process? I just answered it. I think if they don't go through the proper process, if I go up to Canada and I don't have the rights to be there, I think I should get
Okay,
deported. I think that should be normal
you want
practice.
you want immigrants to go through the legal process. So do you want Trump to go through the legal process to deport them? Because he's violating due process rights to a greater extent, which is
No, I
violating their
don't think
constitutionally
you should
protected
go
rights.
through the legal process to deport them because, again,
So okay, so by the way,
do you think that they
undocumented immigrants.
should? Do you
Listen,
think that we
listen. Your view is
Go ahead.
crazy. Your view is undocumented
It's
immigrants
not, but-
need to go through the legal process, and they're being punished because they didn't go through the legal process. But you don't think that Donald Trump should go through the legal process in deporting them? Isn't that hypocritical?
I don't think it's hypocritical at all. I don't know what's hypocritical about us saying, hey, you're
going
came
through an
here
illegal
illegally.
process. What do you mean you don't know what's hypocritical about saying they should go through the legal process and then yourself going through an illegal process of deporting them? That's dishonest. You said
It's
they
not
should go through the
dishonest.
legal process, but apparently you don't have to go through said legal process. You believe in
just
the
out of
rule of law
curiosity,
for wait. You believe in the law
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
undocumented immigrants, but you do not believe in the law for Donald Trump. You believe he's above the law. You don't believe in the rule of law. You believe that he can engage in actions in which blatantly and explicitly violate people's constitutionally protected rights because you want to increase the speed of undocumented immigrants being deported from our country. Those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, those that are helping out their communities, those that specifically didn't do anything to harm you as an American, who should be considered Americans themselves, right? And you're advocating for a violent process of deporting them without due process that makes this country a worse place economically speaking. It makes our culture worse, right? It makes our society worse. It makes us less humane for a process. It makes our country less safe because, again, ICE and deportation processes, right, and law enforcement in terms of the border are focused on deporting those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, are not a threat to our safety and security as a community, to the degree of 70%. 70% of people detained by ICE have absolutely no prior criminal record. Okay, so they're spending over 70% of their time deporting people and detaining people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, rather than focusing on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, the murderers, the rapists, right, and the people that are actually a threat to the safety and security of everyday, average American citizens. You don't give a shit about safety and security. You don't give a shit about enforcing the law. You don't give a shit about any of those things. They're just baseless talking points used by the right to send out a propagandistic message so that they can spread their hate, particularly through the law.
Do you think that Trump's the only person that's deported people? Do you know any facts about Obama and how many people
Yes,
he deported?
I do.
Okay,
And
please
I
run them by me.
I will. So actually, under the context
Go
of
ahead,
Obama,
go ahead. I want to know how many people Obama, which nobody talks about, how many times that he
we do.
deported
We
people.
constantly talk about this all the time. It's brought up. I'll tell you the distinction. Under Obama,
Well, maybe-
there
yeah,
was
go ahead.
expedited removal didn't exist to the same degree as what it currently exists under Trump. Trump has extended expedited removal to be applicable to individuals that have been within the country for up to 2 years and that are in anywhere within the jurisdiction of the country. Whereas before, under Obama, expedited removal was specific to scenarios in which people have been within the country for less than 2 weeks and they're within 100 miles of the border. So that lack of due process has been extended to a greater portion of people under the Trump administration policy because of his expansion of expedited removal. I do disagree with the Obama administration and the Biden administration with the level of deportation that they engaged in and the lack of due process in some scenarios. I do disagree with that. I actually advocate anyone within the country should who's undocumented, who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country while getting that pathway to citizenship. That's what I believe in. So I disagree with both Democratic and Republican administration policy in terms of immigration. But I agree with Democrats more than Republicans because they advocate for a quicker legal immigration process. They want a priority deport those that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, and they use a greater amount of due process. So respond to that, buddy.
No problem there. Again, you can say you would prefer one type of deportation over the other. My biggest thing is that I have kids, I've got a family, I've got people I care about. I don't think I'm not super worried about it, to be honest with you. If people are in a country, not our country, in a country, illegally, I think it's perfectly normal for that country to go, you haven't gone through the legal due process. You are not invited here. I don't understand the issue with that. I don't understand why you think that's a bigger concern, just out of curiosity.
Wait, you're saying undocumented immigrants need to go through due process in your view, but apparently Trump doesn't have to.
I let you finish. That's a bigger issue than the overall issue, which again, to me, would be child sex trafficking. To me, is a little worse than people going back to the country that they may have came from because of the fact that they didn't go through a legal process, which we would just both agree that we don't love either policy. But the policy to me would be, I'm most concerned with the U.S. citizens over non-U.S. citizens. Is that a normal thing to think?
What you think isn't normal because it's incredibly hypocritical. Why is it hypocritical?
It's not. There's nothing
because you're
hypocritical.
Saying, let me explain. You just complained about me cutting you off. Don't cut me off. If you care about
I just asked you a question though, and you're not answering it. So that's the one question.
I am answering the question.
Would you rather the border policy? No. Would you rather the border policy be a little bit more lenient or whatever you would prefer? Maybe that's not the correct term. Or would you rather kids continue being sex trafficked all throughout the southern part of throughout Mexico and all throughout the whole world, which you know, if you've done any research on that, which would you prefer if you had a family? Would you rather go, hey, let me help out the people that aren't legal citizens here, or let me help my children not to get raped? What's your best option there?
I would like to reduce child sex trafficking, but the idea that you
Now,
have in your mind,
How do you
I'll tell you.
that?
Let me respond.
Please do.
Let me tell you. Yeah,
you do that, borders.
You do that by not voting for Donald Trump, who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who was best friends with Epstein, a known child.
You're switching
Can I please finish?
Can I please finish?
Let me fully explain.
You're switching.
You are cutting me off instead of letting me explain. You know that I'm beating you in this conversation. You know that you have no response. You have to cut me off because you know that what I'm saying is accurate.
You haven't beaten me in one topic yet.
I just did, and that's why you're scared and you keep cutting me off.
Epstein files. Okay. Go ahead. You're talking about Epstein files. That has nothing to do with my question. I asked you a simple question. No, it doesn't.
Let me explain. Don't cut me off.
Would you rather have closed borders and your kids not be taken from you, not you specifically, but in a broad scheme of things? Or would you rather have a more lenient border, be nicer, and have your kids taken, which does happen? Maybe it hasn't happened to you. It has happened to many people. So who do you care more about? Do you care about the kids that are getting sexually abused? Or do you care about being nice to the people that aren't legal citizens here? That's your question. I don't care about any other files. That's not what we're talking about. What's your answer? Which would you prefer? Because that's the reality, right?
What you've just given me is a false dichotomy. This is not present within reality.
Not at all. But
these are not the only two options. Okay, this isn't even an accurate representation of the Democratic perspective. So it's a straw man of the Democratic perspective, but it's also a false dichotomy because these aren't the only two things that we could particularly do to address the conditions of child sex trafficking at the context of the border. How should we address child sex trafficking at the border? Good question. How do we do this? Well, we should do this specifically by allowing law enforcement to focus on those that have committed those particular types of crimes rather than focusing on deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. When ICE is spending 70% of their time detaining people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, that restricts their ability to be able to hold people accountable who have been sex trafficking children. So I think that law enforcement should be focused on deporting those that have done those particular types of actions, and particularly should be focused on holding those accountable that have committed those particular types of actions rather than deporting people's family members and grandparents, right, and siblings that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, that are working in their communities, that literally just want to come here for a better life. That is how we address it. So this false dichotomy that you're creating in your head specifically of either it is, like I said, an undocumented immigrant is going to assault someone specifically in the country, or we're going to have Donald Trump's policies where you're literally violating constitutionally protected rights across the board is ridiculous. It's an absurd false dichotomy that you're created in your head specifically that has no relevance to actually the policies that are being supported by either side. You have to acknowledge this, right? What would I advocate for? I'd advocate against, right, someone like Donald Trump, someone being held civilly liable of sexual abusing a woman, right, being into a position of power, because that's going to create a culture where sexual abuse is more likely to occur, where people care less about child sex trafficking, where, again, a convicted child sex trafficker like Jeffrey Epstein has said that Donald Trump is the worst person that he's ever known. He's known people that are bad, but none as bad as Donald Trump. And the convicted child sex trafficker knew a bunch of child rapists. And if Donald Trump is worse than all of them, then please explain to me why you support this guy while simultaneously saying that you want to address the level of child sex trafficking that's happening in our country, after Donald Trump claimed that the Epstein files are a hoax, buddy.
I already answered it very clearly. You asked me the question. I said I want a more secure border. You answered it indirectly. You said I want to deport those people that are. What if those crimes were not? What if the people didn't commit those crimes yet, and they're just now here to commit those crimes? You know what I would rather do? Prevent it from ever happening. Doesn't that make more sense than to wait for them to have the crime committed?
So,
Again, I assume you don't. Just out of curiosity, Parker, do you have kids?
Yeah, I have 10 children. So I just want to let you know. Like, if you,
Yeah,
if you
you
want to hold
probably
this
have
perspective,
zero,
let me explain.
otherwise you
Wait,
would
let
just
me explain.
agree and you would
Let me
stop
explain.
trying to
Let me
switch the
explain.
subject.
Let me explain. I'll explain right now. Let me explain to you why your perspective is
Please
not
do.
right here. Wait, when you say that you
It
want a
is.
more
It's
secure
a
border and you want to
fact that
prevent
less
crime,
people get through the
listen,
border and
listen,
you know that,
listen.
but that's
Let me
fine.
explain. Let me explain. So if
Go
you want a
ahead.
more secure border and you want to prevent crime, like, please address it from this standpoint. One, the context of what I brought up would prevent crime to a significantly greater extent, because law enforcement would be more focused on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes rather than those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are not a threat to our safety and security. Secondly, you wouldn't vote for a convicted criminal if you wanted to prevent crime. Thirdly, if you want to specifically look at the level of preventing crime, again, I don't think that you are preventing crime to a greater extent when you actively advocate for a guy who literally is violating the law, committing a crime to deport people without due process. Okay? That's another committing of a crime that apparently you don't give a flying fuck about when you're specifically addressing about the secure border that you want to keep, quote unquote, secure, right? That's obviously absurd. So if you would like to address any of those points, alongside the fact that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, and if you wanted to reduce the nominal level of crime that happens, not just by rate, because undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants coming to the country do reduce the rate of crime as a percentage of the population, right? If you want to reference the nominal level of crime, well, then you want to reduce how many kids people are having, because that's going to increase the nominal level of crime. You want to ban tourism, you want to ban legal immigration, because all of those will lead to an increase in the nominal level of crime, because there's more people within the context of our country. Even if it won't increase the rate of crime as a percentage of the population, it would increase the nominal level of crime. So ban tourism, no tourists, no legal immigrants, no having children, because that will lead to more crime in the future. And if you want to prevent it, because you don't want there to be a higher population with more levels of nominal crime, well, then you have to be against all of those things. But again, he's not going to address any of these arguments. He's going to act like I didn't argue any of these things, and he's going to act like I'm advocating for more crime in the country. Watch.
Well, what was the question, Parker? I heard it, just simplified. What are you asking me?
No, if you heard it, respond.
I think we were talking in circles. I would strongly agree with you that he is not the best human in the world. I'd strongly agree with you that if there were better options, I'd vote those options. The main overall question is, why do you support Trump? If it's Trump or Kamala Harris, which I've given you 5 reasons, then nobody cares, man. Then it is okay. She lost, so it doesn't matter. We don't
Okay,
have to learn
Phil.
her name.
Okay, Phil. Hey, Phil. You didn't actually engage with my question. It sounds like you didn't hear it, Phil.
Because
So,
it was a long,
wait,
long
Phil,
question.
wait.
So just a quick
Phil,
question.
wait.
What's the question?
Phil, wait. It's okay, Phil. You can chill. It's okay. If you want to, we're talking about preventing of crime. Again, in order to prevent crime, one, you can't allow crimes to happen on behalf of Donald Trump, who's violating people's due process rights, which is violating the law. Right? In order to be able to deport people, you can't support a convicted criminal in the position of office, because you literally voting for him removed him being held accountable, because he wasn't sentenced to prison because of the fact that he was elected president by people like you. Alongside the fact that undocumented immigrants are committing multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural born. Okay, well, I want to make this point. Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just saying by the percentage thing, it kind of makes me laugh, because they're saying by percentage they cause less crime, which I'm sure is a fact. I'm sure you do this a lot, so I'm sure you have that study down. Who cares? Is there still crime? Was there still the Russian lady that got stabbed in the neck? Is there still all of this crime that who cares if it's by a lower percent? It's still causing more crime, is it not? Do we care if it's 0.5% or 1%? Is there still more crime because And again, if you think I have anything wrong with foreign people,
Can I pause you there? Let me pause you
grew
there,
up in
Phil.
Jacksonville, Florida,
Phil, let me pause you there, Phil. So if you want to talk about this again,
you're making me laugh with the Phil thing. It's not offending me, but go ahead.
Chill. It's okay, Phil. The nominal level of crime increasing is something I've already addressed. I'll address it again. If you disagree with the nominal level of crime increasing because you aren't going to reference crime rate, well, then you disagree with people having more children because that will increase the nominal level of crime because there's more people, which will commit more crime at a likely percentage. Secondly, you're also going to disagree with tourism because tourists commit crimes, and if you ban tourism, you get rid of the crime that tourists commit. You'd also ban legal immigration because then it would prevent nominal level of crime increasing because there's more people within the context of our population. But all of those would be absurd things to ban, absurd things to limit. So obviously you don't think just an increase in the nominal level of crime because an increase in the population is going to be a reason to ban said thing that you're referencing or deport people in that context. That would be absurd. Are you going to deport tourists because if you don't do that, there's going to be an increase in the nominal level of crime comparative to if they weren't in the country?
No, that's a fair point. I think you would let tourism still happen. I think that this is certainly more avoidable than tourism, though. I think this is a much bigger problem.
Not true. You can ban
people...
tourism. Ban tourism.
Well, I just said that that's a fair point, but we're not talking about it at the same scale, and you know that. Are tourists bringing in heroin and cocaine and terrible drugs?
You can't say that on the live. I have to kick you now. Over 90% of people that are bringing those DRUGS across the border are U.S. citizens, not undocumented immigrants. I have to kick you because it's TikTok TOS and you can't say that on the live because it will limit the push of the stream. I have a few people to thank real quick. Holy shit, everyone. I just want to say thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. It really means so much to me. It does. Thank you so much. Kirsten, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cash, thank you for the $3. Ella Ray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I really appreciate it. Carolyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Carolyn in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Rebecca with the $5 for pitching in for the grift. Thank you. Talia, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Emily, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I do blame people for not I would say it's worse to not vote. Yeah. I would say you should vote. Can Acquire, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Miss Maya, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up everywhere else as well. Stephanie with the $100 on Cash App. Who's some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Who's some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Stephanie. That is so kind of you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Briley as well. Thank you for the $1. I also have to catch up on YouTube. Let's get the next person up here real quick, and then we'll thank some people on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I'm a Republican.
Do you support Trump?
I'm a Republican.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Scott, thank you so much. Really appreciate the level up. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
Do I? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What's your birth year?
2000.
And what month?
12. December.
And you said you're how old?
18.
You would be 19, wouldn't you? Or
No.
actually, you'd be like 25, wouldn't you? What the fuck? You said 2000? I thought you said 2005 for a second. 2000, you'd be 24 years old, turning 25. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, everyone. We're trying to get someone up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What the hell is going on? It's like... Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. What the fuck? The box is acting so weird right now. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's go to the next individual. Emily, thank you for the 68 cents. I mean, I haven't heard one. Genuinely, but is it logically possible? Maybe. And in general, like, I would just say you should, but I wouldn't be, like, super hard on people if they didn't. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? They're just like the person was
20.
being, like, acting like they were morally superior because of their particular decision to not vote. Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Correct.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
July.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then we can move on with our conversation. A few people to thank here on YouTube real quick. Give me 1 second. Grace, thank you so much for the level ship. Thank you. Feeling, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Feeling in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Ron with the $20 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Chad, I'm gonna say safe rather than sorry. If I'm wrong, I do apologize. By the way, I do want to stay safe rather than sorry. I sometimes just wait for the chat just to make sure it's not just me. But yeah, I have a few people more to thank. I just want to be able to get someone up here before I do. Give me 1 second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 21.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what month were you born?
September.
Okay. Alrighty. And you said if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick. And then we can move on to our conversation. Davo, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Ravercat. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for W's for Ravercat in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wolf, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Definitely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely will have to. I literally haven't seen them quite yet because, one, it doesn't show me all the membership subscriptions. But Ron, thank you for all the membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. That's actually so fucking kind of you. It's actually crazy. Yeah, you've sent 10 there. It doesn't show me on the super chat thing, so I have to actually click over onto another thing to see it. So I'm still thanking people real quick, but I've seen already so many, which is fucking crazy. Thank you so much for all of them, Ron. That's actually so kind of you. Mill, thank you for the $200 on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you so much, Mill. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said unwanted pregnancy is far more dangerous. I almost died from pregnancy. Yeah, it's actually crazy that people like literally justify forcing people to go through pregnancies. I don't like typically like comparisons between those two in terms of how bad, but I definitely think that, you know, it's definitely like something to address in terms of how horrible and horrific it is to force people to go through pregnancy, of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Hamster, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Hamster. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alan, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alan. Ron Allen, I really appreciate it. Hamster, again, with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there on YouTube Super Chat real quick. I have a few more people to catch up to. Emily, thank you for the 68 cents. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that. And I wouldn't be hard on people, but obviously I would say I would agree that people should have. Avery, thank you for the $2. Stacy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Commit some W's for Stacy in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said my city just declared a state of emergency due to the amount of residents disappearing to ICE raids. Our community is living in fear. Absolutely, literally. I'm scared every day that my boyfriend, who's a naturalized citizen, will suddenly be gone. Watching your streams gives me hopes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Stacy. Can we get some W's for Stacy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. It's absolutely insane. Gina as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go back to my distance. That's a really big factor whenever I decide a candidate.
What was the reason you cut out, because of lag?
Pro-life.
Okay, you're pro-life. Okay, why
Can you
are
hear
you
me? Hello?
pro-life?
Because I believe that every living human organism has the right to live.
Okay, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
It's circumstantial. I wouldn't pull the plug personally, but I wouldn't say murder. I
They're
think
lagging a
prosecuting
lot. I'm gonna go on to the
different
next
than-
person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Also, everyone, I'd really appreciate if you like the stream, hit that thumbs up on YouTube and tap that screen on TikTok. Let's try to get to we're about to 1 million likes here on TikTok and on YouTube. Let me see how many likes we're at as well. And also, I need to check the memberships. I need to do that as well. We're at like 1,600 likes here on YouTube. Everyone, make sure to tap that screen, as well as. Let me actually see. Ron, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you for all the memberships. I know you've sent like a bunch of them. It doesn't actually show me there. I can try looking through another mechanism real quick. But thank you literally so much. I really appreciate it. That's actually fucking insane. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Angela, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alright, let me click on memberships. There we are. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his policies.
What policies?
I like that we're sending illegal immigrants back.
Okay, undocumented immigrants. Why?
Well, we have found 40,000 missing children ever since we have started sending them back. And just like you go in any other country, it's illegal, so.
Okay, what was the rate of finding missing children under the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't know. I don't get Biden's stupid.
Okay, so if you don't know, then you can't make a comparison to say that it's better under Trump.
No one said I was making a comparison.
Well, you were, because you were saying that since Trump got in office, this happened because of Trump. That's the argument you were making. So then you'd have to argue that Trump caused this to happen. If you can't, right, then what's your point here? And what's your birth year, by the way?
My point is that we found 40,000 missing children from sending illegal immigrants
Hold up. What's
back.
your birth year, by the way?
2000.
What month?
December.
And how old are you?
24.
When did you graduate high school?
A long time ago.
What year?
Shit, I'm high as fuck right now, so couldn't tell you.
Bullshit. I could be elevated off my ass and still tell you. I could still tell you. I could go downstairs and go drink a 100 mg drink, okay? And I still would be able to answer that question, okay? 40 minutes later, okay? And that is absurd. I could drink a whole thing, 100 mg, and I'd still be able to answer that question. Diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
May 2007.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would support Donald Trump for his pro-life policies. I would vote for him. My bad. But that's why I support him.
I'm sorry. I think that maybe you're wrong. Or not wrong. Young. Bro, not people in the comment section saying 100 mg is not shit. What are you talking about? You know that's actually a high amount. Like, that is absurd to say that's not a high amount. It is. Now, could I do more than that? Yeah. But it is a high amount. You cannot tell me you would not be blasted off 100. Come on. Come on. Come on. No way. It's light? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Maybe it's because I don't do that very often, the drinks or anything. So 10 mg is my max. That's for my girlfriend too. Someone said I have 0 milligrams of masculinity. Yeah, it's because you can't have milligrams of masculinity. That's literally not a thing, okay? What are you talking about, dude? Accept my guest request, okay? He did. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? You're in the live, man.
Yo.
Yeah. Yo. You wanna expand on that? What do you mean by 0 milligrams of masculinity? How do you have a milligram of masculinity? Can you explain that one?
Yeah, I thought it was funny that you said 100 milligrams was a lot.
Come on, what are you talking about? What do you mean? You think that's not a lot?
I don't. No.
What's a lot to you?
I don't know. One edible is like 450.
What? The average one is not 450. Taylor, I appreciate the galaxy. When the plug says it's 450, the likelihood of it being 450 is probably pretty low, right? Like, if you're just getting off the street or something, like the ones that say that like they're 450 or something like that, unless you're going to like a legal dispensary, you know what I mean? Like plugs will claim it like it is 450, and it is not 450. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah. The legal dispensaries, like the max I've seen is like 100. Like that's literally the max that I've seen. And that's not even most of the stuff. Like that's like the highest stuff that they have in store. Like 1,000 mg brownies is diabolical. That's so diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
And what's your birth year?
02.
What month?
May.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, neither.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Madison, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Logan with the 10 as well. Thank you so much. Emily, I have not. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. I'll have to make sure to look. Devin, thank you so much for the 2. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Devin. Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only set a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Oh, yep, it did it. I should have done that. Fuck. I should have done that, dude. I literally had it up just to do that. Just to do that. I was literally just gonna do that. I should have known that I was gonna get one right away. Hopefully it goes away. Hopefully it's still not in place. Is there still a warning on the live chat? Oh no. Did I just no. Parker, what are you doing, bro? Parker, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Ah, dude. Man. Come on, man. Wait, what? Consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health? What are you talking about? That must have been for something else. It was because what we were talking about, chat. Dude. Parker, what are you doing, man? That's an L. Parker, man. L. Parker. Parker, what are you doing, man? Why are you talking about that? Stop being so specific, man. Ah, shit, dude. Oh, no, dude. Is that going to limit the push of the stream? Should I hit a restart on TikTok? Oh my gosh, no way. Oh my gosh. But Davo, by the way, thank you for the $20. I saw your comment. Yeah, should I hit a quick restart? It's still there, yeah. We'll hit a quick restart here on TikTok, everyone. For the 5.4 thousand people here on TikTok, I'd recommend to come right back, everyone. Come right back. If you're on, I'd recommend also go to YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. But if you come back and we can get everyone back in the stream, it'll help push up the live like a lot more. So I'd really appreciate it. Just come right back. Come right back, and we're going to continue on the stream, okay? We'll be right back literally in 15 seconds, everyone. Right back in 15 seconds, everyone. All 5.4 thousand people come back. We'll have a massive push out, okay? I promise you. All right, I'll see y'all. Everyone on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Alrighty, let's hit a quick restart there. Alrighty. Let me delete that. Go live. Boom, go live. Perfect. Everyone on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we're currently right now at, what, 1,800 likes? Let's try to get to 2,000 here real quick, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 here real quick. We have another hour and 15 minutes, or hour and 13 minutes left on the live, everyone. Yep, hour and 13 minutes left. Just letting everyone know. By the way, everyone, I have a bunch of time to go live this entire week. My girlfriend's out of town. So, she actually left today, so. I have plenty of time. That's why I was on Dean's live earlier. I'm going to be on a lot. So, just letting everyone know. What's good, everyone? If you're on YouTube, tap that screen, hit that thumbs, or no, hit that thumbs up, everyone. By the way, there's like these, hearts on YouTube in the chat. You actually have to click on the thumbs up. Ron, by the way, thank you for the 10 membership subscriptions again. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. For the 1.5 thousand people here on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go crazy on that like button. Tap that screen. It will seriously help push it out to more people. I'd really appreciate it. Get us back out in the algorithm. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm at 19.
What's your birth year?
May 2006.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they were trolling earlier. If I'm wrong, I really apologize. I feel bad, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Sixer, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you.
So I'd say Trump, and there's a pretty
Why do you
big
support
reason.
Trump?
So honestly, like Kamala Harris's VP was
Kamala.
all right until she opened up the border, and I completely understand like why we have a process and everything else, and like background checks and everything else, because my family had to go through it and all that to get papers to come here.
Can you define what an open border is?
Letting people just come through.
Okay, so
without
letting
a
people
background check or anything like that.
Okay, so they did have background checks under the Biden-Harris administration. They did deport people. They did have a process. The idea that they did not have a process is ridiculous.
Okay. How did 6 million people just flood in here?
Because there were
Versus
so
when you
many
look
people
back-
coming to our country undocumented because of economic insecurity that exists around the world.
Okay, I understand that, but what was the numbers before that?
For what?
Before their presidency.
Okay. So 100. Wait. Sorry. Repeat what you just said.
So I was asking, like, obviously during those 4 years, 6 million people came in, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that before?
Like how many happened
the-
under the? I don't know the nominal level that happened under the Trump administration before. I apologize.
Okay, I'll educate you.
Go ahead.
Approximately about 250,000 people, and
Not under the entire
unfortunately,
administration. That's not true.
that isn't true. Go look it up.
You want to provide
It's
a source
statistics.
for that?
Yeah, Google, CNN.
That's a no. What's the title of the CNN article?
The Trump and just the Trump administration from 2016. You could just look it up; it will tell you.
Trump administration 2016. He wasn't in office. So could you tell me what the title is?
No, I just
Okay.
seen it
I'll give you
online.
time. I'll give you time to go look it up. And I've seen it online that you're wrong. So.
All right.
Saul, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. I'll make sure to get that set up again. It should be working. Beatrice, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you so much for the 68 cents. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to look into it. Skitty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Davo, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They should shout out, please. Yes, absolutely. I saw you earlier. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cool to see you from California as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Give it a second, everyone, for him to find his information.
It was 2 million.
What'd you say?
It was 2 million.
Under Trump?
Yes.
So if there were 7 million under Biden and 10 million under Trump, then you said there was more under Trump?
No. So I saw the border crisis because, unfortunately enough, I serve in a uniform, and I actually been out to the border, and what I saw out there was actually really ridiculous. There was legitimate holes and fences that we had to patch up whenever Trump first took office. We had orders last minute there to take control of the border situation, and people were just still walking through like nothing was happening. Like it was ridiculous. Like Border Patrol wasn't even doing their job. It was that sad being there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
You said Border Patrol was not doing their job under the Biden-Harris
Correct.
administration?
Correct.
So the employees just stopped working.
As in not caring because they had orders.
That's just not true. Okay. Now again, they deported
That
people
is
under
true. They don't report that in the news, though.
Yes, they did. Do you think there were 0 deportations under Biden?
Not necessarily.
So there were
And going back to
deportations
what
under
you
Biden,
just
correct?
said, stuff like that, they don't put it on the news or they don't tell anybody. It's classified for a reason. It's not classified no more.
So they weren't enforcing the border. correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
As far as
that
what we
means
got
that
from my
that
commanding
means
officer.
so again, so that means that people in Border Patrol were doing nothing.
You also can see videos online too about people just
Can you answer
waltzing
the
through.
question? Are you saying Border Patrol was doing nothing under the Biden-Harris
Absolutely
administration?
nothing.
So obviously you're
I'm
wrong.
being serious with you, bro.
No, wait, do
Like,
you want to bet?
I was there.
Do you want to bet?
I do want to bet.
How much? You said Border Patrol was doing absolutely nothing under the Biden-Harris administration. I disagree with you on that point. How much do you want to bet?
I'll bet the debate right now. If you
No,
prove
how
me
much?
wrong, you win. I ain't betting money online. This ain't
Because
gambling.
you know you're wrong, buddy.
No, I'm not. I got bills to pay, bro.
Okay, fair, but like understand that you're wrong, right? You bet the debate. Okay, well then you've lost.
All right, show me a source.
That says that Border Patrol was enforcing things. All I have to do is show you a source that there were deportations under Biden, right?
Obviously, if somebody gets pulled over, oh, you don't have a visa nor paperwork that you live here. Boom. And guess what they do?
Wait, you said
2
you
weeks
accepted
later,
you said you
walk right
accepted
back over
CNN,
again.
right?
Yep.
Okay, well, here's a title from CNN saying Biden carried out the highest level of deportation since 2014, a new report says.
That's a honkin' donkey shit. I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's a hot donkey
Wait, you just
shit.
said that you accepted CNN, dude.
Where was that article at? Because I promise you, I looked it up to like the actual statistics, and I looked it up on Safari.
I can also give you a BBC. U.S. deportations under Biden surpassed Trump's 2019 record. NPR, why deportations hit a 10-year high in 2024. So Border Patrol was doing nothing, yet they were deporting more people than Trump under his first term.
That's honestly hard to believe.
I understand because you believe in feelings rather than facts.
No.
Okay, well, if you believe facts over feelings, then you believe what I just said.
No, that's not entirely it. Do you understand like how many news, like, just for case, like,
Oh, it's all fake news. It's all fake news. Whenever I see something that I disagree with, I just say fake news, fake news. I don't accept it. Fake news. I don't actually accept.
Do you
anything
actually believe in
from the
fake
fake
news,
news
like
media.
legitimately?
What's up?
Do you believe in fake news?
Do I believe in fake news? What is fake news?
Fake news, as in like tampering with stuff, and not actually like postponing the truth.
Yeah, Donald Trump does it all the time.
He does it all the time, eh?
Yeah.
So, if anybody in this chat or like anybody that you knew that served in uniform, I know quite a bit of the game. I've actually been to the Pentagon and back a couple of times.
You want a cookie?
And I have seen some things. I actually do. I actually had to work really hard to get to that point. But anyways, fake news is out there, and I'm a strong believer in them. Whenever election came around, when our voting officers was giving us out our little votes, it persuaded my decision that what's going to be better for the kids and what's going to be better for the future of the next 4 years, because it's either going to be Kamala Harris is going to be my department chief, or it was going to be Donald Trump. And I thought, I strongly hated the pullout of Afghanistan. I knew the girl that was killed there, Sergeant G.
Trump set
I
that
knew
up.
who she was. He didn't. So you're telling me he
did.
set it up?
He set up the agreement with the Taliban for the United States to pull out.
He wasn't in office though.
Okay, so then why did he give it over to Biden to do that? One. Two, why did he never specifically outline a plan for them to leave?
Maybe
so it had
because
to be
Trump
set up by
wasn't
Biden.
done with that plan yet.
What? They signed an
That
agreement
plan
with
was so
the Taliban.
rushed.
Wait, they signed
That
an
was
agreement.
honest.
Wait, you said it was rushed. You know that Biden signed an agreement to extend it to give them more time to leave? So if it was
Then why did it
rushed,
never got
that means it
approved?
was rushed to a lesser extent because of Biden.
All right, so you're telling me that ex-president Biden
Signed an agreement
Yes.
to extend how long we had in Afghanistan before we pulled out to give us more time to pull out. Yes. Trump's original agreement was to pull out at an earlier date. So we would have been rushed to a greater extent if Biden did not do so. That's a fact.
actually, in his second term, if he would have won that term, which he thought he was going to win, but
He lost,
unfortunately
right?
didn't. Yes,
Oh,
he did.
Yet he
He
thinks
did
that he
lose.
won still to this day.
What do you think that?
I think that's ridiculous. He thinks he won. That's absurd.
So, all right, anyways, back to the topic on that. Anyways, so the border crisis, we went over that.
The
The
border
pullout with
crisis?
Afghanistan. Crisis.
Crisis.
Sorry,
Sorry,
my phone speaker
apologize.
is not the best. I dropped it in
No, that
water. And
I
it's
think
been
that
trashed.
was probably me, just mishearing you. They sound similar.
Okay. So going back to the Afghanistan pullout, would you say that was embarrassing?
I would say that like Trump's pullout setup would indicate that there probably wouldn't have been much of a difference in what happened. Right? Like
What
if
makes you think?
anything, we had a greater ability to pull out when Biden decided to do so because we had more time. But yeah, I do think it's horrible what happened. I do think that, obviously we don't want service members to die. That's obviously atrocious and horrible. And I do think that, I don't think that like Trump would have stopped that from happening. And I think the idea that Trump would have stopped that is a bit absurd.
It is, and it was honestly very sad. There could have been a lot better ways to pull out of there. I personally never been there because of my time of my service there. We were just starting the pullout, and I wasn't there, but I actually knew the sergeant who went there. She was the one who checked me in, and God bless her soul, Tilvala. I love you, Sergeant. I hope you're doing good out there. But anyways, yeah, she was kind of the one who checked me in, got me settled in with my unit. So, that it was pretty bad. I feel like,
Wait, did you take an oath to defend the Constitution?
I did.
You did? So, would you ever support a candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Are you talking about the video that the senators tried posting about
No, I'm not
disobeying
talking
direct
about.
orders?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, would you ever support a candidate for president that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Define that. Like, what topic was that on?
No, I'm not saying anything in specific. Could you just say, like, would you ever support a candidate that called for that? The termination of every single rule, regulation, and article, even those found in the Constitution.
In the UCMJ 2 TAC 416 Alpha states that we can disobey a direct order if it was unlawful, then yes.
Wait, I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking, would you support a candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
No, I would not.
Okay, so did you know that Donald Trump did call for that on Truth Social? He called for explicitly, this is verbatim what he said, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's exactly what he said, verbatim.
All right, what was it about, though? That's what I'm curious
He thought
about.
the 2020 election was stolen.
Okay, so about that, some Tweety birds that I know are pretty high up there. There was legitimate, like, people who were dead for like a year or two was found in that vote. I don't know.
So
I'm being
one,
honest with
I
you,
don't
bro.
see any evidence of that. Two, right? Would you like to provide any evidence that that was enough to overturn the results of the election? Because say that there were 2 dead people that voted, okay? That doesn't mean that that would have changed the results of the election, right?
Oh no, it was multiple.
Multiple. So again, multiple people don't change the results of election. 10,000 people, 20,000 people, 30,000 people could, right? But you can't just say a few people who were dead voted, and that means that, Trump would have won because, if these dead people didn't vote. One, you don't know the affiliation of the dead people that voted.
So
Two, you
this
don't even
whole
know that the
topic
dead
is
people
about
did
January
vote. 3,
6th,
you'd have
correct?
to see that it's enough specifically to change the amount of change the election results.
Okay, so are we talking about January 6th?
We can. We weren't originally, but we can.
No, I thought this whole conversation about was the election and then what happened on January 6th. I thought that was what it was leading up to.
No, the claim for termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, happened in 2022. But it was about the election in 2020 because he still thought it was rigged.
Yeah. Honestly, I never really paid no much mind to that. I mean, there's many things in life that can get, screwed up, misinformation, It's in the books too.
No, but he said this
But-
on Truth Social. You can look at his public Truth Social account, and you can see that he said that. And you said you wouldn't support him if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because that would literally violate your oath to the Constitution. But yet you do still support Donald Trump, even though he did call for that. Let alone the fact that he violates multiple constitutionally protected rights and called for the execution of Democrats that said don't follow unlawful orders, which is what you just said you should do.
Yeah, but another thing that doesn't really ring a bell. If that was the case, then why is he president right now? Like, why didn't the Senate or anything like that, come together and be like, nah, this guy is crazy because he has the most powerful military in the world.
Because his stranglehold over the Republican Party, ideologically speaking. Okay, that's why.
Honestly, I don't even feel like most Republicans would even want to even have that because that's
what they did. They did. Most Republicans support Trump still.
All right, you put up a good argument with that. I've seen facts in person and talked with some people, but you put up a good argument with that.
Here's my point. I think that we all want conditions to be better at the border. We might have different ways of getting
100%.
there, sure, but I think my way makes sense. Again, I think a pathway to citizenship that for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right, where they don't have to leave the country, would be the best system possible. One, because it ensures the
100%.
most amount of people are vetted. Two, because it ensures that more people go through the legal immigration process, incentivizing people to go through the legal immigration process rather than coming to our country undocumented. Three, because it will allow for law enforcement that are dealing with the border to focus on the murderers and the rapists and those that are committing violent, horrible crimes, right? Rather than those that are not a threat to our community, that are literally just trying to help and benefit our communities and their families, right? So, that's what I think. And I think that right now our process has it so over 70% of people that are detained by ICE have literally no prior criminal record. And since, again, they're spending most of their time doing that, again, deporting people without due process, I think that's bad, and it's making our country less safe and secure rather than more safe and secure.
Yeah, I honestly 100% agree on that, and I hope that gets redone into, the right way. I have to ask a genuine question. I went to ask this to Dean when I was on there. Do you think J.D. Vance would be a good president if he went up for 2028?
No.
Why do you think so?
One, because he's bought into the MAGA cult. Two, because he supports very destructive policy, and we can go through the destructive policies in of itself. But mainly for me, it's because of his involvement with MAGA and Trump, and him explicitly saying that I have to kick you because of misinformation.
Oh, no.
Apparently, I don't remember what misinformation he engaged in, but I wouldn't support Vance. Yeah, and I mean, I think I gave you a few reasons, but that's in general. I think he's a horrible person for saying that he would have certified the false slates of electors under the Trump administration in his first term, right? Literally to undermine the 2020 election results. So I think that's a huge thing that people cannot overlook, because that's literally them trying to rig the election results. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Three years.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, I support my king.
What's your birth year?
February 6, 2006.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Always Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of especially there was one main thing is because of what Biden did with the withdrawal of Afghanistan, because one of my cousins actually died, so I didn't agree with it at all. And the things that they told me what they experienced while they were there, and those 24 hours, those were the scariest moments of their life. They've never experienced that moment, and yeah, that's why I didn't agree with it at all. So yeah.
Okay, so there's a few things here. One, that was set up specifically by Donald Trump, that agreement, and Biden extended it, gave us more time to leave. I don't think that you have an argument to say that if Trump were in office that this wouldn't have happened.
I mean, you saw the amount of equipment we left them, and now they're one of the strongest.
Equipment we left them is after this all happened. Secondly, it's not equipment we left; it's stuff we gave to the Afghan government to defend themselves. Right? Are you saying that we shouldn't have given the Afghan government weapons to defend themselves against the Taliban?
No, sure, sure, but like I mean, they collapsed. So my thing is, why couldn't we
No one
withdraw
expected
the
that.
equipment?
Wait, we did. We withdrew all equipment we had access to, and we destroyed it on site. Other than that, the only stuff that was U.S. that was given as a gift to the Afghan government to defend themselves. You're essentially arguing we shouldn't have given them any weapons to defend themselves, which is ridiculous and absurd.
I mean, we were there too, so we were using it. It's not like, hey, like, take it, right? It was like it belonged to us because we give it to them, but we were actually like loaning it to them. It's not like we give
No,
it
no,
to
no.
them
We
for
gifted
free,
it to
right?
them so that they could defend themselves. That was the point of us giving it to them. That's what military experts and intelligence officers said themselves.
I mean, what do you think about the 13 U.S. Mostly Marine members that died, though?
I think that's horrible. It's horrific. No one wants service members to die. All right, we all don't want that to happen. One thing that people don't take into account, though, is the 65 plus service members that died in conflict under the Trump administration. There were 16 under the Biden-Harris administration, counting the 13 that you're referencing, right? But there were over 65 under Trump's administration. So why don't you reference any of them?
Because, like I said, like that, what happened to my to one of my family members, that was more personal, right?
Yeah, that's horrific.
But
I'm really sorry that you had to go through that. It's like obviously very horrific, and
yeah,
you
like
wouldn't want
I wouldn't like,
anyone else to
yeah, I
go through
wouldn't
that,
want
right?
anyone on that, right? Yeah, but like
But that
that
wouldn't
was one of my
necessarily be a
main
reason to vote for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, what would he have done to prevent that
yeah,
from
one of the
happening?
reasons why, like he talked about this, I'm pretty sure, and he said that that was like what Biden did, like it was logical, like it was one the best thing to do, right? But not the way that he did it. And he said that the way he did it and left the whole like millions of dollars in equipment, billions of dollars, that it was like humiliating. Like
Who
he
said that?
embarrassed
Trump?
us globally. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Trump is lying because we didn't leave billions of dollars of equipment there. That was just stuff we left for the Afghan government to defend themselves. If Trump's saying that he wouldn't have left weapons for the Afghan government to defend themselves, well then I don't understand how you would be arguing anything there. Secondly, that doesn't help out service members that died. Okay, so what would Trump have done to prevent that from happening?
I mean, I feel like Trump has like, I feel like they respect Trump way more, right? Like, he did a
Well, he
$1
doesn't
trillion
respect
dollar
them.
deal.
He doesn't respect them because not only has he cut the VA, but he also called veterans suckers and losers, according to a four-star general, alongside the fact that he literally said that John McCain's not a war hero because he was captured, and he doesn't prefer people who are captured.
I mean, I get your point, but I mean, also the border, like the border crisis, like I feel like with I'm not sure what it was called, where like the don't stay in Mexico or whatever, like where you didn't have to wait over there in that part of the border.
One,
I
you
feel
should
like
address what I
that.
said with Trump, and two, in terms of remain in Mexico, that applies to the asylum process, which is a legal process of immigration. That
Yeah,
doesn't
but like
affect undocumented
I feel
immigrants.
like the people, for example, right? If I came through here, like if I came through the border illegally, where I came legally into the country, but if I came through the border illegally, and okay, I didn't have to stay in Mexico, I feel like people got influenced by that. People got like
Wait, no, if
motivated to
people are
come through the
coming to the
border.
country undocumented, they wouldn't be the ones that quote unquote stay in Mexico. That'd be people who are claiming asylum.
I mean,
And you're
can you lie
saying you're
about asylum though? You can.
what?
People have lied about asylum. I heard about way like
Sure,
I've heard even
I'm
my
not disputing that. But then you're also saying for everyone who does have a legitimate asylum claim that they shouldn't be allowed to stay in the country while they're claiming asylum. So I think the best way to incentivize not only people who have illegitimate asylum claims to not go through that process, but also ensure that people who have legitimate asylum claims have a good process to go through. We need to make the legal process in the United States go significantly quicker. That makes it better for people who have valid asylum claims, and it makes it worse off for people who have invalid asylum claims. So that's actually a process to address it, not by saying people should stay in Mexico, because that provides no incentive from a U.S. government standpoint to actually make said process go quicker for people who are going through the legal asylum process who, again, have legitimate asylum claims. Plus, people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, are you saying they should stay in Mexico while they're seeking asylum?
I mean, if they're actually like in danger, like and we can prove it, right? I mean, sure, come into the country. But if I just say, hey, look, I'm in danger. My family's in danger in whatever. Let's say El Salvador, where they had like gang members and everything, right? With Sika, you can just say that. You have to prove it, right? You have to prove like maybe reports, like police reports that you have actually filed these claims. You can't just say that. I mean, people came into the country without background checks, right? We just dumped these people into the country, and we don't know if they have criminal records in their home country.
Okay, over 70% of people who are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. If you want to reference anything to do with the undocumented immigrants that are coming to our country, they're multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So they're multiple times as likely to commit crime. If you want to reference bringing people to the country, right, again, the mass deportation process creates a greater likelihood where we aren't going to be able to actually address bad crimes that harm the safety and security of Americans, because people who are law enforcement officers are focused on deporting those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and have no prior criminal record.
I mean, that's why we have a due process, right? And I agree with the speedy deportations, like for the people that have been here less than 2 years. Because, I mean, if you think about it, right?
No, that violates due
Listen,
process rights.
it doesn't. Okay, you can say that, but I mean, I heard about like Trump signing an executive order about like immigrant terrorists or whatever. I'm not sure about it. I mean, you probably know it because you're professional at this.
Well, I have a question. Do you support Trump calling for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
Bro, why are you putting me on the spot? Like, there's like 5,000 people. No.
No, you don't? Okay, so then why do you support Trump? Like, wouldn't that be like a reason why you probably wouldn't want to support him? Not only is that a violation of constitutionally protected rights such as religious freedom, but it's also incredibly Islamophobic.
Yeah, but I mean, bro, if you saw what happened, I mean, those people, I mean, some of those people can be dangerous. Like, you know, like
Wait,
9/11.
Muslims? Why are you arguing that only Muslims are dangerous? Because you called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
Not a complete total shutdown, but I mean, if he did that, it's probably for
That's
a
what he
reason,
said.
right? He probably has.
No, he
He probably
called
has
for
more
that.
reasons.
No, his reason is Islamophobic. It's not based in actually reducing the likelihood of there being crime. If you want to reduce crime, then why do you support Trump, a convicted criminal who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots, meaning he released them onto the streets after they assaulted police officers?
You know what? I will say this, right? I'll give you props because you actually opened my mind about the Howard Stern show. Like, I never heard that right before, but
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
him
I
actively
can't
admitting to
believe.
sexual exploitation of women, right?
I mean,
And then
bro, if I
18-year-olds
heard that
came out and said there were
before,
4 girls as young as 15 years old that were in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. So given that you know this now, would you say that you don't support Trump anymore?
okay,
Hello? Hello?
wait, did you hear me? Hello?
I don't hear you anymore.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
As a president, yes. As a person, no. Why?
Oh,
No.
why do you support him as a president, even though he engaged in sexual exploitation of women and girls? Because, again, 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. And also, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. I mean, do you just not care
my
about any
question-
of these things?
So my question to you is this, right? We have criminal justice. We have justice. We have a justice system, right? So why wasn't he prosecuted for these things? If they were true, why couldn't he be prosecuted? I mean,
He
anyone
was held
would be
civilly
prosecuted.
liable. He was held civilly
Excellent.
liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. So even when there's a court and jury determination that he did do so, you still don't believe it.
I mean, I
Because
would
you have
believe it, but
cult-like
why? Why did she civilly like? Why did she like just civilly sued him or whatever?
Because it was past statute of limitations for criminal cases. Meaning it's been too many years
So it
since they've
wasn't-
been
there
happened,
wasn't-
that they can't try them in a criminal court regardless of the level of evidence.
Damn. Okay, but I mean that doesn't make him a bad president though. Like
It does.
you if you go by people's backgrounds, like everyone,
Wait,
even
I'm sorry.
me, we have
I'm
done
sorry.
fucked
Can
up
you give me
things.
one circuit? Can you give me one circuit? Wait, is your background comparable to a guy who sexually assaulted a woman?
No.
Okay, so then why are you making that point? You sound absurd. Has Kamala Harris done that? No. So why would you support that
Okay,
over
that's another
Kamala
thing.
Harris?
You know why I didn't vote for that woman? I'll tell you this, because okay, I didn't vote for her because like Biden, he was like campaigning and everything, and he like Kamala was like, oh, he's in good spirit. He would, he's gonna probably like run for re-election and everything. And all of a sudden, he dropped out.
Okay.
Why would he drop out if he was in good spirit and he was in good health? And then Kamala was like forced to, she got his endorsement, so that's the only reason she probably ran for office.
So your reason for not supporting quote unquote that woman, right? Kamala Harris, by the way, she has a name, she's a person, is because of the fact that she said that Joe Biden had the ability to be president?
No, not that, because they humiliated us and globally with the withdrawal.
Wait, by the way,
And
the you mean humiliated us, but like, could you name any way Trump's withdrawal would have been different?
oh man, I like when I hear him talk, I got scared.
And wait, what authority did she
Biden?
have in that context?
That's what I'm saying. So why would I vote for a person that has no authority of anything?
But
And
she was in,
just
she was in the position of
promised
vice presidency. If she had no authority, she can't have responsibility for that. That makes no sense. Trump had no authority at that time, right?
it. But it was the
Did he cause
administration, so
that?
it will legally fall into their administration. So they
Okay,
were legally.
so that doesn't mean that she like herself individually caused that, right? So then she doesn't have responsibility for that from that perspective. Secondly, again, you're not even actually giving an argument. To me, it sounds like it's probably because of sexism. Like it's probably because of misogyny.
Nah, I actually think Kamala, like, I think she's a good woman. I think she's a fine, smart person. But
Trump isn't though.
as a
So then
president, I feel
why do
like
you
I don't know,
support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris then?
because he was already a president before, and he showed, he was capable of doing things.
He
But
was not
the
showing he
COVID
was
thing
capable.
actually.
Wait, under his first term, he said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Are you kidding me? Under his first term, he said that we should look into
Yeah, he's
utilizing nuclear
funny.
weapons to fight hurricanes. Okay, what do you mean he's funny? This is absurd. This is him being
Bro,
serious.
listen, cause I mean, have you seen his Truth Social like post, like those things? I like him because that's his First Amendment. He has
Hey
freedom
dude,
of
hey dude,
speech.
hey dude, you're just not serious. You don't care about him engaging in things that are objectively in
I
like
do, and you know
actually
what?
delusionally
Okay,
insane.
you're not
Right?
talking
Dude,
about
is
the.
this just
You're
entertainment
not
for
talking
you?
about the vaccine. You're not talking about the vaccine that he funded for COVID.
I agree with Operation Warp Speed. That's a complete pivot of the point I was addressing.
Oh,
He literally said we should
okay.
look into
So
he said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Would
he was
any
probably
reason
joking.
wait, I'm sorry. No, he was being serious. Would any reasonable person tell scientists and literally the public in the position of the Oval Office, in the president, in front of the press, that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? I'm serious.
Of course not. He was probably I don't know. He was probably crazy that he probably said it as a joke because he said so many things that I literally think he should just be quiet.
Okay, so
But
what he
doesn't
said
make
was
it.
delusional and insane, correct?
It was out of topic. Yeah, yeah. He was joking though. I feel like he was joking. I mean, the tone of his voice, I didn't read it or I didn't hear it, so I don't know. But another thing, do you remember the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that the Trump did in 2017?
What about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Another pivot.
I'm not. What are you saying?
That was a pivot, but what about it?
I mean, it lowered individuals' income tax rates, which
disproportionately positively impacted rich and wealthy Americans and added trillions of dollars to debt. And through the big beautiful bill, specifically added $3.4 trillion to debt, cut over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, over 2.5 million
But
people
that's
on average
after
every month off
COVID.
their
That's
food
after
stamps,
COVID.
and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. No shit, it's after COVID. The big beautiful bill is after COVID, of course. It was here in
Okay.
2025.
But what I'm telling you, in 2017, before COVID, we saw, economic growth. So that's what I went by, like when I voted for him, right? Before COVID, he was actually a good president, and he made the vaccine, and the way he talks, like I liked it. Like, come on now, he's like, he's unfiltered. That's what I like about him.
Okay. So when you say unfiltered, what about that is beneficial?
that we can have a president that expresses his feelings without caring at all because he's the president and he can
That's
say whatever he
dangerous.
wants.
That's dangerous. Yeah, we
How?
did that specifically about Tylenol usage during pregnancy. He said that Tylenol causes autism with absolutely no evidence when there are scientific studies I can show you in the bibliography in my bio that literally indicate with 2.5 million people overlooked in the context of Sweden that literally there's no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account siblings and genetics. So if he actually looked at the evidence, he wouldn't have made such bullshit, scientifically false claims that will then lead to the harming of millions of Americans because of the fact that that's literally causing a public health crisis. Let alone the fact that people are getting vaccinated to a lesser degree because of the type of rhetoric that he engages in, that people specifically are in significantly worse off standpoints in terms of their health because of that, because of lack of access to health insurance.
I mean, that's one thing that he has said, but I mean, it was his voice, and actually, I'm not sure about Kenny. What's the dude, the researcher? What's his name? That he's like, I'm not sure about his name. He's old. He said that the scientists didn't find any specific evidence that it caused autism, so that was debunked, and he hasn't talked about it anymore. So why are you
That was
treating him as
debunked
a bad?
prior to that point. So why is he just randomly saying bullshit? You said he's quote unquote unfiltered. That's bad and dangerous in this circumstance because it leads to a public health crisis. It leads to people being harmed. You can't, as the president, just say whatever the fuck you want. I'm sorry, that's really stupid. Do you realize that's stupid?
Yeah, stupid, but I mean, he's your president though, so stop crying about it, okay? Like,
What?
come on.
I'm sorry. Are you not allowed to complain about the president? Are you not allowed to say the president's done bad things? I thought we have freedom of speech.
Quiet, piggy.
What are you
Let me
complaining
tell you
about, you
something. He's the
sensitive
best
snowflake?
president ever.
You're a sensitive snowflake because I called out your
I'm not
president.
a sensitive snowflake.
You're
Shut up.
clearly sound sensitive right now.
You want a woman to be the president and she can't even
Yeah,
she
what's
wasn't
wrong
even
with what's wrong with a woman being president?
Bro, what's wrong with a woman being president? That they're more sensitive to problems. They're
Says the one who literally
Yeah.
would just complained and was sensitive because I called out the president of the United States for doing something that was wrong. You're the sensitive little snowflake.
Hey, what are
It's
you gonna
not
do
women.
about it? Are you gonna
women?
personally do something about it?
I'm personally calling you out for it right now.
But you're not gonna do anything to him.
What do you mean? What do you mean by do
He says
anything?
you're
That's
president.
doing something.
Like you're saying that, oh my god, he did this about the Tylenol, that he said whatever bullshit about the Tylenol, but you're not gonna do anything with it. And
What do you mean?
Kennedy
I just
said that
called it out in front of over 7,000 people.
I mean, those 7,000 people are liberals and they're in a cult. So
Okay, what is a
it
cult?
doesn't matter. What is it called? A cult is like a fuck. I don't remember the specific the definition. You want me to give you the definition?
Yeah.
It's like a people that have the same beliefs or practices.
The people who have same beliefs. So MAGA has the same beliefs and practices. Therefore, MAGA is a cult under your view?
No, because not everyone's.
Oh, you just conceded. So what's a cult?
People that have the same practices. So
MAGA is a cult because they have the same practices. Try again.
Republicans are a cult too. So we're all in the cult.
Okay, so you realize the cult definition has no relevance then. Try again. What's the definition of a cult?
Bro, you're so good at this. It's a big it's a big amount of group of people that have the same beliefs, the same. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, so
we're
you would then be in a
all-
cult. Are you in a
there's
cult?
Good cults and bad cults.
Good cults and bad cults. Okay. So you obviously don't have a good definition of a cult here. You're just saying it's people who agree with each other. So liberals agree with each other. That's the most ridiculous and nonsensical statement you could have brought up in the conversation, right?
They do
Or actually,
because
not
they want
nonsensical. I
immigrants
meant to say. I meant to say.
They want immigrants in this country
Hold up.
illegally.
I meant to say trivial, not nonsensical. Because again, everyone knows that liberals have similar beliefs because you're using the term liberal to refer to them. Obviously, they have to have something in common if you're using a specific term to reference all of them. That's a ridiculous standpoint for you to express on the live.
What are they gonna do about it? Like chat is all they're all crying about me.
What do you mean by what are you going to do about? What are you going to do about it? You disagree with my
I'm not-
perspective. What are you doing about it?
You know what I'm doing about it? I'm actually making your chat a little bit smarter because they have.
No, you're just
negative
being a
outcomes.
sensitive little snowflake on the live. What do you mean you're making my
I'm not.
chat
You're
smarter?
being sensitive.
No, the chat is actively losing brain cells because of you.
Because he's unfiltered. He's actually a good president.
That is a low IQ reason to support Trump.
Bro, he's actually.
It is.
he's
It is.
smart.
That is a low IQ reason to support Trump. Want to know why?
Tell me why. Your definition. Come on.
because I've already explained it to you, and you didn't listen, and you didn't actually engage with the point. Okay? What did I originally say? Tell me.
That Trump is a bad president because blah 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 blah, and you started yapping about liberals.
You see what I mean? You're not even
points.
listening into the conversation. I've already given you an answer to all of these points, yet you just repeated the same thing.
Because, bro, like you're just giving me the same. Like I've heard you say the same things to like 100,000 people, but you're not getting it. That
You've heard me say
13
the same thing over and over again, and yet you still can't retain the information. Wow.
I mean, 13 Marines died, so I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah,
I feel
65 service members died in conflict under the Trump administration. I've already responded to this, and you got debunked on that again.
And Biden funded the Palestinian and Israel war. That's why they started.
Yeah,
But,
Trump literally funds Israel to a greater extent. Netanyahu literally said that Trump is literally Israel's greatest ally they've ever had in the position of the Oval Office. Try again, buddy.
And
Wait, are all clavicular fans this dumb?
What you mean?
You have them in your profile picture. Are all of you this dumb?
He mogs you though. He mogs you.
No, he gets intellectually mogged just like you.
He mogs you, bro. Come on now. You're like a nerd, but you're like a smart nerd. So
I'm a smart nerd. So yeah, well, I've obviously intellectually mogged you. How does it feel?
Charlie Kirk mogs you too. Like I seen the debates.
Name one point he ever beat me on.
Every point.
Name one point specifically.
About what was it? LGBTQ rights.
What about it?
Abortion.
Be specific. What about LGBTQ plus rights?
I mean, you want women in you want man in women's bathrooms, and
we never even talked about that. So name something we talked about, genius.
Abortion.
Okay. What about abortion? Do you agree?
You
do you even know what he said about abortion? Name the specific point about abortion.
Stop putting. I know he said that we shouldn't have abortion after specific months. So.
Okay. So yeah, you don't remember any of the conversation, yet you said that Charlie Kirk beat me in the debate.
But
you have no clue what you're talking about. Wait, typical clavicular fan with absolutely no evidence, no basis in reasoning, doing something irrational. Look at that.
At the time you guys had a debate, he mocked you.
Wait, who? Charlie Kirk?
Charlie
Well,
Kirk,
what point?
yes.
You can't mention anything. You have yet to mention a single point.
Bro, if I find it then, bro, like, trust me, I'll keep going for hours and hours, and you would just probably get, humiliated.
No, you wouldn't. There's actually not a defensible argument to say that he beat me on any point in the context of the entire debate I had with him. I'm serious. Every single point we debated on, I think I beat him on. Every single point. I don't think so. Obviously, name one point. Name one specific point. I'll name specific points I beat him on.
Bro, I don't remember, but at the time, yeah, but bro, yeah, come on.
Name points. I'll tell you.
Abortion. I'm pretty sure that.
Name a specific point about abortion.
Bro, I don't remember, but what's wrong with it? Like,
well, do you love getting intellectually mogged? Is this fun for you?
Bro, do you think someone named Parker got a job with mogged me? Come on now.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
How does it feel? You just got mogged.
Because I don't remember right now, but I remember.
Hey!
Back then.
You're too busy trying to quote unquote look smack.
Wait, hold up. Charlie Kirk's in the chat.
You are too busy trying to look smacks that you won't even intellectually max out your critical thinking skills so that you can actually engage in meaningful dialogue reasonably. Okay? I'm just asking you to critically engage in a conversation, and you can't do so. You're getting mogged repeatedly over and over again. So how about this? IQ max instead of look smacks, buddy.
Okay, let me ask you something. Why don't you debate Clavicular? Come on now.
I will. I would destroy that kid. I would destroy that kid. He's an idiot.
Him.
Dude, he's an absolute idiot.
Well, okay, when can you debate him? Because I have him
join the live.
added on Discord.
Tell him to join the live.
Can you join it? Can you join his kick like tomorrow?
Tell him to join my live.
Come on, he's bigger than you.
What?
Because you want to debate him.
I'm not going to a botted stream. How many viewers does he get?
Botted stream? He has like 10,000 every time in his chat.
I get more than 10,000 people on the live typically every day.
Typically, but not right now. And he has 10,000 steadily every day. Once he turns on,
right now because I'm 45 minutes into my stream on here on TikTok. There's literally 4,400 people here on TikTok, and there's 3,500 people on YouTube.
You restarted. Stop saying that because you restarted. I saw it. Because I was waiting for 4 hours. Come on now.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I understand. Right, that was in the previous. I'm talking about here on TikTok. I had a restart. We had more people earlier. But what's your?
Well, people. Okay, so I'll keep being a Trump supporter, and what's crazy? DHS came into my college, and they actually offered me 35,000, and I'm actually considering it because
Can I
that's
ask
a
you a
lot of money.
question?
Dude.
How many
Yeah,
continents are there?
7, and I'm not gonna
What are
name them
they?
because bro. I'm not gonna name them. Come on
Name them.
now,
What are they?
bro. Who do you think you are? You think you're my daddy?
I'm just asking, who are the continents? And yes.
Whoa! What do you mean?
Well, I'm dunking on you in the debate over and over again.
No, you're not dunking on me. The continents. Wow. Didn't you learn that in 5th grade? Come on.
Come on, give me a response. You just got intellectually mocked
Bro,
again.
they're
bud.
like, okay, let me tell you something. It was like North America. Okay, I forgot, but low key, but North America, South America, right? Europe, of course. Then Madrid was there.
Wait,
Asia.
repeat them. Sorry, go over.
No, North America, South Africa, Europe.
South Africa. Wow, new continent.
Bro,
just
South
dropped
America. What do you
Okay.
mean?
You said South Africa. Go ahead.
No, I said North America, South, obviously America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Come on now. Stop testing me.
Well, there's
Stop
another
testing
one.
me. I'll
You
tell
forgot.
you this.
You forgot
What's,
one. You forgot one.
I forgot one. I forgot how to say Antarctica, whatever. Yeah. Come on.
Okay.
Come on now. What's the?
It took you a while to mention. How many branches of government are there? Push the galaxy.
Bro, you think I'm that dumb? Come on now. I'm
Yes,
Hispanic,
how
but I'm
many?
not that dumb. 3.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you being Hispanic had anything to do with that. I'm asking you.
Because you're like racially
name the 3
profiling me.
branches.
You're like, are you ICE?
What?
Because you're asking me these questions, and ICE probably ask people these questions.
What? I'm asking you these questions because of the content of our debate.
I mean, we were debating, but if you want me to tell you the 3 branches is legislative, executive, and judicial.
What are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
Damn, bro. I'm responsible for making laws.
Nope.
And they consist of 2 chambers, of course.
And what are they?
The House of Representatives and the Senate.
Did you just look it up?
Bro, what do you mean I'm looking it up?
I heard you look it up. I could hear you typing.
You type? Yo, that's crazy. You see, now you're just making shit up. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm making it up.
Yes.
You just got intellectually mocked because we all heard that.
Because you just hear random clicks with my thing right here. Yeah, with my cap.
Yeah,
with
we all
my
know. You
water
laughed.
bottle.
You laughed. I could hear that you obviously did that. Don't lie. Are
No,
you
because
Christian?
your chat is
Are you
making things up.
Christian?
Your chat is funny.
Wait,
though.
hold up. Are you Christian?
Yeah, but I'm not that
Yeah,
crazy.
you
like,
are.
I'm not
Wait,
that religious.
so you just admit? Can you admit to lying on the stream? Because that's a sin. Repent for your sins right now, buddy.
The only sin that I will actually repent from is Goonie. That's the only one.
Okay, well, that's a crazy
What?
take. Why only sin you'd repent for is that? Why don't you repent for any of your other sins? Don't you have to?
Because I don't sin as much. Like, I don't sin as much as you. I don't
You
spread
just did.
lies.
You
I
just
go by
lied. You
facts.
literally just lied.
How did I lie? I'm telling you that I don't. What? I'm not typing anything, sir.
You literally just lied. We could hear you. You were laughing. Obviously, we know you lied.
Oh, so now, if I lie, like if I laugh, I'm lying. Okay, now come on. You see, that's a liberal.
Everyone
mindset.
knows. Oh, liberal mindset to use context clues to identify what you meant. Get a grip, dude. That's called critical thinking. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, and for the $5 as well. Christian with the $5.
Bro, can you stop
Savannah,
thinking
thank you so much. I really appreciate the
fake
$20. Thank you
donations?
so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so
Fake
much.
donations.
No, literally though, thank you so much, Savannah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy with the $2.
Fake donations.
Brandy, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Good W's for all of them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
L's for them.
Dude, he's clearly you're so jealous, bro. VC, thank you
I'm
for the $2.
not jealous,
Thank
bro.
you.
Whoa, 50 cents?
Silent,
Come on, I'll
Silent,
gamble
thank
that
you so
on-
much. I
I'll
really
gamble
appreciate the $2. Thank you, Silent. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Caleb with the $5. Hamster with the $50. Give me some W's for Hamster in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much, Hamster. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Hamster in the comment section right now. Again, I really appreciate the $50. Thank you. Vomit, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Silent, thank you for the 10. BC with the $50. Thank you so much, BC. Give me some W's for BC in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Hamster, thank you for the $50 as well. Thank you so much, Hamster. Toads, thank you for the $2. Hamster with the 5 and the 10. Thank you. Silent with the 5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That's the
Feed,
Biden
thank you for the 5 as
administration
well. Thank you so much. PB, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vampire with the $50. Thank you so much, Vampire. Really appreciate some W's for Vampire in the comment
What are
section
those
right
names,
now. Thank
dog?
you so much,
Those are
Vampire. I
bots.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. BC again, thank
You're
you. I
worse than
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Predictor.
As well as Stephanie with the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Peter with the $100 on Venmo for Here's for Your Fake Donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 fake donation. Thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Peter in the comment section right now for the fake donation. Pat, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Pat in the comment section as well. Anthony with a 10 membership subscription. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for supporting me with fake donations and Monopoly money. I really, really, really appreciate it.
I don't see no notifications. Mogged.
You know that these notifications are on YouTube, right? And you can look at them. Mogged.
So why don't they pop up in here? I just see like
because we're on TikTok.
GIFs.
Mogged.
Are you live on YouTube too?
Yes, I'm live on YouTube as well. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So let me ask you something. How many amendments are there?
How many amendments?
Yeah.
I think it's 27.
Okay, you got that right.
Did I get it right?
I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you plus 1 point.
Oh.
Did you go to college? Because it seems like you didn't go to college. It seems like this is your 9 to 5.
I did go to college. I have a degree in economics. Rest, thank you for the membership subscription.
Yeah, so you're a full nerd because like economics.
So I've got a degree in economics. You said this. Do you think this is a job?
Hell no! What the hell?
Can you tell us what a job is?
A job is when someone makes money doing something productive in their life.
That's what I'm doing right
now.
No,
you're not.
Yes,
you're not. You're hurting your eyes. That's not productive.
What do you think it's productive that people are going to have more information? They're going to be able to educate themselves more.
Don't say don't say more information because you're not in the middle. You're left, all the way left, buddy. Okay.
That doesn't mean what I'm saying is incorrect, and I'm not all the way left.
I saw those pictures with Sleepy Biden in the White House. I don't think you're in the middle. You're spreading propaganda.
I didn't take a picture with Sleepy Biden.
With whatever his name is, Harry, the Dean, whatever.
Dean, yeah, in front of the White House.
Yeah, like come on now. Those are that got you there because you're spreading lies, and Biden was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna propaganda because you think
propaganda.
Everything you say is propaganda.
Like what?
Like there was no south border crisis. There's no what Biden did.
I never said there's not a border crisis. I just think the border crisis is caused by our current legal immigration policy. The fact that it takes too long, right? And it costs too much for people to get into the country.
Because Barack Obama could have fixed that.
Because we need legislation. That. We need legislation, and we need people in Congress. Votes, right? Yeah, you need to get past the filibuster.
So I have a question. Why did DACA get disabled or whatever? Why did they stop accepting applications? Biden could have fixed it.
No, they didn't have enough. They didn't have 60 votes.
So they tried to fix it.
If they had 60 votes, yeah, they would have.
But they didn't pass anything to fix it.
Because they didn't have 60 votes. You understand that you require 60 votes, right?
But I mean, people can agree.
But you need to pass the filibuster.
We should get rid of the filibuster. That's a scam, and you know that's a weakness that we have in the government.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that that's what causes that. So
you think Biden is the best? Okay, who's a better president? George Washington or Biden?
Biden. George Washington owned slaves. I don't know why you're laughing. Like George Washington literally owned slaves.
So that's why. So who has had a more global impact? Martin Luther King or Joe Biden?
Martin Luther King Jr.
Finally, you have like one good answer. Come on now.
But also, I just want you to know there's a difference between Martin Luther and Martin Luther King Jr.
I mean, yeah, I know, but it's the same family, right? But let me tell you something. What about like immigration? Do you think I should join? It's a personal question, by the way.
Do I think you should what?
Join for 35,000.
Join what for 35,000?
ICE.
No, what the fuck? Why would you do that?
Bro, it's 35,000. That can buy me a Hellcat. Don't you understand? I need a car.
This is rage bait. This is you trying to rage bait.
No, I'm not, bro. I can show you proof.
Obviously, it was rage bait. That was obvious rage bait.
How?
So, I mean, do you want to violate the Constitution? Do you care about the Constitution?
No, I don't want to violate the Constitution. I feel
Okay,
like
well,
the
that's
mask shouldn't
exactly
be
what ICE
amended.
is doing. ICE is violating the
No.
Constitution.
So
Yes,
if
it
you're
is.
an immigrant, I have a question. If you're an immigrant, can ICE take you? Can ICE detain you? Yes or no? Because what they're doing is not like, hey, come here, you're brown, or let me kidnap you. No, they're like,
Actually,
hey,
yes,
do
they
you have
are. You know that
documentation?
ICE has admitted that they're racially profiling. They're using race as a factor to detain people. Did you know that?
Detain and ask them questions.
Oh, wait. So then do you think that's justified?
Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
you think it's justified to racially profile?
Yeah, because I mean, 20 million people
Wow.
came in here.
Wow. That is nuts. That is nuts.
How?
Wait. Didn't you in this conversation say that you're Latino?
Yeah.
So you're okay with them racially profiling you?
Of course, I wouldn't have any issues. Because if I'm not doing anything wrong, if I waited the whole process, if I waited the whole 10 years, why would I have?
Stop. You're being ridiculous. You're obviously being ridiculous right now. You are not okay with yourself being racially profiled. That's absurd, right? Why would you be okay with yourself being racially profiled?
Listen, there's many things you can check. Well, not just racially profiling. You can see the movement, like these ICE agents.
No, stop.
you know,
Seriously, why would you support yourself being racially profiled? That's absurd.
I don't support it like the
That's
way
what you just said. You just said that you would be okay with yourself being racially profiled.
If they have to take all these criminals out, sure, yeah, why not?
If you want to get the criminals out of the country, let's start with Donald Trump. Okay?
Donald Trump is not a criminal.
He is. He's a convicted criminal, held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who's been violating constitutionally protected rights and calling for the execution of Democrats who just said not to follow unlawful orders. Which
Okay,
means defend
now
the
you're
Constitution.
going way out of topic. It said punishable by death. He never said kill them. He just
Actually,
retweeted it.
he retweeted it, and a person with a neo-Nazi profile picture saying HANG them, George Washington would.
So I have a question for you.
Wait, no, I just want to wait. Is that him literally calling for that? That's him calling for the execution.
Because it's just retweeting it. Maybe
that's
one
obviously him calling for it if he's retweeting.
Maybe one of his administrators was in his account and
no, that's him from the toilet, obviously retweeting that. Be real.
Okay, so
they would have taken it down by now if it was one of those people.
You have never retweeted bad things?
No, I've never retweeted that ever
in your life, even
never.
When you were like a teen.
No.
We all make mistakes. Like what?
I'm never saying I didn't. I used to be a Trump supporter. I obviously did, but I never retweeted like hang people that disagree with me. I literally have never done that. Have you ever done that?
Like he said, hang people. Like, finish the sentence though. It said
he said HANG them. George Washington would have. And that was from a guy with a neo-Nazi profile picture. Don't act like you agree with them.
I don't care about that guy's profile picture because I don't have.
You don't care about the fact that he had a neo-Nazi profile picture?
No, because I don't go by those.
Wow, dude. Wow, you don't care about a guy that had a white supremacist profile picture being reposted by the president of the United States. Wow, that's absurd, dude. The guy that he reposted literally is advocating for a country that does not include you.
It does include me. Stop.
What do you mean? Do you think neo-Nazis advocate for a country that includes you?
Nah.
Okay, so then a guy that he reposted advocates for a country that does not include you, and you're totally okay with that.
Maybe he misinterpreted like the whole
No,
thing,
that's ridiculous. You can't misinterpret that. You can see the profile picture. It's still there. He still has it reposted.
I don't
show you. Okay.
Yeah. I don't agree to see proof, and since I'm in a major in criminal justice, I have to see beyond reasonable doubt. So, show me.
Which you don't even accept in the context of the criminal case against Donald Trump.
But why does your chat hate everyone that debates? Like I've been watching you for.
Listen here.
The president.
Listen, watch this.
Yeah. He wrote punishable by death, but okay.
Stop.
The vegan. What?
Yeah, the vegan teachers made a whole song about us. Parker and Dean think they'd be keen to watch.
Holy glaze.
Damn.
Glazing.
Of the United States of America, Donald Trump is now demanding the execution, more specifically the hanging of any Democrat urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe
He needs to look, Max.
I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution,
yes,
then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington...
Hold up, I gotta make sure you can see the whole thing.
Bro, why are you showing me Dean propaganda? Come on now, I'm not a Dean fan.
Stop complaining, sensitive snowflake.
Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most dystopian thing I've...
Here, let's look at this.
This is...
Let me show you.
Damn.
This profile
Posted a
picture right
comment.
here, that's an iron cross. That is a neo-Nazi
It looks like the
symbol.
Florida cross.
That is, it's a neo-Nazi symbol used by the KKK. Okay? The KKK oftentimes uses this. Okay?
Wait, are you serious?
Yes, I'm dead serious.
Why does it look like the... Okay, maybe, yeah, I'm tripping, so... But I mean, there's nothing wrong with retweeting it. And one thing I like about
There's
Trump,
nothing...
and I'll tell you
Wait, stop. There's nothing wrong with him retweeting a post from a neo-Nazi that advocates for you to not be in the country. I'm sorry. You are being ridiculous right now. There's no way you actually hold this position. Are you just trolling right now? Admit you're trolling if you are.
Bro,
'Cause
why
this is
would I
absurd.
be trolling?
Because
No.
this is an absurd position. You are literally saying it's okay for Donald Trump to repost someone that advocates for you to not be in the
It's
country.
his app, so I don't really care. I'm not... If you're into his app, that means you're a fan, so...
Into what?
Into his true social media, like, that's him. That's his free speech. That's why he made it, because he wants to have free speech, and I agree with him.
Okay,
That's
so
his
so
First
would
Amendment.
you defend neo-Nazis undermining how many people died in the Holocaust because it's their quote-unquote free speech under your view?
No, not at all.
Okay, so then you just conceded. So just because something is your quote-unquote free speech to say it does not mean what you said is accurate, okay, or not morally wrong, right? Obviously,
guys just
engage
got
with what I have
something,
to
come
say.
on.
Again, a typical Clav fan getting intellectually mogged, right?
Buddy.
It's actually sad. And I just want to let you
How
know,
about-
you
how
said
about
Dean
you
needs a
and him
looks
go to the
max.
gym?
Dean doesn't even need a looks
You need a
max,
look ma-
and he still mogs. He still mogs Clav.
He doesn't mog anyone. Have you seen his bicep? Come on now.
Wait. How does it feel that your little favorite guy, Clav, gets mogged by Dean, and Dean didn't even have to looks max?
Bro, Dean is another, like, he's not even a nerd. He's like propaganda. He was like, I don't know how to explain him. Like, he's a robot. Like, every time he talks, he's like, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't want to hear all that. It's propaganda. At
Okay,
least
so
he
you're
talk-
just mad that he speaks quick. So I like how you didn't say that he said something wrong. You didn't say that he said something bad. You said that he spoke too fast for you. So maybe you should just speed up how fast you're listening. Maybe you should just IQ max.
No,
maybe
you know why?
maybe
Because
you,
after
instead
so
of just
many
saying that Dean should
listen.
looks max, how about you critically think for once? How about you actually engage in a legitimate conversation? How about you go outside, touch some grass? How about you actually go out and talk to people in the real world?
Touch
Because
grass?
you
I
literally
have fake
support a
grass,
red
but
pill,
okay.
absolute insane individual, right? He calls himself black pill, right? And he's literally a racist
He's a
piece of
black
shit.
pill, buddy.
The guy that you support goes on live stream and screams the N-word, okay? That's the guy you support.
Because he's black.
He's not.
He said that
Clavicular
he
is
said
not
that
black.
He's 50%.
He's
because you're racially profiling him now. Come on now. Because he looks white, but he's not white. Don't you get it? Like, some people, Mexican people are black.
okay. I'm kicking you.
No.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. So the next individual, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. We are going to get one more person at least for the debates tonight. Gray, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Soul, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it. How about IQ Max? I'm stealing that, bro. That was funny. I know, right? Literally, I say that about all the people who consider themselves quote-unquote looks max. It's like, bro, IQ Max. Engage in debate. Engage in critical thought. That's what you should do. That's the best thing you could do. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
24.
And do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
I would probably vote again for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think the United States needs a system where we lead the world. If we don't lead the world, then the world will fall apart.
Yeah, you know, we are able to lead the world to a lesser extent when Trump's in office because we actually have less good relationships with our allies, and countries around the world don't view us in the same way. For example, under Trump's first term in 2018, what's it called? Angela Merkel specifically was considered by the EU and by like the bunch of European countries and our allies to be like the quote unquote leader of the free world rather than the Trump administration and Donald Trump, because of the fact that Donald Trump was being so absurd and because countries around the world didn't have confidence in him and he made us look ridiculous on the world stage.
Okay, but if that's the case, then why do countries go to the U.S. and look for intelligence? They look for what you would call the guidance around the world.
Okay. So wait. So I'm confused what you're trying to say there. You understand that they're not looking to us for more guidance when we cut funding for USAID, right?
But
They're not looking to us for more guidance when he slaps tariffs on countries around the world and talks about annexing close allies like Canada, Greenland, and Panama.
But he has to do that. Doesn't matter who's in office.
He does not have to.
Trump has to do this because countries around the world has been financed by the U.S. citizens' tax dollars, me and you, okay? And that money is
Trump's
being
sending
wasted.
$40 billion to Argentina, right? Republicans had the ability to vote on an amendment to take that $40 billion and use it on Americans to reduce their healthcare premiums. But instead of doing that, they wanted to send the $40 billion to Argentina. They could have extended for 2 years reductions in healthcare premiums for American citizens, but they cared more about money going to Argentina.
Listen, the United States of America and Trump, MAGA, needs to support countries, because if we don't support countries, then the countries will fall apart and they'll always come back to the U.S. for support.
Oh, wait, so you just conceded. So we should have done the same thing with Ukraine, right?
Say that again?
So we should do the same thing with Ukraine, right?
As in, like what, for weapons and supporting them?
We keep them afloat so that Russia doesn't invade and take over their country.
No, I think the U.S. has to support countries, but also the countries need to take their money. We need to take money from these countries equally.
Okay, so that we weren't getting equal money back from Argentina.
No, absolutely not.
I have a question. Are you Canadian?
No, I'm American. Born in Des Moines, Iowa, Altoona, Iowa.
Okay. I grew up in Iowa as well. That's
I'm from Altoona, Iowa. I live in Altoona, Iowa. Altoona, Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa, suburb of Iowa.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar.
That's why I say that the U.S. doesn't matter who's in office, but Trump is a business guy, and MAGA needs to put the money into these countries, and we also need to get our money from these countries.
Okay, so then you're totally okay with all the funding that the Democrats did. So can you name one foreign policy standpoint that you disagree with in terms of Democrats in terms of foreign aid?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, can you say one aspect of foreign aid you disagree with Democrats on?
No, I don't disagree on foreign aid. I don't disagree.
Wasn't that like the reason why you brought up why you agreed with Trump? Like,
I agree that the U.S. has to support the world, but also the world has to pay back the U.S. for what's.
Wait. So, do you think tariffs are paid by the foreign country?
No, they aren't. They're paid by the U.S. citizens.
Okay, yeah. So then, how are they paying us back?
They're paying us back. They're paying us back when Trump goes and does business. Trump is a financial businessman to support.
Bankrupt 6 times.
Say again?
He bankrupt 6 times.
Bankrupt 6 times. That Trump is a businessman, has nothing to do with financial backing. When you take
multiple
risk
casinos have been bankrupt under Donald Trump. Can you name one good businessman outside of Donald Trump that has 6 bankruptcies?
Well, Elon Musk has gone to financial corruption too. I mean, financial part too.
He is not bankrupt 6 times.
Listen, when you have to take risk.
Forward. And it's easy to take risk when you inherit $400 million from your dad.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. When you have backing by somebody else, of course that's going to be true. But every country, every citizen in the world has a backing by someone. It's called financial support.
Yeah, but can you make a point that's like relevant? Like, what economic policy has he passed that's been good for us based upon Donald Trump's quote unquote business background?
He's gone to, I would say, the Middle East, or what you call Asia, to get business for countries so that he can help support the technology in the world out there.
Okay, so the level of trade has declined because of the fact that he's imposed tariffs. Tariffs increase the cost of trade between nations, which decreases the level of trade. So if you want to talk about investments into our country, there's less investment and money sent to our country from other countries when we reduce trade by imposing tariffs.
But that's not a policy that's put into place.
Tariffs are a policy put in place.
You have to put policies in place and tariffs in place so that countries and U.S. citizens are paying for this. Listen, nothing is free in this world.
Wait, what?
Nothing is free in this world.
No, what you said before that.
No, I was saying that the U.S. citizens, myself and you, okay, we need to pay for things. As you pay for things, nothing is free in life. Nothing is free. You have to pay. You have to get quality stuff, right? This is the reason why he's gone around the world to bring the money back to the U.S. in sales. This is the reason why he's also sent his diplomatic teams overseas to help try to make things better. Yeah, I mean, I think, it's not only just the president. We have House and Democrats and both sides of the society that need to work together.
Yeah, none of this shows how Trump's better in terms of economic policy.
I'm sorry?
How has Donald Trump passed policy that has made Americans better off economically speaking? Because since he's got in office, real domestic manufacturing investments declined. There have been multiple months of reductions in jobs. Unemployment's increased. Real GDP growth has slowed. Real median wages have growth has slowed. We can point to all of these things.
And do you know the reason why it's declined? Because when he was in office in the first term, okay, and he made America great again. As he made America great again, we had a sleepy president, Mr. Biden, get in office. As he's sleeping in office, everything goes down. And then guess what happens? Now he's back in office and he goes forward.
Okay, so what went down? Wait. What went down under Sleepy Joe because of Sleepy Joe?
What went down? Everything.
Like what?
As America, everything went down. Everything went down. Why did it go down? Because he reversed the policies that Trump put in place financially to help the United States citizens out. And now we know when he's in office, Trump's going to be in office again for the next 4 years. What is he going to do? Stuff's going to be more expensive. Stuff's going to be, the economy is going to get better.
What policy did Biden pass that caused inflation?
Biden didn't pass anything. That's the problem.
He did pass things. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. What are you talking about? He didn't pass policy. Tell me what policy caused inflation.
What policies caused inflation? Everything Biden did, it went downhill. Everything.
So what policy did he pass that caused inflation?
He didn't pass any policies. That's the problem with Biden.
I just explained to you policies he passed: the Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. What are you talking about? He didn't pass any policies. I just mentioned to you fucking multiple.
Okay, if he passed these policies, then tell me financially, how did it help the U.S. citizens?
Yeah, investments in roads and bridges, getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, investing in high-speed broadband towards rural communities, right? Increasing the renewable energy infrastructure in the context of the United States, right? I can give you many things. Cleaning up our air and our water and making the conditions healthier, increasing the amount of jobs, right? Reductions in pharmaceutical prices.
So reduction in pharmaceutical prices. Did Trump not pass this for pharmaceutical companies right now?
It was expanded under the Inflation Reduction Act. So originally, if you're talking about the one I was referencing, the $35 cap on insulin, Trump did an executive order for that for parts of Medicare. All right, and Kamala Harris, through the Inflation Reduction Act, which she was the tie-breaking vote on, and Joe Biden, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which capped insulin at $35 per month for everyone on Medicare, not just for those on parts of Medicare. And then she was advocating to expand it to everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare.
So you're saying that he reduced the stuff, but as he reduced it later, Trump, my president, even reduced it even more.
Wait, repeat that, sorry?
I said, so you're saying that while Biden was offered, he passed all these policies and laws and whatever it may be, right? And Trump only made them better by reducing more, adding more. And listen, technology and all this stuff, these American citizens, he made them better.
Okay. So one, you're not actually giving me a reason why Biden caused inflation, which I'm just going to give it to you at this point. Biden didn't cause inflation. It was global inflation. It happened all around the world. It was not due to the Biden-Harris administration. It was supply chain issues relating to the pandemic, right? Had nothing to do with Biden. Okay, so you blaming him is ridiculous. Secondly, Trump literally ran on tariffs, which increased prices and put upward pressure on prices. He ran on policies, putting upward pressure on prices, while simultaneously saying that he was going to reduce prices. He lied to you. He conned you, and you bought the con.
No, he didn't lie to you. What? So he didn't lie to anyone.
So then why are they saying that they're getting rid of some tariffs for more affordability?
Getting rid of tariffs for more affordability?
Yeah. Why are Republicans saying that they're getting rid of tariffs in some instances because they want to address the affordability crisis?
Listen, to make America great again, you have to raise the cost of stuff. You have to pay what the world's paying.
So actually, everybody, in order to make America so great, we have to actually cause inflation, okay, everybody? We have to make it worse for Americans by causing more inflation. We actually have to increase unemployment, okay? We have to make America worse off, I promise you that.
If that's the case, then tell me the reason why poverty rate during Biden was a huge problem. Cost of living in the U.S. has skyrocketed because of
they're a problem under both administrations, okay? The Biden-Harris administration does more to address poverty because we actually pass policies to address it. For example, the increase in the child tax credit to under the American Rescue Plan reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented under the American Rescue Plan under Biden's administration. So they actively do things to a greater extent to address childhood poverty in this country, whereas Republicans pass policies that increase the level of poverty by cutting people off their access to food stamps and Medicaid, and by restricting children's access to free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month in this country, right? 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance in the big beautiful bill by adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So not only is he less fiscally responsible, and he adds more to the debt, over $4 trillion more in his first administration, and since he's got in office, he's added over $3 trillion, which means over $2 trillion signed into law every year of his administration, because that's over $11 trillion. Right? Over $2 trillion per year he signs into law because he's been in office for less than 5 years.
Correct.
Okay, so then why would you support this guy? He's economically atrocious. His character is atrocious. He's called for the execution of Democrats and his political opponents because they told people to defend the Constitution, uphold the Constitution, by literally saying that people should not follow unlawful orders. I'm sorry, it's ridiculous. This is straight up fascism that Donald Trump's advocating for. And I can't sugarcoat it. That's fascism, is it not?
But sir, I just want to give you a heads up so you're aware. Unfortunately, we young community around the world, the 20-somes, we look at what's in the past, okay? And when we don't look at what has already happened years ago, I'm talking the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, right? If we're not looking at that to make us better, then we young kids in our 20, like college kids and 20s, early 30s, we can't go forward. And that's part of the agreement. That's part of the
so Donald Trump's actively doing things to limit the level of history we're talking about and engaging in historical revisionism. You understand that, right? So if you're making this point of we have to look at the past in order to be able to respond to the future, well, then why is the Trump administration going after books? Why is the Trump administration going after, right, educational resources about systemic racism in this country, slavery, right, Jim Crow laws in the aftermath? Why is Donald Trump actively undermining, right, the stories of veterans and soldiers that were in the context of the military that are African American and black?
Because America is a country of the world. America is people from all over the world.
That's okay? Not an argument.
But because what happens is they let the borders open under the Biden administration.
The borders were not open. Can you define what an open border is?
Open border means people come in the country.
Okay, that happens right now. That happened under Trump in his first term and now. Has there been an open border under Trump's first term, and is there an open border now because people are coming right now?
They happened before Trump's first term. It happened during Trump's first term. It happened hugely during Biden's.
Wait, so under Trump's first term, there was an open border?
There wasn't an open border. I say
but there were people coming to the country undocumented.
And there wasn't under Biden's?
Under Biden there was, but under Trump's first term there was as well. Under this term there is as well. Yeah. Your argument for there being an open border was just that there was undocumented immigrants coming to the country. That's obviously not an argument for an open border. Typically what people mean in terms of an open border, or what it's referring to, is no restrictions on the border, which is an obvious and blatant lie, and it's propagandistic. The Democrats absolutely advocate for restrictions on the border. You might advocate for less restrictions in certain contexts, but that does not mean that they're advocating for an open border. It is dishonest for the right to continue to advocate that the left is engaging in advocating for an open border. The vast majority of Democrats disagree with the idea of no restrictions on the border.
Yes. All these people have come to America. They're taking away jobs.
So they're not taking jobs. That's ridiculous. You just don't understand economics.
So you're saying that a lot of these young people don't want to work? They're too lazy?
No, I think that actually immigrants coming to the country have a higher labor force participation rate, but that does not mean that they're taking jobs. It means that they're adding to the job pool in this country, because not only when they come to the country and fulfill jobs are they working jobs, but they're also demanding goods and services, which causes there to be a greater level of demand in our economy, which would increase the amount of jobs that are created to compensate for that level of increased need for a capacity. So since there's an increase in supply, there's also an increase in demand because they have money to spend in our economy, which causes jobs to be created, which inevitably leads to a larger economy overall. Not only are there more jobs being fulfilled, but there are more jobs in the economy that are open now because of the increased labor market or in consumer market.
Mr. Parker, are you telling me that these people that come into the United States of America illegally put the money back in the country? No, they send that money back home to their countries. That's how they support their community.
So there's a percentage that people send back to their countries in plenty of circumstances. That's not specific to undocumented immigrants, and also that's not wrong. What's wrong with sending money to a different country? Is it wrong for me to donate to a Canadian streamer on TikTok? Is that wrong?
I'm sorry, say the last part again?
Would it be wrong for me to donate to a Canadian streamer on TikTok?
It wouldn't necessarily be wrong. You're going to do whatever
but that's
makes
the
you
same
happy.
thing. That's the same. I'm sending money out of the country. So why would it not be wrong for me to do it, but it is wrong for them to do it? That seems absurd to me.
No, what I'm saying is if they're coming in the country and they're not spending the money in the country, that doesn't make America great again.
Wait. That's the same thing with me. I didn't spend the money in the country. Should it be illegal for American citizens to do the same? If not, then you are reducing how much money is spent in the United States because you're allowing that money to be spent on other countries around the world. If I didn't spend that money specifically on donating to the person that lives in Canada, I could have spent that money on somewhere here in the United States. So would you make it illegal for American citizens to buy things from other countries around the world because that money could have been spent here in the United States?
No, but when
you just conceded.
When the American people are buying cheap made foreign products, Chinese that is,
are you calling Americans stupid for buying those products? Because
I'm not
when they
calling them
chose to buy
stupid.
those products, they value the product more than they value the money that they're giving to the people who made the product. That's how voluntary, mutually beneficial voluntary exchanges work, is that you value the product you're getting more than the money that you're giving to them. Otherwise, you wouldn't have engaged in the transaction in the first place. So are you calling Americans stupid for preferring to buy these products comparative to other products in the market?
So, Mr. Parker, you're telling me that basically buying cheap products on one side of the house. Have you been to China?
No.
Okay, let me just tell you this how it works in China. Okay? One side of the store, one side of the road, products that are made proper. They stay in country. The other side of the road, exact same company, exact same laborers are making cheap products, sending out of the country. They're killing our US kids under the Biden administration. These vapes are killing the kids. We, myself included, we're young. We want to be
That's not
healthy.
specific to China too. That has I don't know what that has to do with China. That what?
China is killing our kids.
Kids are not hitting anxiety pens because of the fact that China exists. Okay, if China didn't send them to us, kids would still be hitting the anxiety pen.
Well, they're hitting anxiety pens because they're coming in through Mexico because of Biden. Biden opened up the trade.
No, you understand that. Wait, you understand? I was in high school prior to Trump, prior to Biden being in office, and kids were hitting anxiety pens all the time. So you're just lying.
Yes, because they're getting this.
They would literally go to the bathroom to hit the anxiety pen, and like straight up box the bathroom, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
that's been happening. That's not unique to Biden's administration. That was happening when Trump was president.
It happens on both sides. It happens on Biden's, especially on Biden's. It happened after COVID. After COVID, it didn't matter who. Biden, Trump. Unfortunately, it was during Biden's time because they never corrected things for 4 years. You had Sleepy Joe.
So the same thing happened under Trump. You're just not willing to acknowledge it. Okay,
No,
why are you blaming immigrants in foreign nations for problems caused in the context of the United States? Right? It's ridiculous for you to sit there and say that. Most DRUGS that are brought across the border are brought across by U.S. citizens. Over 90% of DRUGS brought across the border are brought by U.S. citizens. Stop manufacturing lies about people coming from countries around the world in order to make yourself feel better and sleep better at night because you get to then project your hate, right, onto immigrants.
I'm not projecting my hate
on
immigrants.
You are, though. Like, objectively speaking.
I am saying that borders are important. Unfortunately, borders have been put in place
no one's
because
disputing
America.
That. Wait, we never advocated against borders. It's dishonest for you to say that we advocate against borders. We still think borders should exist. The disagreement that we have on the context of the scenario is that I think law enforcement should be focusing on scenarios that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population and not deporting people's grandmothers and grandfathers and siblings, right, and their parents that are literally just coming here for a better life, right, and they're working. They're good citizens, right? Why are 70% of people that are detained by ICE people that have had no prior criminal record? That shouldn't be happening. That's absurd.
Of course, you're always going to get the problem. You're always going to get the problem where there's not always going to be 100% correction in everything. We know this. In high school, it was like this. You know, this is just how it is. You can't correct 100% of the things, but when you have a president like Biden in office that wasn't doing his job, and you have Trump that has to correct everything, yes, you're going to have these problems, and people are going to judge that situation.
Okay, so we do advocate for putting people, deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? The issue isn't the Biden policy. The issue is that they didn't talk about it enough. Okay?
Okay, but and I understand that. I understand.
You agree. Do you agree with making the legal immigration process go quicker?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you agree with making the legal immigration process go quicker?
I believe anything should go quicker if it's done correctly and honestly.
Yeah, the legal immigration process. You think it should go quicker? Do you think we should prioritize deporting those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes comparative to deporting those that have not?
Listen, I think that if anybody come in the country illegal, I don't care if they're working.
Should we prioritize deporting those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to those that have been into the country undocumented that have not?
Doesn't matter. If they've come in the country illegally, after Libya's to buy. They need
Okay,
to.
so
If you come into, listen, if you.
okay, so if you think if you violate the law, wait, so you think if you violate the law, you should be held accountable. So do you think that the Trump administration should have to follow due process in deporting people?
If you come in the country illegally and you are not a U.S. citizen, you don't have any proper way to get in the country. That means a 10-year visa, a passport, whatever, a tourist visa. As long as it's the overstayers, it's the illegal immigrants that come in the country, and that are you want to think, oh well, they're not causing problems. Okay, they're not causing problems, but too bad you already came in the country. Your question was, should we deport these people?
No, I was asking you about due process.
Yes, I do believe in due process, but the problem is a lot of American tax dollars are wasted
So
on
I
due
was
process.
saying if undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process to get to the country, does Donald Trump need to go through due process to deport them?
No, no.
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 So you're saying that Donald Trump does not need to go through the legal process to deport them, but undocumented immigrants to get to the country do need to go through the legal process. You're a hypocrite. You believe that Trump is above the rule of law. You believe he's a king because you believe that he can violate laws that you think no one else should be able to violate. It's absurd. Those are constitutionally protected rights. Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country gets due process. Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country. That is a constitutionally protected right.
If you come in the country illegally, it doesn't matter what you do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you come into the country undocumented, you get due process for committing that crime. Why? Because in order for us to determine that you commit said crime, we have to utilize due process to do so. I do not think we have a legitimate process in doing so if they do not go through the context of an immigration court.
Because this is the tax dollars that are being wasted under Biden's administration because these people came in illegally. If they
The Trump administration is the one literally wasting money because their deportation process is extraordinarily costly, not only to our long-term revenues because you're deporting people from the country, but also because it costs money to deport people, and we have to increase the funding specifically in terms of law enforcement that we could have otherwise directed towards making the legal immigration process go quicker and incentivizing undocumented immigrants to go through said legal immigration process. It's absurd that you support Donald Trump's policies on immigration as they literally do not cause us to be more safe and more secure, and they cause the conditions at the border to lead to literally less levels of safety and security.
No, that's not the case. No, it's not the case. You're going to think America is safe because of having this due process with people trying to say, oh, they need to be part of the legal system. No, I'm sorry. If you came in the country illegally, please go to the border, go back to your country, and then do the process correctly.
You're not understanding though. You're saying it's wrong for them to violate the law, but it's okay for you to advocate for the law to be broke. You're a hypocrite. You think it's totally okay to violate the law because it would take too long to go through the legal process, huh? That sounds like the exact reason undocumented immigrants come to the country. Because the current legal process right now, it takes too long to go through. So they come into the country undocumented because otherwise the legal process would have taken too long or been too costly. Huh. It sounds like the exact reason the Trump administration utilizes to justify violating people's due process rights would be a justification in of itself for undocumented immigrants to come to the country.
Yes. As I say again, if you do something wrong, you need to leave. I don't care how the system works.
You're not making. You just contradicted yourself. What are you saying? What do you mean? You said yes and then said what?
I'm saying if you come to the country illegally, okay, it doesn't matter. Go to the airport. And they pay their own flight home. U.S. tax dollars shouldn't be paying this.
Wait. So if they don't pay for it, then what happens? Do they get to stay?
No.
Okay, so then how do they go?
They pay all the money they made in the country.
Why would they pay for it?
How did they come in the country to begin with?
Wait, no. Why would they pay for it? If they want to stay, why would they pay for their flight to leave? I feel like they would just choose not to pay for it.
How did they come in the country to begin with, sir? Let's look at the very first
I don't know. It
chapter.
depends on the scenario. Sometimes people come to the country through a legal mechanism and then overstay a visa.
Okay, so there's the problem. Overstay the visa. Overstay the visa.
Well,
That's their problem.
You should ask Elon about that one because Elon violated immigration law in coming to our country.
You know why he violated? Do you know why he violated? He violated, and then he went through the system correctly.
But you would have advocated for him to be deported, right?
I would advocate for him to be deported and come back in the system correctly, yes.
But he didn't do that, so then Would you advocate to denaturalize him?
It's up to the law system.
Would you want to denaturalize him?
It's up to the law system, whatever the laws put in place. If that's listen, Elon Musk should be treated no different than any other citizen.
Yeah, so deport his ass, right? Get him the fuck out of this country, right?
Say again?
Get him the fuck out of the country, right?
Well, I do think, with all due respect, and your language is kind of like not appropriate, but yeah, I think yes.
Didn't you say that exact same language?
I said what?
Didn't you earlier say that you wanted to get like everyone out of the country?
No, I'm talking about colorful language. I'm not talking about.
Oh, me saying fuck?
Well, I'm saying that there's a time and a place and a professionalism on any kind of system. This is the problem with the world. We are teaching these young kids, right? As myself also being 24, we are teaching these kids that it's appropriate to do things wrong. It's okay for.
You're 24? I thought you were 60, bro.
60? Yeah, 24.
You sound like 40 to 60. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, that's okay. I sound older, maybe because I have health issues.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I definitely don't think I disagree with that prescription. Like I didn't know that. I apologize.
No, that's what I'm trying to say, sir, is, and with all due respect, we as younger folks, we need to educate our kids, younger ones. I'm talking like in high school and younger, and also look up to the older folks for guidance.
Hey, dude, I don't know what my issue is with me saying fuck, dude. I don't need to be the most professional person.
Yeah,
This isn't a professional context. I'm debating people on a live stream about why they support Trump. It's not supposed to be the most professional standpoint. I'm literally in my pajamas right now, dude.
That's wrong. That's not wrong. You probably have your speedo underwear on. I don't really care.
No,
That's
I have the Grinch fucking pajamas on.
They're
They're
cool,
super
brother.
soft, man.
Yeah, that you have to enjoy yourself. That's the most important thing, right? Take care of ourselves while we're young.
Yeah, dude. That's why I don't fucking give a shit about professionalism, right?
Yeah. No, what I'm just trying to say is, hey, as long as we take care of our heart and mind, that's what matters. We have to change the society of the world. Being from Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa, Altoona, Iowa, U.S.
I grew up in the QC. I get growing up in Iowa. I grew up in a conservative Christian household in Iowa.
There we go. Exactly. Same here. And I'm not saying that's good and bad, but what I was going back to when I was saying is there's a professional way to how to speak to people and stuff and have a conversation professionally. The Midwest is a fabulous place. I know LA or California or Chicago or Colorado is a great place, but wherever people are, we have to respect and talk professionally to each other. I'm not saying everything Trump has done. I'm not saying everything Biden's done, right?
I mean, do you apply that standard to Trump, dude? Seriously, like he is the complete opposite of that. What do you mean talking about like we need to respect people? You can't say that as someone who's supporting Trump. Like it's honestly like it's like cringe. It's low key like cringe for me to hear, man. Like genuinely, I can just see the hypocrisy. Like you have an issue with me saying fuck and shit, but you don't have an issue with Donald Trump saying "be quiet, piggy," right? To a woman who's a reporter, right? Or Donald Trump having nicknames for every single person he runs up against specifically to degrade them.
So do you think so you're telling me, I'm just curiosity here. You're saying that the MAGA and President Trump has not done anything good? Not one thing?
No, I'm not saying that he hasn't done something I have agreed with, like for example, Operation Warp Speed, but anything that he's done that I would agree with is to a lesser extent than what Democrats would have done. So I mean, the idea that I agree with him would be he agrees with some level of Social Security existing. Just because he agrees with some level of Social Security existing does not mean that he holds a better position on the level of Social Security that people should be able to get access to, right? Or for example, with Medicare or Medicaid, because he agrees with some level of Medicare or Medicaid, well, we can talk about Medicaid. That doesn't mean that I agree with the level of Medicaid that he's advocating for. In terms of what Biden is advocating for comparative to Trump, I agree more with how much Biden is. Yet, I agree with Trump up to a certain extent that obviously he agrees that some people should be covered by it. Does that make sense? Like, but that's an absurd standpoint because there's nothing that you could bring up about Trump that would be better than any attribute that Kamala Harris has. Literally, every attribute Kamala Harris has is better than Trump.
Okay, so sir, you're saying that basically that you're looking at just the aspect that what Biden did compared to Trump. Now, there's more than just the president. We have the vice president, we have the Democrats, the Republicans, all the way down to your city mayor, correct? So the problem starts at the very bottom. And it's all about, you know, the lawyer, the lobbyist, the used car shows. These things are corrupted that need to be fixed. And once we fix the young mindset, we can all work together.
Okay, so how do we address like what our mindset is? I think there's a bigger issue in terms of like a mindset, especially in young men going towards red pill, right? That you should be addressing that. You should be talking about how Donald Trump has brainwashed the youth, Andrew Tate has brainwashed the youth, right? That should be what you're talking about then. If you want to talk about the culture, especially that young men are dealing with, right? Why is that not the conversation? Why is the conversation, we have to be against Democrats and Trump is the person we should support. Trump is literally antithetical to the exact culture that you want young Americans believing in and supporting. He does not allow for this country to progress. He makes this country regress.
I'm not saying that you're not right or wrong in that, but that starts in the family's home, correct? That starts with the parents in the home. You know, my parents, you know,
I think that's a simplistic way of looking at it. I don't think it's just explained by like it changes with like the home in of itself. It can change through that and by policy and by conversations in general public, like the one we're engaging in right now, right? All of those things in tandem. It's not just one thing. Right? Obviously, things can change from an individualistic family in a household scenario, but that's not the only connotation of change that can happen. And oftentimes, other sorts of change then lead to that change on an individual household perspective.
True. But we have these social media apps, all this stuff that are persuading myself and young kids' minds.
And?
Which are good and bad.
Yeah, there's good and bad on it. I already brought up the things that are bad, right? The Andrew Tates, the Donald Trumps, the Aiden Ross, the red pill community, right? On, with like fucking Fresh and Fit and all of the fucking red pill individuals, like whatever, right? All of that, extraordinarily harmful for young people in terms of social media. That's very harmful, right? So there are harmful aspects, and then there's good aspects. I think this is an incredible aspect of the internet that is positive and beneficial and gets people to educate themselves. So what we need to do is we need to hyperfixate on the good elements, and we need to focus on uplifting the good elements so that we can outweigh the bad elements as much as possible. Because it's inevitable that social media is going to exist. I think we can acknowledge the problems with social media, but the issue is, what's the solution? I constantly hear people bring up the problem. What's the solution? I never hear the solution.
You know what the solution is? AI and artificial intelligence.
What? That's a vague idea. Well, that's not a solution.
No,
Give us a solution.
I'm saying it's going to take over. It's going to take over the big world perspective. Now, the solution, the solution. To be honest with you, I don't think you can change our young kids, myself including, our young kids.
So you don't believe there is a solution?
I think.
If you didn't believe you're able to change people's minds, why'd you come on my live stream?
Because I personally think that the negative aspect and or the positive aspect, whatever it may be, is not necessarily always good.
Listen,
the argument.
Listen, you came on my live stream probably because either you think your mind can change, my mind could change, or people's opinions in the chat could change, right? That is probably the reason why you came up on the stream. If you believe that, you believe that people can change their minds. The idea that people cannot change their minds is an absurd idea to me. Now, obviously, there's some belief systems where people become so ingrained in those belief systems where it's impossible for them to change their mind. But I would say in most scenarios, that is not true for most things. Okay? There are obviously people that go so far where it's literally impossible to change their mind with a conversation. I've engaged with people where it's literally impossible to change their mind. They will always believe the thing that they believe until something happens in their life or something specific occurs, and they wouldn't have changed their mind from a specific conversation like that. And over time, maybe it could change their mind, but at the current moment, they're not going to. So I understand, but that's not applicable to most people.
Yes, you got an aspect of point there. Yes, you are correct on that. But I don't think that during Biden's time, things were actively good long term. President Trump, long term, is making America great again.
Okay, name one metric about the economy that is better off since Trump got in office comparative to what existed under Biden.
I personally think that raising inflation is good for the U.S. economy.
So then the inflation that happened under Biden, you thought that was good?
If it makes America great again, absolutely. We in the U.S. don't pay enough for stuff. We don't pay enough for things.
Okay, so then you support Biden because average inflation was higher, right?
No, the inflation was actually higher during Trump because he's doing that to make America better. Biden.
Wait, no. If you compare average inflation under Biden and comparative to Trump, you understand that average inflation was higher for Biden comparative to Trump. Now, I would write that away based upon correlation causation, but you seemingly just bring those up. That was absurd, though. Like, you think that higher inflation is good when we're talking about the highest levels of inflation? No, this is horrible. Name one economist that would agree with you.
If you make inflation good and high,
wait. Do you want to pay more in the grocery store? Do you want to pay more?
Yeah. You know why?
Okay. You know what? How about this? Hey, you want to pay more in the grocery store? How about, since you can't pay more right now, you can send me the difference. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bottom.
That's not a problem. I'd be more than happy to.
All right, for sure.
I appreciate your time.
Send me the difference.
That's not a problem.
You think that you should have to spend a few $1,000s more on groceries? Make sure to send that to my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bottom. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Have a good day, man.
You as
God
well.
bless you. Iowa too, buddy. Go Iowa State Cyclones.
Oh, ew. Iowa State? No. W Hawkeyes. L Iowa State. What? L Cyclones. W Hawkeyes. What? Crazy take, dude. That was a nuts take, man. What? What, dude? That's diabolical. Tiffany, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Crystal, thank you for the $5. Michelle with the $100. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Michelle in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. That's totally true. Thank you so much. That's totally true. I totally agree, Michelle. Mark, thank you so much for the $1. Lauren, thank you for the $5 as well. Gray, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we are actually going to get off for today, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it. Check out my YouTube, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate if you check it out. Catherine, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Silent, thank you for the $2 as well. BC, thank you for the $100. Thank you, BC. Can we get some W's for BC in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I know, literally, that guest was absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much, BC. I've reached the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Music City, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Caleb, thank you for the $2. Soul, thank you for the 5. Caleb with the 5. Sin, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Beatrice, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Caleb with the 5. Silent with the 2. Thank you, Music with a 10. Troll, thank you for the 2. Hamster again with a $20. Thank you so much. Lost in Arizona, thank you for the 2. Pat, thank you for the 10. And Anthony, thank you for the 10 as well. I think I'm fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize, everyone. Thank you so much for coming through. My name on YouTube is Parker Get a Job. with no spaces. Just make sure to look up Parker Get a Job. Should be able to find me. Subscribe if you haven't already. Check out my YouTube videos. I would really, really, really appreciate everyone. Seriously, that would mean the world to me, and it really helps push out in the YouTube algorithm if you like and watch the whole video. Like y'all have no clue. It helps out so much. Everyone though, I'd recommend everyone go over to Erica if you're on TikTok. Erica_Shantae. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Make sure to go show Erica's live some love, everyone. Go spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker if you're on TikTok. But if you're on YouTube, make sure to go check out my videos. Love everyone so much, everyone. Have a good night, y'all. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone. Good night, good night, good night.